And we're live! It's do or die football tonight here in Steelers Nation. Steelers versus Ravens on Sunday Night Football for the AFC North. Division crown for the 2025-2026 season is on the line tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And after all of our watch parties this year, all the way from week one when we defeated Aaron Rodgers' former team, the New York Jets, until now, it has all been leading up to this. This has been the game that we have been circling on our schedules ever since the schedule came out all those months ago. We saw, Steelers-Ravens at the end of the year. I wonder if that's going to come down to the division or a playoff berth. Well, guess what? Both are on the line tonight for the Black and Gold. A win, and the Steelers will be crowned division champions for the first time in a half decade and get a home playoff game versus the Houston Texans next week. If you lose, this season is over. So the stakes couldn't be any higher heading into the season finale. Welcome in to the Steelers Talk Live watch party here for Week 18, Sunday Night Football, Acrisure Stadium. The 9-7 Pittsburgh Steelers versus the 8-8 Baltimore Ravens. Ponzi, it's been a hell of a journey to this point. Hopefully it doesn't come to an end this evening.
I mean, it's a great first season for the Steelers talk for me. I mean, you couldn't ask for much more. Biggest game of the season tonight. Playing beautiful football in Week 18, I mean, it's one thing, it's a blessing to be sure, but, I mean, you would have liked the division wrapped up last week.
Yep.
But forget about all that. What did Mike Tomlin say? I'm not worried about my rear windshield. I'm worried about my front.
My windshield is bigger than my windshield, I think is what he said.
Yeah, the real shield.
Whatever it was. So, he also said if you have red paint, paint the barn red. So whatever that means, I think that likely means, though, Ponzi, that we're probably going to see a little bit of a different game plan for the Pittsburgh Steelers offensively in this game. Last week versus Cleveland, I really felt like they had a very similar offensive game plan to the previous weeks where Aaron Rodgers and the offense were really playing well, but they kind of just thought they could put MVS in DK Metcalf's spot and everything would be fine. Newsflash, it wasn't fine. And, who would have known that using MVS like DK Metcalf was a bad idea?
A guy who can't catch?
A guy that can't catch, give him... No, what was it, 9 targets last week? No, that cannot be the solution this week. I think this week it's going to be a lot more of the run game. It's going to be a lot more, hopefully, of Adam Thielen and Pat Freiermuth, two guys that have been getting open pretty consistently for the Steelers. And hopefully, the best parts about this Steelers offense, their running back duo, Jalen Warren and Kenny Gainwell, are going to be able to carry this offense today, move the football, put points on the board. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers can play efficiently, not turn the football over. And then hopefully the defense today, Ponzi, can hold Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry to keep this team in the ball game. I think, this one without DK Metcalf, without Darnell Washington, of course, Deshaun Elliott's been out for multiple weeks at this point. They're going to need, a whole team effort today. And I think it's going to have to be a close game if the Steelers are going to win. And they're going to need every bit of help from the Acrisure Stadium crowd this evening if they want to pull away and get a victory here in the season finale.
Because they're going to have to step up.
Because listen, man, if you win next week, you get DK Metcalf back. And, that vertical element, that dangerous element to this Steelers passing attack can return to the lineup. Against a team in the Houston Texans, by the way, that, yes, has a really, really good defense, okay? But the Steelers' offensive line has been really good. Aaron Rodgers has been really good about getting the ball out quickly, so Houston's pass rush might be negated a little bit by the Pittsburgh Steelers' offensive game plan. Plus, they're a warm-weather football team that plays indoors, coming to a frigid Acrisure Stadium next week in a playoff game. And then C.J. Stroud, somebody that has really struggled in colder conditions throughout his playing career. In fact, the two playoff games he's played in his career that have been outside and have been in colder conditions, he's lost both of them, all right? Yep. So, in my opinion, guys, I would actually say the Steelers might have a better chance to win next week's game in the playoffs than they do tonight just because of having DK, because Baltimore's used to playing in the cold. They're getting Lamar Jackson back tonight. It's definitely going to be a tough one for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But guess what, man? Nobody thought that the Steelers could beat the Indianapolis Colts when we beat them. Nobody thought the Steelers could beat the Ravens the first time we played these guys. Nobody thought the Steelers were going to beat the Miami frickin' Dolphins on Monday Night Football a few weeks ago. They won. Nobody thought that they could beat the Detroit Lions a few weeks ago. They won. All right? So the Steelers have a knack for putting together some of their best games of the year when nobody believes in this team. And right now, I would certainly say this game fits into that boat. And plain and simply, guys, the stakes are simple. You guys heard me say it at the top of the show. A win means a division championship, your first in the last half decade, and your first home playoff game in a half decade next week versus the Houston Texans. But if you lose, this season is over. We're talking about early offseason content this week on Steelers Talk if the Steelers lose tonight's ball game. Now, I want to see who the real ones are down there in the comment section to get us going. We got over 400 Yinzers already in the chat room tonight. We're expecting this to be the largest Steelers watch party we've done all season long. So let me know who's in the chat. We've got OTF, we got Frosty Fryer, we got Trumper, David, Czar, Craig, Smoke and Play Podcast. We've got Exify. We got Kevin Reed, my lovely fiance. Cassie Vogt is here. We got Elliptic 6 in the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's back, baby. We've got Kyle Jones. We got Exify. We got Shane Boone, Steel Riggs. Got William. Keep spamming those real ones for me down there in the comment section. And now, before we get into the rest of our pregame coverage here today, guys, we went live 2 hours before we're set to kick things off in Pittsburgh this evening because obviously we got a lot to talk about to get you guys ready for this regular season finale between the Steelers and Ravens. And coming up here, we got more pregame coverage for you guys, everything from keys to victory to injury updates to everything that you could possibly want to know leading into this game. We got you covered here over the next hour and 40 minutes or so. But before we get into the rest of our content today, I want to let you guys know about our presenting sponsor on this week's Steelers Talk Live Watch Party, which is Prize Picks. And guys, it is officially the new year, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Whether it's bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season is now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test, make some money, that is, if you know ball. So for tonight's matchup between the Steelers and Ravens here on Sunday Night Football, I am taking the less on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the less on rushing yards for Derrick Henry, and the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren. If you guys want to get in on the fun here before we kick things off in the Steel City this evening, download the Prize Picks app today for free on your phone and use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, guys, so if you want to send in a super chat, if you want to donate to the show, we greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. If you haven't already, I know we already have some super chats and some PayPals that we're going to get to here in just a moment. But, guys, it's not a required thing on this show, but we greatly do appreciate any and all donations that you guys send our way. Every single dime that you guys donate helps make this channel better. We're currently in the works to make some really cool improvements to the channel here heading into 2026. If you want to help us make those, you guys can send in any dollar amount. We'll put up your comment on screen. We'll talk about whatever Steelers topic you want to talk about, and we've got some awesome raffle items as usual. Now, last week, we actually raffled off a Mean Joe Green signed mini helmet, and the person that won did not claim their prize, all right? So tonight, we are going to be, once again, raffling off the Mean Joe Green signed mini helmet, and by the way, if you had raffle tickets in the previous raffle for that, all those raffle tickets are now reinstated. So if you guys want to get more raffle tickets here, or if you don't have any raffle tickets yet to win the signed Mean Joe Green mini helmet, we're going to be raffling that off at the end of the show for today's big ticket item. And if we can get to $500 in donations today, I'll add an extra raffle item to the pot here. We'll also raffle off an F the Ravens t-shirt. Can I get a F the Ravens? F the Ravens. F the Ravens. If you hate the Ravens, help us get to $500 in donations today. If we do so, not only will we be raffling off the signed mini helmet, but we'll also raffle off an F the Ravens t-shirt. So if you guys want to get in on the raffles today, $10 is all it takes to get into the raffle. All right, $20, you get 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk gong. There's not a whole lot of space left on the gong, but there's still a little bit left if you want to get your name up on there. $50, you get 10 tickets, plus we make it rain here on the channel, and $250 total on the show, we're going to hit the gong and do a Steelers chant. We greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. And if you guys want to double your raffle entries and double your chances of winning any of our raffle items this evening, you guys can Venmo me at Jack-Sperry or at Captain Jackrabbit on PayPal. So, for example, a $10 Venmo gets you 2 raffle tickets. A $20 Venmo would get you 6 tickets. And then a $50 Venmo would get you 10 tickets to get 20 tickets, my mistake. 20 tickets to get into the raffle for tonight's raffles. So we greatly appreciate your guys' support. We've already gotten a couple of Venmos and PayPals I'll send your way here soon, Ponzi. But if you guys send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal tonight, not only do you get 20 raffle tickets for your chance to win one of our raffle items, but you also get a Steelers Talk hat. I think we only have 4 of these things left to give out for the rest of this season. So if you guys want to join Steelers Talk Hat Club, you guys can send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal donation. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. So even if you don't win one of our raffle items today, if you send in a $50 Venmo or PayPal, you're going to be walking away with something, and that something's going to be a Steelers Talk Channel hat. And here's what's cool about Hat Club, guys, because if you've already put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal and you already have a Steelers Talk hat, if you send another one in today, you can donate an infinite amount of Steelers Talk Hat Club membership. So if you have a couple people in the chat that you think deserve a Hat Club membership, you guys can send in a couple of $50 Venmo or PayPals, and we'll make sure to get you guys some of those hat memberships. We greatly appreciate you guys. Now, before we get into the rest of our pregame show here, guys, if you want the free raffle tickets for tonight, all right, and because we're pretty generous here, Ponzi, the new year has rung in, and we want to, give everybody a chance to win our raffles tonight, even if they don't have the funds necessarily to donate to a YouTube channel like this. So there's 2 ways you can get a free raffle entry. The first way is you follow me on X at Jack_Sperry. What do you get? When you follow me on X? Well, you get my film analysis for the Pittsburgh Steelers every single week. We can't put film analysis up here on YouTube or we'll get demonetized, but I can put my film analysis up on X. So if you guys want that extensive Steelers coverage, I'm also going to be doing a lot of film study coverage on top quarterback prospects this year. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, make sure you give me a follow for a free raffle entry. And also, another thing that you can do to get a free raffle entry tonight is if you repost my pinned tweet on X. Producer Ponzi is currently putting the link to that down in the comment section of today's live stream. And everybody that reposts my pinned tweet on X tonight is going to get a free raffle entry, all right? So if you're wondering what it says, it's pretty much just a promotion for tonight's stream. On top, right at the top of my Twitter account says, join us live for Steelers Talk tonight for our coverage of the AFC North Championship game between the Steelers and Ravens. And then it has the live video of our stream right on there. So everybody that reposts my pinned tweet on my X account tonight is going to get a free raffle entry for the raffles that we do at the end of the show. So make sure you guys follow me on X and repost my pinned tweet if you guys want to get those free raffle entries this evening. But there's other ways to help as well, guys. You can subscribe to the channel. You guys can like the stream as well. You can, of course, follow me on X for that free raffle entry. And then you can also share the stream yourself on X if you would like. Any and all of those channels are great ways to help support the show that costs absolutely $0. So if you don't have any funds to spend on our show tonight, you can still support the channel. We provide you guys 2 Steelers videos a day on this channel for free, so make sure you subscribe for all that content. Make sure you like the channel today and like the stream here so we can get as many Steelers fans in this chat room as possible. And of course, if you want extensive Steelers coverage outside of this YouTube channel on X, you can follow me on X as well. And then also a promotion that we do on every single watch party is every 100 subscribers we add on the show, we're giving away a free raffle entry. So we are currently just 6 subscribers away from giving away our first round of free raffle entries. And I'll tell you what, all right, because this is a milestone, 110,000 subscribers. Once we hit that number, and we just need 5 more people to click that subscribe button, once we get there, I'm going to give away 3 free raffle entries to kick off today's show. So shout out to Iwasco, I hope I'm saying that right, $1 Trillion Deals, Sean White, Michi and Steel Rigs podcast. Big shout out to those the last 5 people to click that subscribe button here on Steelers Talk. Again, if we can just get 5 more people to click that subscribe button, we're going to be giving away 3 free raffle entries. We also got 480 people watching live right now. And once we get to our first 200 likes on the show, we'll give away a free raffle entry as well. We're currently sitting at 145 likes, so we're about 3/4 of the way there. Can I get 50 more people to click that thumbs up icon and get us to our first 200 likes? Greatly appreciate you guys. Let's catch up on some super chats here. This one coming in from Jagger with a 5 says, should the Steelers focus on running the ball even if it's not working, or implement passing plays more? Well, right now the Steelers are currently passing the football at a top 10 rate in the NFL, despite the fact that they're not even top 20 in EPA per pass attempt or passing success rate. But they are top 5 in EPA per rush and rushing success rate. So, I mean, even with DK Metcalf, you should be running the football more than what the Steelers have this season. But the issue with that is that Aaron Rodgers is in charge of the final decision at the line of scrimmage, right? Arthur Smith, what usually happens is Art will give Aaron 2 plays in the huddle, and then Aaron has a number of different checks that he can go to at any time to change the play if he sees something in the opposing defense pre-snap. So a lot of the times, the calls that Art is putting into the huddle aren't even the plays that end up being run, all right? A lot of the time it's Rodgers running the ship, and Rodgers is the one responsible for getting the team into the right play. The issue with that is that Rodgers wants the game to come down to him, and he wants the ball in his hands, as any great competitor would, and he ends up throwing the ball maybe a bit more than this team really should. So, I think this really comes down to Aaron Rodgers. It comes down to, his humility. It comes down to his ability to understand what's best for the football team here, because without DK Metcalf tonight, I do think getting the run game going is going to be very important, especially early on in this ball game. And I think it'll be very important to use what I believe is the best thing about this Steelers offense. Their running back duo, Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell, have been 2 of some of the best players on the Steelers offense all season long. They are by far the most dynamic playmakers on the field for them on their side. This evening, you got to get them the football a lot tonight. Then I got Elliptic Sixer with a 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixer. 10, 9, 8, Elliptic Sixer. Let's go, baby. It's good to see your face. He says, hey, Jack, it's been a rough 2 years. Got cancer, beat it, lost my business, house, wife, and many friends. But I always had your highlights to keep me going. Your enthusiasm was a grounding point. Here we go, Steelers Nation. Elliptic 6, I'm really sorry to hear that, man, but I appreciate you stopping by here and spending $20 on our show. That was definitely not necessary, but we greatly appreciate your support of the channel here, Elliptic 6. You're one of the OG real ones, part of Black Diamond Club. I'm glad that this channel could bring you some solace, my friend. I'll continue to do my best to give you guys the best content I can on this channel every single day. $2 from Devone says, hello from Acrisure. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Devone, appreciate you, man. Even from Acrisure, he is watching Steelers Talk Live. So, Devone, you're a real one. We love you, my friend. Hopefully you have a great time cheering on the black and gold this evening. Hopefully they can get you a win for your money. $2 from Bernard Nixon says, if Steelers lose, does it hurt A-Rod's legacy? No, A-Rod is always going to be cemented. Now, maybe his legacy in Pittsburgh, if we want to get a little bit more specific, like if they lose tonight and then A-Rod decides I'm not coming back for a second season, or he decides I want to go play for the Vikings or some shit next year, then yeah, his legacy as a Pittsburgh Steeler will be affected. But his overall legacy as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, a 4-time NFL MVP, a Super Bowl champion, none of that's going to change, all right? I still think he's still going to be widely viewed as for sure a top 10 quarterback in league history, if not a top 5 QB in league history. So tonight's game, not a legacy game for Aaron Rodgers overall, but it absolutely is a legacy game for Aaron Rodgers in terms of his legacy as a Pittsburgh Steeler. $20 from Alex L. says, let's go Steelers Talk, must win. And, to Alex's point here, Ponzi, this is the first true must win that the Steelers have had in a while, in my opinion. There's been games that you've wanted to have, and, I know a lot of people said the first Ravens-Steelers game was a quote-unquote must-win, but if the Steelers would have lost that game, guys, this game would still be for the division. This game would still be for the AFC. Am I correct on that? I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that.
I think you might be wrong because of the fact that we lost to the Browns.
Oh, so this game, so I guess it was a must-win. So F. Sperry, I guess, but
because they lost to the Bengals once.
Yeah.
Lost to the Steelers. They didn't lose any other divisional games, did they?
Except to us. So
yeah.
I guess you're probably right about that, Ponzi. So I guess beating the Ravens was a big deal, a couple weeks ago there. But the point still stands here, guys, that it's a must-win tonight. And in my opinion, Ponzi, it's the biggest game that the Pittsburgh Steelers have had since the 2016 AFC North Championship game. Now, not AFC North Championship game, the AFC Championship game against the Steelers. And, last year's playoff game is close because I think the stakes were actually higher for last year's playoff game, specifically when it came to Russell Wilson. Because if the Steelers would have beat the Ravens on the road in a playoff game last year, Russell Wilson would have been brought back as the starting quarterback this season for the Steelers. And that game really decided what the Steelers were going to do at the quarterback position. And, of course, they lost. They ended up bringing in an upgrade, and we're thankful for that given the way Russ played this year in New York.
Imagine that.
But listen, man, I think that tonight, with a division championship on the line, the loser's season is over. The winner gets a home playoff game next week. I mean, in terms of regular season finales, this is as big as it gets. And we've seen a couple of these kinds of regular season finale, Steelers versus Ravens playoff game or playoff seeding on the line before, but I'm not sure if we've ever had a game with the stakes of this football game heading into tonight. $5 from Kermit is my God, says win or lose tonight. Thank you for all the coverage all season, Jack, and Mini Cam and Coop not forgotten. No, Coop is not forgotten, and yes, Mini Cam, Mr. Ponzi's done a great job this season. But I appreciate you guys, man. Without you guys, we would not be able to do this every single week, plain and simply. We would not have, the largest individually run Steelers news program anywhere on the YouTube platform. It's because of your guys' success that we're sitting in the seats that we're sitting in right now. So, you shouldn't be thanking us, man. We should be thanking you, plain and simply. All right, so is that it in terms of Super Chats? We got some more.
No, we got a couple more.
All right, Misfit Trail Riders with a 10 says, here we go, Jack. It's do or die time. Time to get down to hard-nosed, gritty, sweat, and blood-driven Steelers football. Let's friggin' go. And, something I want to say here, Ponzi, that fits in with Misfit's comment is ground and pound football might be something that we see from the Steelers tonight. And I know what some of you might be saying, but, Jack, we don't have Darnell Washington tonight. But they might put another behemoth out there, and they might go super jumbo personnel tonight, Ponzi. What they might do is they might have their regular starting 5 offensive linemen, and then they might have 2 offensive linemen play tight end in a super jumbo tight end look. Because guess what? Andrews Pete has played a lot of football for this team over the last several weeks. Guess what? Spencer Anderson has played a lot of tight end for the Steelers this season. So listen, man, especially with Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell being really the main things that are really good about this Steelers offense heading into tonight, they are your 2 best offensive players going into tonight, in my opinion. If you run the football a bunch of times and you got 7 offensive linemen out there versus a defense in Baltimore that likes to play a lot of nickel, they like to play lighter, and you force them to play heavier and you force them to stop the run, I think that might be, a game plan that could work for the Pittsburgh Steelers offensively in this one. And, with Darnell Washington out of the lineup, it would not shock me at all if we see this team go to some 7 offensive lineman sets, as crazy as that sounds. I think it, with DK Metcalf out, it could make a lot of sense.
And I think, getting that time of possession is going to be certainly important in this game, especially with Derrick Henry and how he runs. Especially if you can get that defense feeling fresh later in the third and the fourth quarter, running the ball, using that super jumbo set, as you say. I feel like the time of possession can easily be in their favor, and that's good.
Yeah, time of possession could be big in this game, especially if Derrick Henry and the Ravens are putting together methodical drive after methodical drive. and the defense, gets gassed. That's something that we don't want to see. I think the Steelers are in a pretty good spot depth-wise tonight, and we've seen this run defense play really well over the last month or so. The defense as a whole has played really well over the last month. So hopefully, like Misfit says here, they can get back to playing hard-nosed, gritty football and win this football game for us tonight. John Masood, my man, with a $10 super chat says, "Hail Jack Sperry. Hail Cassie Voth. Hail Ponzi. No raffle tickets for me. I appreciate you, John Masood." And then we got the RT Schultz with a 5. Appreciate you, RT. If you put in another 5, I'll put you in the raffle today, my friends. This Packers fan here. Been watching since May. Love watching A-Rod ball and really enjoyed watching the Steelers all year. Might be a fan now. Hey, man, there's plenty of room on the bandwagon, all right? Steelers culture is the best. It really is. We can get emotional. We can. Overreaction Monday is very much a thing in Steelers Nation and all these different things. But the thing that I love and what endears me to this franchise and this fan base so much is that these fans care. These fans care like shit about their football team. And even when they go 10-7, it's not good enough here in Pittsburgh, all right? If you're not the best, you're not good enough here in Pittsburgh. And I love that attention and that desire to be great from the fan base. I'll never stop loving this franchise. $20 here from Robert Locke says, "All y'all feeling so crazy bad last week. Need to get hyped and believe." I love Robert Locke's energy here, man. And listen, last week the vibe was certainly low because you're going up against a 3-win football team with a rookie quarterback and multiple injuries, and frankly, you just lay an egg, and you pick a really bad time to have arguably your worst offensive performance of the year. Now, granted, Cleveland's defense is a really good group, and you were missing DK Metcalf and Darnell Washington for most of it anyway. It was kind of tough, right? To go into Cleveland, it's always tough to go into Cleveland and win, but especially when you're down DK and Darnell. It can be tough, man, especially when you get off to an early deficit and you have to throw the ball more than you can run it. All those different things contributed to just a really bad afternoon. But hey, man, the Ravens' defense is not as good as Cleveland's, all right? The Ravens' defense this year, their pass defense in particular, is 29th in the NFL. That is bottom 5 in the entire league. So the Steelers ripped them apart last time. Granted, they had DK Metcalf, but we do get Calvin Austin, the third back, who caught a fade against the Ravens the last time we played. There's reason to have hope heading into this game. By the way, the last 5 games between the Steelers and Ravens played at Acrisure Stadium, the Steelers have won 4 of them, and that was with quarterbacks like Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson, all right? Like if we can beat the Ravens with Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson at quarterback, we can certainly beat them with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. You guys will see who I'm predicting to win later in today's show, but there's certainly hope to be had in Steelers Nation that the Steelers can hopefully pull out the win tonight. $10 from Shannon Cassidy says, "F the Ravens, F the Ravens, F the Ravens, F the Ravens." Shannon says, "We ain't losing this game." I sure hope you're right, Shannon. It's going to be a fun evening. If I know anything about this rivalry, though, it's probably going to be close, and it's going to be a defensive football game. Hopefully the Steelers' defense outplays the Ravens' defense, and hopefully the Steelers can be wearing a hat and a T-shirt at the end of today's show. Do you need PayPals now, Ponzi?
Yeah, I'm also getting Inactives right now.
You're also getting Inactives. All right, so the Inactives have been released. We'll talk about those in our preview section here coming up. Okay, let me send these to Ponzi. And then we've got, what is this one again? Yes, okay. Boom. All right. What's up? Money. Yes. All right, we'll get to a couple PayPals here, and then we'll get into our preview coverage here, guys. We're just over an hour away from kicking things off. Oh, man. Okay. Got a couple Venmos as well. So just bear with us here, guys. We're going to get to a couple of these Venmos and PayPals. All right. Going to be a fun evening, guys, one way or another. It's either we're going to be really happy and celebrating a division championship, our first in a half decade, or we're going to be talking about a lot of changes that fans are going to want but probably won't get this offseason. I'm sure we'll talk about head coach Mike Tomlin at some point here and whether or not he will be back as this team's head coach. If someone has a question about that, by the way, feel free to super chat. All right, we'll start with the biggest ones, starting with a 48.50 from Red Doctor. Bang! Here we go, dealers. Here we go. Rad Doctor with a $48 PayPal, and he says, from Rad Doctor. So shout out to Rad. You are in on the raffle, my friends. As always, you've been a great supporter of our channel all season long.
How many tickets is that?
The same as 50. Let's just give him a 50 there. All right, and then we've got a $65 PayPal from Fluffy. Bang! Here we go, dealers. Here we go. Fluffy says, me and Bob got married this week. A Steelers win for my husband. I have faith. Here we go, Steelers. Hugs to everyone. Fluffy's so sweet, man. Everyone give it up for Fluffy.
Bob, congratulate both of them.
Yeah, congratulations to Bob and Fluffy on getting married and tying the knot. A lifetime of happiness to both of you guys. And then guess what, Ponzi? My mother's in the chat. Patty Gustafson. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. And all she says in the chat is chat sports. Big shout out to my mom, Patty. Everyone say hi to my mom in the chat, coming to us from a long ways away. So big shout out to my mother. Hopefully we can get a win tonight, Mom. Hopefully we can get a win. Let's go. All right.
This will not be the last game of the season.
Speaking, let's go to Tom's next here, Ponzi.
Okay.
Speaking of family members, we've got a 20 from Cassie's dad, Thomas Voth. Bang! Shout out to Tom. And he says, let's go. Let's go get a win tonight, Tom. Let's do it, man. Let's go. And then we got another 20 from Robert Locke. He says, much love to the ascending Ponzi. He has come into his own, and we're lucky to have him. Everyone give it up for Ponzi in the chat, by the way. He's done a great job this year. We're not saying goodbye yet. Hopefully we got at least a couple more weeks here.
We got a couple more games, hopefully.
But, Ponzi's done a great job. That's for sure, man. All right. Then we got a 20 from Israel. Let's go, my friend. I think this was a PayPal. At least I think. Let's see. Which one was it? Actually, never mind. I think it was a Venmo. There it is. And he says he wants raffle tickets. Israel,
okay.
You just got 6 raffle tickets, my friend. Appreciate the 20, Israel. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your support. And now that we get close to an hour 15 away from the start of this ball game, let's take a look at this game, guys. We just got Inactives, so we can talk about this one a little bit more in detail and know for sure who's on each team, etc. But obviously tonight is the biggest game of the Pittsburgh Steelers season. All right, a division championship on the line for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If they win, this is their third straight 10-7 season. This time getting their first division championship in a half decade, their first home playoff game in a half decade. But if you lose tonight, the Baltimore Ravens with a record of 9-8 would usurp the Pittsburgh Steelers right at the last second and take our place in the AFC playoffs as the number 4 seed, and the Steelers season would come to an end with 2 straight losses coming at the worst possible time with DK Metcalf's 2-game suspension. Now, when it comes to this matchup, obviously there's a lot of history between the Steelers and Ravens, but there's a lot of recent history between these two teams. Just last year, these teams collided in the playoffs, and the Ravens ended our season. They've got another opportunity to do that tonight. But guess what? We have an opportunity to kind of flip the script here. We got an opportunity to return the favor, to end their season tonight and have us move on to the next round and get into the NFL playoffs with a home playoff game next week versus what the opponent would be, the Houston Texans, who would be coming to town if the Steelers can find a way to get the win. Unfortunately, the Steelers will have to do it tonight without their number 1 receiver, DK Metcalf, and he was a big reason why the Steelers were able to win versus the Baltimore Ravens back in Week 14. He had a hell of a football game, and he's going to be out this evening. So the Steelers are going to have to find a way to have offensive success without DK Metcalf on the field tonight. If you win this game, you do get him back for the playoffs, though. So if the Steelers can find a way to get a win, DK Metcalf will return, and this Steelers team could be a little bit dangerous when they get into the postseason. But as you guys can see, DK Metcalf was an absolute revelation the last time these two teams collided. 148 yards. The Ravens played a lot of man-to-man coverage, played very aggressively, and Metcalf had one of his, if not his best game overall this entire season with 148 yards on 7 catches. And replacing that tonight is going to be somewhat difficult. You do have Calvin Austin III returning to the lineup. You do have MVS. You do have Adam Thielen, Roman Wilson, Scotty Miller. Somebody's going to have to step up in that wide receiver room tonight if the Steelers want to repeat what they did in Baltimore just a few short weeks ago. But last time around, Lamar Jackson, didn't have a fantastic ball game. And now that he's going to be coming back from a back contusion, you're hoping that this Steelers defense can hold down the Ravens offense just like they did last time. Even Derrick Henry had less than 100 yards the last time these two teams collided. Now we can take a look at the coaching and scheme breakdown for the Baltimore Ravens, what you guys can expect from this football team schematically tonight. John Harbaugh is their head coach, second longest tenured head coach in the National Football League, only second to Mike Tomlin. By the way, this is the 40th meeting between Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, which is absolutely historic, by the way. But Harbaugh, obviously, good winning percentage throughout his 18 years in Baltimore. Todd Monken is his offensive play caller. They run a pro spread offense. You're going to see a lot of receivers out spread out, but also they've been playing a little bit more 12 and 13 personnel with multiple tight ends as of late, so keep an eye on that as well. But then on defense, Zach Orr runs a McDonald big nickel style of defense. Kyle Hamilton is the straw that stirs the drink here in Baltimore. But now we can take a look at the starting offense for the Baltimore Ravens this evening. Got Lamar Jackson, their superstar quarterback, coming back from a back contusion he suffered a couple weeks ago versus the New England Patriots. Ronnie Stanley's their left tackle with Andrew Voorhees at the left guard spot. The excellent center, Tyler Linderbaum at center. Daniel Falele, keep your eye on him tonight. He had a really tough performance last time he played the Steelers. Hoping Derek Harmon can have a hell of a performance against him this evening. And then Roger Rosengarten will be tasked with going up against TJ Watt, who will be back in the lineup for the Steelers this evening. In the skill positions, you got Zay Flowers at wide receiver 1 and DeAndre Hopkins at the number 2 receiver spot. Rashad Bateman, their number 3 guy, is out with an illness in this game. But Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, 2 of their tight ends, they love using both of them in 12 personnel. And then the main guy you got to focus on is King Henry himself. Derrick Henry had over 200 yards rushing against the Packers last week. He will be the straw that stirs the drink on the offensive side of the ball tonight. But then we get to the Ravens defensive roster, and this is not a great pass rush. Aaron Rodgers had a lot of time to throw back in Week 14, and he took advantage of that. Draymond Jones, Kyle Van Noy, Travis Jones, John Jenkins, not the best defensive line in the world in terms of getting after the quarterback. Then at the off-ball linebacker spot, you got the All-Pro, Roquan Smith, one of the best off-ball backers in football, and Trenton Simpson, a former high draft pick out of Clemson, very athletic athletic, but you can definitely manipulate him. Look for Aaron Rodgers to try to manipulate Simpson with his eyes throughout the evening when they're in zone coverage. But then we get to secondary here, and you got Nate Wiggins and Marlon Humphrey, two very good outside corners. Kyle Hamilton is their starting nickel, and he is awesome, man. They put him in the box. They put him in the slot. They put him out deep as a true free safety at times. Like, this guy can do it all. He's a great tackler, plays with great instincts, and what really makes him special is his ability to disguise coverage and his ability to be in not so advantageous positions pre-snap and then rotate somewhere else and still make plays. So that's really a big X factor for this Ravens defense. Then Alohi Gilman and Malachi Starks, the rookie out of Georgia, round out their secondary at the safety positions. But now let's talk here about the keys to victory for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight. The first thing that you have to do is contain King Henry, all right? Plain simply, Derrick Henry was awesome last week, and he's coming off his best performance of the season versus the Packers. 216 yards. They gave him the ball 36 times on the ground, and he averaged 6 yards a carry and had 4 touchdowns. Arguably the best running back performance from any running back in any game this year, all right? And he's still doing it even at his age. And if you can't stop him tonight, it's going to be rough sledding for the Pittsburgh Steelers, because when Baltimore has beaten the Steelers recently, it's been because Derrick Henry has absolutely killed them, all right? And, of course, I'm talking about the final 2 times we played the Ravens last year, towards the end of the year in Baltimore, and then again on Wild Card Weekend, where the Steelers took L's to Henry's Ravens in back-to-back football games and back-to-back matchups. You guys can take a look at what Henry did in those 2 games, and he was the reason why they won, plain and simply. He broke off long runs. He scored 2 touchdowns in the wild card game in particular. He averaged at least 6.8 yards per carry in those football games, but in the wild card game, in the do-or-die game, he averaged over 8 yards a carry, all right? That can't be allowed to happen in this football game, or yes, the Pittsburgh Steelers will lose and their season will come to an end tonight. But back in Week 14, the Steelers actually did an okay job containing King Henry. Now listen, man, 94 yards is a pretty decent day, but for his standards, just 3.8 yards per carry and no touchdowns, that's a pretty decent day at the office for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they did a good enough job holding down Derrick Henry in that football game. It was really actually the smaller backs and Keaton Mitchell that had the big runs on the day, which was why the Ravens ended up rushing for over 200 yards against the Steelers in that ball game. But remember, in that game, Derek Harmon was not out there, all right? So tonight, Harmon has been back the last 2 weeks, and this rushing defense has been excellent since he has returned. Just in the last 2 games, you gave up 15 yards against another team that nobody thought the Steelers were going to be able to stop in terms of the run game. They shut down Sonic and Knuckles back in Week 16, only holding them 15 rush yards total on the day. And then last week versus Cleveland, I know that they have some injuries, but you held them once again to less than 80 rushing yards and held them to about 3 yards per carry. So the Steelers' run defense has looked really good, particularly in the last 3 weeks or so. They also, even without Harmon, they shut down Devon Achane and the Miami Dolphins rushing attack as well. So this run defense is going on a 3-game streak here of playing some of its best ball of the season. So there absolutely is reason to believe that the Pittsburgh Steelers can at least contain Derrick Henry and keep this Steelers offense in the ball game throughout all 4 quarters. But then another thing that you got to do is you got to get after Lamar Jackson. Because, obviously Lamar hasn't been the best against the Pittsburgh Steelers in his career, but he is very dynamic, and if he is back to 100% or close to 100%, he is somebody that can absolutely do damage if you forget about him. And, I mean, just last year in the playoff game, remember when they ran read option a million times and they couldn't stop Lamar Jackson on the ground? You got to have answers to the read option game tonight. But honestly, Lamar hasn't been himself this year, all year long. Now, I know he's been dealing with a slew of different injuries. He had a hamstring and then a knee and then an ankle and now a back issue, but he practiced fully every single day of practice this week for the first time in a very long time. And he's looking to turn around some of these numbers that have just not been great for the 2-time MVP. 34th in on-target percentage, not great at all. 37th in big-time throw percentage, so his ability to make those big-time plays have just not been there at the same level. And then he's still holding the ball for a long time, and he's 32nd in pressure-to-sack percentage. This Steelers pass rush that has been doing so well as of late with Alex Highsmith and Nick Herbig and Derek Harmon and Keanu Benton and Cam Hayward, and now you get get TJ Watt back tonight. There's going to be some opportunities to get Lamar Jackson on the ground in this football game. I'm hoping the Steelers capitalize on that because Lamar Jackson, plain simply, has not been himself for most of this season. Plus, he's not very good against the Steelers, or at least he hasn't been throughout most of his career. The Steelers have arguably been his kryptonite team throughout his career. When you look at his numbers traditionally versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're not very good, especially in regular season matchups, where you guys can see here in the regular season, he's got a completion percentage of less than 58%. His yards per attempt is only 6.7. That's not terrific. And then he has more interceptions than touchdowns. So Lamar Jackson, at least as a passer, has not played traditionally very well against Mike Tomlin defenses here in Pittsburgh, especially when he's on the road. So that is certainly a reason to have hope for the Steelers defense coming into tonight. And then even back in Week 14, he wasn't fantastic, all right? He was even lower than his career average versus the Pittsburgh Steelers with less than 55% completion percentage. He did have 2 total touchdowns, but he also had an interception. So, this is certainly a quarterback that we don't necessarily know what we're getting from him tonight, but if the Steelers defense is as good as they've been over the last month or so, they should have an opportunity to not give up that many points and yards tonight and give their offense plenty of opportunities to make things happen. But then we get to the player on the skill positions here outside of King Henry that you got to really keep your eye on. And in my opinion, that guy is Zay Flowers, who absolutely killed the Steelers the last time these guys played. 124 yards, over 15 yards per catch. Didn't have a touchdown in that game, but he was their big play guy. When they needed to drive down the field, they would find Zay Flowers, and he is an awesome route runner. He is shifty, all that different stuff. Joey Porter Jr. has done a hell of a job of locking down number 1 receivers all season long. And a big question heading into tonight with James Pierre off the injury report is who's going to be guarding Zay Flowers tonight. And, the reason why I think this is a question is because there's a question as to whether or not Asante Samuel Jr. will get the start tonight or James Pierre. For me, I think Pierre will get the start, which means I would put Joey Porter Jr. on Flowers, and I would have James Pierre get the start at CB2. And it's not even that Asante has been playing bad over the last couple weeks since Pierre's been out with a calf injury. It's more just I want size, I want length, and I want physicality out there in case Derrick Henry gets to the perimeter. So I want James Pierre, who's a bigger, more physical corner, compared to the smaller, shiftier Asante Samuel Jr. for this very physical AFC North matchup. But then we get to the offensive side of the ball, and obviously things need to change on offense for the Steelers to have success compared to what they did last week, where they only put up 6 points versus the Cleveland Browns on the road. First thing you got to do is get the run game rolling, and really by any means necessary. This rushing duo with Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell, they are absolutely awesome, and they are the best thing about this Pittsburgh Steelers offense, even more important in my opinion than DK Metcalf and Darnell Washington. So with both of those guys out of the lineup tonight, this has got to be the Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell show tonight. And if you can run it a lot and the Ravens defense is a tough time stopping you on the ground, they absolutely should pound the football in this football game. Plain and simply. It would also help out your time of possession and all that different stuff. And, you look at the splits here between the passing game and the run game for the Steelers this year. It shouldn't even be a question what they should be prioritizing more. All right, they're not even in the top 20 in success rate and EPA per pass attempt when it comes to passing. But in terms of rushing, they're top 5 in both categories. This is a good rushing football team. And even without Darnell Washington tonight, guys, I would be interested to see if Arthur Smith goes extremely heavy tonight, all right? And what I mean by that is instead of having Darnell Washington and then a jumbo tight end out there in Spencer Anderson, how about you put 2 offensive linemen out there, all right, and put them at tight end? So Andrus Peat is somebody that has played a lot of football for this team over the last several weeks when Isaac Seumalo has been out with his triceps injuries. Seumalo's back this week. So theoretically, you could have a super jumbo package tonight where you've got your regular starting 5 offensive linemen, and then you put Andrus Peat and Spencer Anderson out there as well to form a 7 offensive line formation, and then you run behind that with Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. That might be the best strategy for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight, especially because the Ravens love to play nickel personnel, and they like to play lighter. And, I think that could give the Steelers a competitive advantage tonight if they want to run the football, even without Darnell Washington in the lineup. But in terms of the passing game, I think they should be feeding Adam Thielen and Pat Freiermuth more, all right? Muth is a zone killer, so if they're going to play zone tonight, Pat Freiermuth has to be a big part of the reason why the passing game is what it is tonight. And then Adam Thielen is also a zone killer, but he's also somebody that can get open versus man. He's a shifty route runner. He runs really good routes. He runs very QB-friendly routes. And instead of looking to MVS or Scotty Miller as your number one read, like Rodgers did a lot last week, your number one read should be Adam Thielen on a lot of these short and intermediate concepts. But just because, you don't have DK Metcalf doesn't mean you shouldn't throw deep from time to time. In fact, I think it's important that you hit some deep shots in this football game. And, the question is, who's going to be the guy that gets those deep shots? Is it going to be MVS, who finally shows up this week? Is it going to be Calvin Austin III, who's back from injury? There's a bunch of different candidates to, break out tonight. But plain simply, guys, I think Baltimore's going to play us aggressively again. I mean, just look at what the Cleveland Browns did last week. It was like all-man coverage, and without DK Metcalf, they weren't scared at all of any of our weapons, all right? And that's exactly what Baltimore did the last time we played them. They played a lot of cover one man. They dared the Steelers to throw down the field. I think the Baltimore Ravens would be dumb not to do that in this football game defensively, so that's what I'm expecting from them, and that means somebody's going to have to step up as a deep weapon for the Pittsburgh Steelers in this football game. And some of the candidates for that, obviously MVS has the speed to theoretically do it. You've got Scotty Miller. You've got Calvin Austin, who's returning from injury. And then you could also maybe think about giving Roman Wilson some time tonight. But here's what our expected wide receiver starters look like for this evening, all right? I would probably assume Marquez Valdes-Scantling gets another start. Adam Thielen will for sure be a starter. And then I would guess Calvin Austin is the third guy that rotates in. And, I don't think we see a whole lot of Scotty Miller, and I don't think we see a whole lot of Roman Wilson in this football game. One of these three guys is going to have to step up, and Thielen doesn't really have speed, so you're really banking on MVS or Calvin Austin III to provide you some deep presence tonight to hopefully get the Ravens off your back and play less aggressively. But then another key to victory for me, guys, is to win the turnover battle. You got to win this battle, because plain simply, guys, if you lose the turnover battle tonight with the way that that you're missing Darnell and you're missing DK, I think you're going to have a very difficult time winning this football game. All right, I think the Steelers on paper are already at a mismatch and at a disadvantage. If you add a turnover battle that you lose to that equation, the chances of the Steelers coming out with a victory, in my opinion, are slim. So Rodgers has to protect the football tonight. Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell can't have fumbles. We have to protect the football. The ball is life in this football game, and if you can take the ball away a couple of times versus this Ravens team, I mean, King Henry's had some big fumbles this year. Lamar Jackson tends to have at least one bad interception against the Steelers defense. Take advantage of those opportunities. You'll have a chance to win this at the end of the game. And then, speaking of the end of the game, you got to make the play late. In the fourth quarter, the way that these games usually go is that these games are always usually very, very close. In fact, when they're close, the Steelers usually win. And when the game is a blowout, it's usually the Ravens winning. So maybe if it's close late, that's a good sign. But this is exactly the type of game you brought in Aaron Rodgers to come and win and put up, some big-time drives and some big-time moments to get yourself into the postseason and win a division championship. This is why you brought in Aaron Rodgers, for tonight and for the however many weeks we have left in this 2025 campaign. You brought in the experienced veteran Rodgers to elevate this offense in the biggest of moments. When the asses get tight, his is going to be relaxed. Pause, all right? But I think that this is Aaron Rodgers' legacy game when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially if this is the only season he's going to have here in Pittsburgh. If he's going to be remembered as the quarterback that lost, a 91+% chance of making the playoffs in the final 2 weeks, he's going to be, in a similar situation as Russell Wilson, who is not viewed very positively here in Steelers Nation. But if he can win tonight and he can deliver an AFC North Championship for this team for the first time in a half decade and get us into the playoffs, let alone win a playoff game next week, that'd be fantastic. He's going to be viewed somewhat positively by this fan base if this is, in fact, his final season in black and gold. Now we can take a look at some of the inactives tonight for both teams. The one that is really to keep your eye on here for the Ravens is Rashad Bateman. He is their number 3 starting wide receiver. He is out with an illness tonight, so I expect the Baltimore Ravens to play heavy personnel, lots of 12 and even 13 personnel in this football game, and definitely look for them to pound the football to Derrick Henry. Then we get to the inactives for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Roman Wilson, once again, a healthy scratch. So I mentioned Roman Wilson in my preview, saying that he could be somebody that could provide a downfield presence for you. That's not going to happen tonight. Scotty Miller once again gets the helmet over Roman Wilson. Caleb Johnson, who's been a healthy scratch for many games in a row at this point. Will Howard will be the emergency third quarterback. And Jeremiah Moon, Trey Flowers, 2 veterans also inactive for this football game. Now, still to come here on the Steelers Talk preview and on the Steelers Talk pregame show, Ponzi and I will be sharing our predictions and our score predictions for tonight's football game. We are less than an hour away from kickoff. So let's have another word from our sponsor here today at Prize Picks. And it is officially the new year. 2026 has officially been rung in, my friends. In my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports, whether it's bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season are now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than and at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks, though, is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility and you want to have more fun with it, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want to get paid more for getting everything right, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. You guys can take a look here at my Prize Picks projection tonight. We are taking the less on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the less on rushing yards for Derrick Henry, and the more on rush yards for Jaylen Warren. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Got some super chats here to catch up on. Like this next super chat here. CL Rose says, Boswell, 2 recent misses. I'm concerned. Are you? Listen, man, it makes me a little bit worried, but this is Boz we're talking about here, man. Boz is usually as automatic as they come in the NFL. Now, the 2 recent misses are, uncharacteristic, and they do worry you a little bit, CL. But, if we have a 52-yarder for the win tonight, I have a lot of confidence Boswell's going to make it. All right? I really do. So, hopefully the Steelers can win a little bit more comfortably than that. But if the game comes down to a Chris Boswell field goal, I know he's let us down the last 2 weeks, but I still have a lot of confidence in Boz to get it going. If the season is on the line. All right, man. $2 from Jagger says, all I want to see is complimentary football. Me too, man. Certainly would love to see some complimentary ball tonight. And obviously in these kinds of moments, playoff-like environments, the Steelers have really struggled in recent seasons. And this is a playoff game. Plain simply, I consider this a playoff game. And if, the Steelers win, it's technically not a playoff win, but it is a playoff win because it's as win or go home as you get. If you win the division. You get a home playoff game. If you lose, the season's over. This is a playoff game as far as I'm concerned. So hopefully the Steelers can play better in this kind of situation than they've played the last several times they've been to the playoffs. Now, if you guys want to get something on the show, if you want to talk about Mike Tomlin, if you want to talk about Aaron Rodgers, if you want to talk about any topic you want to talk about before we kick things off, you guys can super chat on the show, or you guys can send in a Venmo or PayPal. Greatly appreciate any and all donations. Today, we are raffling off a signed Mean Joe Green mini helmet. The person that won it last week didn't claim their prize. So this is, once again, our raffle item for this game, as well as if we get to $500 in donations today, we'll be giving away an F the Ravens t-shirt. So $10 gets you into the raffle today. $20 will get you 3 raffle tickets plus your name on the Steelers Talk gong. $50 will get you 10 tickets, and we make it rain for you guys on the channel. And then we get $250 total to hit the gong, all right? And if you guys want free raffle entries, if you guys want to enter the raffles tonight and you don't want or you don't have any money to spend on the show, we completely understand, man, and we want to give everybody a chance to win. So all you have to do is follow me on X if you haven't already, at Jack_Sperry, or repost my pinned tweet on X. If you don't know what a pinned tweet is, it's the tweet at the very top of my X account, all right? Make sure you repost that. Everybody that reposts is going to get a free raffle entry for the raffles tonight. So greatly appreciate your guys' support. A little bit of a reminder, every 100 subscribers we add on the show, we're giving away a free raffle entry, and every 200 likes, we're giving away a free raffle entry as well. Ponzi, have we passed 110,000 subscribers? All right, there it is. Boom, baby. Appreciate everybody that's clicked that subscribe button. By the way, guys, we provide you guys free and informative Steelers content every single day. 2 Steelers videos for free on this channel every day. We go live for every single Steelers game, pre, regular, and hopefully postseason this year. And then, of course, whenever the offseason gets here, we got a bunch of great offseason content coming your way as well. We got cut, trade, extension candidates. We've got a potential head coaching search if Mike Tomlin decides to step away from the team. We've got draft rumors, and we've got the combine, and we've got Senior Bowl, and we've got free agency, and we've got trades. There's so much content that's going to be coming your way here on Steelers Talk during the offseason. If you don't want to miss any of it, click that subscribe button. And I did promise you guys, if we got to 110,000 before the game today, that we'd be giving away free raffle entries, 3 of them. So we also passed 200 likes. So let's give away 4 free raffle entries right here. Spam those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. Let me know what you guys think. Come on, type those me's in the chat. And we also passed, what? 2. Oh, great. All right. So while you guys are spamming me, we've already passed the first 250 on today's show. Where are we at right now, Ponzi, by the way? All right, so we're $60 away from 500 in the pregame show, guys, and locking in the second raffle item, the F the Ravens t-shirt. But we got to 250. You guys know what that means. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. We're at 350. All right, so we are 150 away from banging the gong for the second time here before we kick things off. But spam those me's in the chat. Let's give away some free raffle entries. I'm going to give one to Tracy Davis. I'm going to give one to Czar Craig. I'm going to give one to Eugene Payne. I'm going to give one to Keith TV. So shout out to those 4. You guys are in on the raffle. And by the way, every 100 subscribers we add on the show today, every 200 likes, we're giving away free raffle entries. So if you haven't already, subscribe, like the video. If you want a free raffle entry tonight, you guys can follow me on X. That is the easiest way to get a free raffle entry. And of course, you can share today's stream on X or just repost my pinned tweet on X for a free raffle entry as well. So greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. And now, Ponzi, got some super chats to catch up on here.
Just got the one.
Just got the
Anthony
one.
Jensen.
Anthony Jensen with a 10 says, Jack, please tell me you picked the Ravens to win tonight. You're going to have to wait to find out, Anthony. But we'll see what I picked.
We will say in the last 4 games, Sperry's undefeated in terms of Steelers winning when he picks the opposite.
Well,
team.
I think it's been it's been pretty consistent all season. The team that I pick in my pregame prediction is the team that loses. So that is something. Okay. Cassie wants who? Adrian Miller.
Okay.
Adrian Miller. It's Adrian's birthday. So shout out to Adrian. Gets a free raffle entry because Cassie gives Adrian her free raffle entry for reposting the show.
You got any Venmos?
No Venmos. But let's sing a little happy birthday to Adrian. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Adrian. Ponzi, get on fucking rhythm, dude.
I forgot it was not Anthony, it was Adrian. I saw Anthony.
You are killing me.
My bad.
Happy birthday to you. Big shout out to Adrian. Hopefully the Steelers can get you a birthday present in a division championship here this evening. But they're going to have to do it without DK Metcalf. All right, Trevor says, Ponzi, are you serious? Dude,
honestly, it's a recurring bit at this fit.
Every time we try to sing a song together, he can't line up with the words.
Not my tempo.
It's actually unbelievable. I think we have to ban Ponzi from singing songs on this channel.
Funny though.
I really think it's that bad. But before we get into some score predictions, we talk about Mike Tomlin, etc., and you guys get your super chats in. Let's talk about some of the other scores around the National Football League. In the game that actually decided the NFC South Championship today, Falcons versus Saints, the Falcons were able to pull off the was it an upset? I think it probably was, right? Saints coming in off of, 4 or 5 straight wins, and they end up losing this one?
I would say it was an upset because the Falcons were kind of skidding, but they were on their own win streak.
Yeah, so Falcons win, which means the Panthers are now the 4 seed in the NFC playoffs. By the way, with a losing record. It's unbelievable, man.
People say the AFC North is bad?
Yeah, the AFC North, people talk, I've heard people refer to this game as whoever wins is the worst team in the NFL playoffs. Not even close. It is the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
But then the Browns got a last-second field goal to beat the Bengals today, 20-18. So maybe we're not that bad. Browns getting 2 straight AFC North wins to finish their season.
Starters.
Don't get me wrong. That was a joke, guys. We played terribly last week, but
Myles Garrett broke the sack record.
And by the way, the Browns moved down in the draft order because they won. And yeah, Joe Burrow said he wasn't going to take a dive, and he took a dive today. Plain simply. Did you see that play, Ponzi? He just falls down to the ground.
It was a joke.
He just made it so easy for him.
Brett Favre type of acting.
Listen, man, this is the type of shit that Browns fans get to cheer for. A sack record, all right? Steelers fans, hopefully we can celebrate something a little bit more this season. But then the Texans secured their spot as the number 5 seed in the AFC playoff picture with a win over Riley Leonard and the Colts. But hey, Riley Leonard and the Colts made it a battle all day long, but Davis Mills and the Texans were able to finish it out there.
I believe C.J. Stroud only got 1 drive in the second half.
Yeah, because they saw the Jaguars were killing the Titans, and they secured their spot. I believe now. What was the results? Oh, we'll see what the results are with the rest of the games here. But the Packers embarrassing loss to the Minnesota Vikings. One of the most boring games you'll ever see. J.J. McCarthy left the game with an injury again. But Brosmer and the Vikings were able to hold on. And Flores' defense, baby, holding Clayton Tune and the Packers to only 3 points. But then the Giants beat the Cowboys today, which sucks for the Giants because I believe they move all the way back to, if I'm not mistaken, the number 6 spot.
We'll see. I got to look at Tankathon real quick.
So there's still games going on?
Okay, they're in the 5.
Where are the Commanders?
Well, they won. So that's
the Commanders won?
Yes.
Oh my God, what a joke! But then the Bills killed the Jets today, so they will be the number. Well, I guess we'll find out with the Broncos game here. This is just poorly, sequenced.
They're number 2.
They are what?
The Jets are number 2.
Jets are number 2 pick. So
Yes.
first two picks, Raiders, Jets, they're definitely going to be Fernando Mendoza and then Dante Moore.
I mean, unless some miracle happens.
So no trade-ups is what you're telling me?
What a boring draft part.
Well, I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see who goes one because there will be a debate between Mendoza and Moore. There will be a debate.
Especially if they played good down the stretch. Like, I think Mendoza is probably my number one right now based off of, just pre-draft. And I haven't gotten to the full draft season, but, Moore, if he has, a good run.
I haven't gone through my whole process yet, but based on what I've seen so far, Dante Moore is going to have a shot to be my one this year. For Mendoza, there's some not great film from him at Indiana this year, and a lot of it is Indiana just kicking ass on the offensive line. That's all I'm going to say. It's a lot of screens and RPOs. Not saying Mendoza can't make high level throws, he can, but there's some. The film maybe isn't quite as good as you would think from a Heisman Trophy winner. That's all I'll say. But then we get to Lions and Bears. Embarrassing loss for the Bears as they head towards the playoffs. Of course, the Lions got eliminated last week, Ponzi, but they end up going into Chicago with a quarterback in Jared Goff that traditionally does not play well in the cold and upset the Bears, who, by the way, were playing their starters. So I think
it was 16-0. Bears came back. 2 straight touchdowns, 2 two-point conversions to tie the game. But then the Lions just drove down the field, methodical. There was 4 minutes left.
I mean, Bears-Packers round 1. I mean, it's a great matchup in terms of the history. It's kind of like Ravens-Steelers in a playoff matchup. No matter how bad the two teams are, it's a fun matchup. But those two teams are not great. So somebody is going to make the divisional round that maybe doesn't fully deserve to. But then the Broncos end up beating the Chargers. Chargers weren't playing anybody today.
No.
But the fact that the Broncos, who were playing their starters, only scored less than 20 against the Chargers backups, that's kind of embarrassing for a number 1 seed, if I'm being completely honest.
And there's been talks, and there's been murmurs, so that whoever wins and plays the Broncos will upset the because the Broncos are frauds.
And it could be the Steelers.
Texans.
Can we look at the AFC playoff picture here?
Yeah. It's updated, by the way.
Let's look at the AFC playoff picture here, folks, and just do some talking here.
Because very competitive field.
And you've got the Broncos, who I think are very beatable as a number 1 seed. So let's just say theoretically, all the home teams in the AFC playoff picture win their first round matchups. All right, Patriots beat the Chargers, which I think would probably happen. I mean, we'll see, but it's going to be in cold Foxborough. I don't see the warm weather Chargers going in there and beating them. Then you got Jacksonville versus Buffalo. I certainly think Buffalo could win, but Jacksonville's red hot. I would not be surprised at all if Jacksonville wins that game. And then if the Steelers can pull out the win tonight and they can play Houston, a warm weather team with a quarterback in CJ Stroud who stinks in the cold, it's very possible the Steelers could play Denver in round 2, and that's another game, even going to Denver, that I think the Steelers could potentially win. And then all of a sudden you're talking about the Steelers maybe being in contention to go on a little bit of a run in the playoffs here. And and they've already beaten the New England Patriots, the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think the Jags are honestly a tough team to beat in the AFC, but they're certainly beatable. They're a first-year head coach.
I mean, we're talking about I know the Patriots are really good, but the Chargers could easily upset them. They have the talent. I do think that will go the Patriots' way. But the Jags, Bills could probably win that.
They could.
And then Steelers, Texans. This is a very competitive AFC.
But even if that's the case, the Steelers have already beaten the New England Patriots this year on the road, and I know people are going to be like, oh, they got lucky with 5 turnovers, but it's they forced all of them. They punched the ball out on all of them. It's not like it was horrible mistakes by New England that the Steelers just benefited from. No, it was the Steelers making great plays on the football that led to that victory. And this year's Steelers team is better, or the Steelers team with DK Metcalf right now is better than what they were back in Week 3. They're a better football team.
They made additions.
They're a cold weather team that can theoretically go into Foxborough and get a win. It's going to be Drake May's second playoff game ever versus a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers that's played long. All I'm trying to say, guys, is obviously you got to take care of business tonight, And honestly, like tonight might be one of the tougher tests the Steelers will have the rest of the season. If the Steelers can win tonight, I truly believe they can make a run in the playoffs. Because tonight, man, if you can win without your number one receiver against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, like, and also against a team that's used to playing in the cold, like, if you can beat this team tonight, man, without DK Metcalf, you can beat any of these teams on screen right here with DK Metcalf. I truly believe that. But obviously, you got to take advantage of the opportunity tonight and get the victory. No question about it. All right, man, let's talk a little bit here about...
You want to talk about the NFC?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can take a look at the NFC for a second. I mean, Seattle beat San Francisco yesterday. Big loss for San Fran yesterday, Ponzi.
Ugly.
Because they're going to be beat up next week. They have to go up against a physical Eagles team. I actually think the Eagles win in Philly next week. And then you've got Chicago versus Green Bay. That could go either way, honestly. It really could. I really don't know who I'm going to pick in that game. And then LA, I think, is going to be pretty much universally picked to win that game in Carolina.
The Panthers beat them before.
They did beat them before, but Bryce Young played out of his fucking mind, and he's been terrible lately.
You know, I can't, disagree with you there. But if we get Bryce Young at his peak, I'm not saying anything.
Anything's possible, but I'm picking the Rams. All right. But Seattle, man, they're a tough team. They got a great offense. Clint Kubiak's gonna be one of the top head coach candidates this year. They got a really good defense too, man. That's gonna be a tough team to beat. And honestly, if I see any team taking down Seattle, it's gonna be LA. I don't think Chicago's a Super Bowl caliber team this year. Don't really think Philly is either. They've been there before, though, so they've got a chance if they can get hot late. And then LA is another team, 12-5. They've been there before. Matthew Stafford's an awesome clutch quarterback. I could see the Rams doing it, but my guess is Seattle, Philly, or LA will come out of the NFC, and we'll see on the AFC side of things in terms of that. But there's a lot of rumors going around right now, Ponzi, surrounding head coach Mike Tomlin. There's a lot of talk about him potentially moving away from the team after this season. It's been well reported the Steelers are not firing him. That is not something that's going to happen. But the latest rumor is that he might decide to walk away. Now, and like what's really giving this juice is that there's a lot of big national guys saying it. Schefter has kind of whispered it, Rappaport, all these different guys, right? So people think it's legit. But here's the thing. Nobody knows jack shit what Mike Tomlin is thinking. He is a safe, all right? And if anything, when he puts information out there, it's because he's purposefully doing it. I mean, just look at Malik Willis a couple of years ago. Everyone said he loved him. He's going to draft him in the first round if he was there. They took Kenny Pickett. It was a decoy. Same thing goes for Shadur Sanders this year. What did we hear nonstop before the draft? Steelers are drafting Shadur Sanders if he's there. He gets there, and not only did they pass on him in the first round, they passed on him in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds as well. So, if anything, just don't believe the reporting you hear on the Pittsburgh Steelers ever, especially because the last 2 years, what did we hear, Ponzi? We heard, Mike Tomlin might leave the Steelers. All right, we heard it 2 years ago when the Steelers lost to the Buffalo Bills. Remember that? He got asked about a question about his contract situation, and then he stormed out of a press conference. I remember watching that live on this channel 2 years ago, and then the producer, Coop, was like, he's gone. And everybody thought he was gone after he did that. Guess what? 2 days later, he's in front of the team announcing he's coming back for another season. Same thing happened last year. Tomlin might go to TV. He might go to TV. 2 days later, he announces he's coming back. And like everything Tomlin has ever said, I love working for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I love the history. I love the expectations that come with it. I love the standard that this fan base has for us. I love the players I coach. I love the level of football that I'm coaching at. He loves everything about this job, man, and especially when you take into account, Ponzi, that Cam Hayward has 1 year left before he retires. You think Mike Tomlin, who is as close to Cam Hayward as pretty much any human being on the planet other than Cam's wife, is going to just abandon him 1 year before he retires? No. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, which, let's be frank, is a pretty big possibility right now. If the Steelers don't win the Super Bowl this year, he's got one more chance to win a Super Bowl. And you think Mike Tomlin's going to be like, have fun doing that with the new head coach, trying to figure his way out in the NFL.
Yeah.
No, I think he wants to come back for at least one more season, especially because if he comes back, Aaron Rodgers is going to want to come back next year probably. You can get another year with him. And then, you can learn from the mistakes of last offseason, get a couple of good pieces to pair with DK Metcalf in the receiver room. You plug up the left guard situation. You plug up the number 2 of starting outside corner situation. And then for the most part, this roster is good. You got a young offensive line all under contract. You've got a super talented front 7. Pretty much everybody under contract, all right? A good secondary. Deshaun Elliott will be back next year. JPJ, Jalen Ramsey, all under contract. So honestly, Ponzi, this Steelers roster is honestly in a pretty good spot heading into next year, especially when you take into account you've got over $65 million in cap space to your name right now, which is a lot. That's top 10 in the league heading into the offseason. And you got 12 draft picks. You're telling me the Steelers can't put together something pretty damn nice next year? If Tomlin decides to come back, this just doesn't seem like the right timing for me for Mike Tomlin to want to leave. Now, next offseason he might, but this offseason probably not.
And I really think that the window is this season and next for Tomlin. There's a lot of additions that they can make.
It's for Cam.
Make that talent push. It's one of those things where it's like Rodgers has been heavily linked to coming back next season. It's always talking about second year in the system. And, who knows? Maybe that's true. Maybe Rodgers needed another year. And it's not saying this year was bad with Rodgers, but there were times. But, it just doesn't make sense if Tomlin's leaving this season. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. 304 Ghost says, only thing that sucks is we haven't won a primetime game all year this year. We did win a primetime game. We won on Monday Night Football a couple weeks ago versus the Dolphins. So if that's your hang-up, the Steelers have already won in primetime this year. So that shouldn't hang you up here.
I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people are going to pick the Ravens just because.
But that's good, man. What have been the best performances for the Steelers this entire season? It's been when nobody has believed in this team, including Steelers fans. I remember the week of the Colts game, people saying that we're going to lose by 30. All right, that we were going to give up maybe 300 yards rushing to Jonathan Taylor. All right, and we ended up kicking their ass. All right, I remember everybody picking Baltimore when we played these Jits the first time around at M&T, and we beat them. All right, I just feel like this Steelers team, first of all, it's built to play in games like this where, they're a good rushing football team. They can play defense. Their defense has played really good football the last month or so. Something tells me this is going to be a defensive football game, and I think the Steelers are going to play better than people expect them to, just because they're coming off a bad performance. And what do we always say, Ponzi? The last impression is the lasting impression. So however you played your previous game, that's how your fan base thinks you play all the time. But that's not true. All right, so hopefully the Steelers have gone up to the drawing board, figured out some new things on offense, because I said this earlier in the show. Last week it kind of felt like they ran the same offense they've always ran, only they tried to put MVS in DK's spot. And that just can't be the plan. If they come out with that game plan in this game and it's pass heavy and they're giving MVS more than 8 targets, you're probably going to lose the game, if I'm being completely honest with you. But if you come out tonight and you run the football, you find ways to get the ball to Thielen and to Pat Freiermuth, get the ball out in space to your playmakers, and then hit the occasional deep shot on a crosser or on a post or on a go, then you could have some success tonight. But it's definitely a legacy game for Aaron Rodgers in terms of his tenure with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, we'll talk a little bit more here and get you guys ready for tonight's ball game here in just a second. But first, a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks. It is officially the new year, guys. In my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball, and hockey season are now in full swing. It's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, you guys can download the Prize Picks app today, where it feels good to be right. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about your lineup, and want a bigger payout for it, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. For tonight's game, we're taking the less on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the less on rushing yards for Derrick Henry, and the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Got some super chats to catch up on here. Lake Havasu says, let's go Steelers. Send the Ravens home with a loss. And that's what's really cool about this opportunity, Ponzi, is that, you can be anxious or afraid of failure and say if we lose, it's the second year in a row where the Ravens end our season. But on the other flip side of that, you can say this is an opportunity to return the favor of what they did to us last year. We can send them home. We could even end the career of John Harbaugh in Baltimore with a win today.
And if you believe reports, Harbaugh is more likely to go than Tomlin.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Schefter said today that Tomlin is pretty safe at this point, unless he decides to leave.
I think the whole thing, speculation with Tomlin, is if he wants to stay, he'll stay.
Yes.
The Steelers will not fire him.
Steelers will not fire him.
But if he wants to leave and he's getting frustrated, then he can go.
So
it's
like we just talked about with Cam entering his final season, an opportunity to play, to coach Aaron Rodgers for a second year, along with the fact that this roster is pretty damn well set up for success next year, for being completely honest. And you got $65+ million in cap space, and you've got 12 draft picks. Tell me the place that he could go that is in a better situation than the Steelers. Try and name one. You're not going to find one. All right? And that includes the Raiders, who have the number 1 overall pick. I would rather have the Steelers situation with their roster, with their draft picks, with their cap space, with the limited team needs they have on the roster than the Raiders situation.
Yeah.
I would. All right? And, Tomlin loves this job. So why would he decide to leave? It's just, I feel like this speculation is purely driven by fans who want him gone. Therefore, they speculate that he could leave. And it's just realistically, it's probably not going to happen. Next offseason, Rodgers retiring, Cam Hayward retiring. Who knows what the roster is going to look like in 2027? Maybe next year is the time where he's like, you know what? 20 seasons in Pittsburgh, especially if he doesn't win a playoff game in this year or next, and it's 10 years without a playoff win, it might be time, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of next year, I think we're looking at Mike Tomlin returning as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers for his 20th consecutive season. Madara with a 5 says, much love, Jack and everyone else. If this is the last time I watch the show until next season, thank you for everything you do.
Appreciate it.
Well, just so you know, Madara, we're going to be going live twice a week during the offseason, talking about the latest news and rumors. We'll go live during the NFL draft and during free agency. We're going to have a lot of stuff planned for you guys during the offseason, so this certainly doesn't have to be the last time you watch Steelers talk until next year, even if the season ends tonight. Devone with a 10 says, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Shout out to Devone, says, cold night, Ratbirds do not look comfortable, LOL. Well, I mean, they are a cold weather football team. So they just played in Green Bay last week in a game where it was colder than it is tonight in Pittsburgh. So and they scored 41 points. So I don't think they're that uncomfortable, Devone, which is honestly one of the reasons why this game scares me than just about any opponent we could play in the postseason. If I'm being completely honest, because the Ravens are kind of built to beat the Steelers. They got a great running back. They've got a superstar quarterback. They've got a lot of familiarity with this team. All right, and they can play in the cold. The Ravens are about as dangerous as any team the Steelers could play, especially without DK Metcalf on the field. So,
they were the Super Bowl favorite to open the season.
Exactly. So hopefully we can end their season tonight. By the way, a lot of people that cheer for AFC teams are cheering for the Steelers tonight. $5 from Pizzle Fizzle says, Jack, I've had a chance to watch some of the other hosts and other channels, and they just don't have the passion and knowledge that you guys do. Hashtag 412. Well, that's why, they put us on the Steelers, man, because we got to give the best to the best franchise and the best fan base there is out there, man. I appreciate you saying that, Pizzle. I do my best. I dedicate my life to covering this football team, man. So I'm glad to hear that it's up to snuff. $2 from Ethan says, is Roman Wilson active? Unfortunately,
No.
He is inactive tonight. Calvin Austin III back this week means that there's not really anywhere in the rotation. Because, even if Roman was active, Ethan, he would have been, wide receiver 6 tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
He wouldn't have been. He wouldn't be getting on the field, unfortunately. So
it just sucks for Roman.
It does, man, because Roman is a good kid, and like Aaron Rodgers has said a number of times this year, he's talented. But there's obviously a lack of trust that exists between Rodgers and Roman, between Arthur Smith and Roman, between Mike Tomlin and Roman. And I don't know exactly what it is, right? I don't know if it's that he's not understanding the checks enough. I don't know if he's not being consistent in practice. I don't know exactly what's going on with Roman Wilson. But they drafted him to be their future, hopefully, number 2 receiver next to DK Metcalf, and they were kind of expecting him to step up into that role at some point this year, and he just never really did. Now, was all of it his fault? Not necessarily. I mean, he got open down the field quite a bit this year, and Rodgers and/or Rudolph just couldn't hit him in stride. So something tells me we're going to trade Roman for a 6th-round pick or some shit next offseason.
Someone will trade for him.
And he'll go to San Francisco or somewhere and just be really good somewhere. Because somebody out there definitely liked him enough, probably had a 3rd or 4th round grade on him somewhere that might be willing to give up a 6th or a 7th round pick for him. But something tells me this wide receiver room in Pittsburgh is going to look a lot different next season. Honestly, the only 2 guys that might be back next year from this year's team are Metcalf and Skoranek. Those might be the only 2 receivers that make the team next year that were on the team this year. I expect them to not only make a splash in free agency or on the trade market, but also to spend a high draft pick on a receiver for the future.
Romeo Doubs is going to be a Steeler.
Yeah, honestly, especially if Rodgers comes back, Romeo Doubs, sign him in free agency, and then draft Mekhi Lemon or Denzel Boston, or the kid out of Tennessee is awesome too.
Brazel?
Yeah, Brazel, he's awesome. There's going to be options at wide receiver in round 1 for Pittsburgh. So, if you want to get a legit number 2 in free agency and then get somebody to be a long-term partner for Metcalf early in the draft, I think that is a really good strategy to address this wide receiver position. And listen, man, I get it. Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin have really botched that position recently and in 2 straight seasons. So I understand the hesitancy to trust those guys with getting this position right this offseason, but after 2 straight off seasons of getting it wrong, I feel like they're going to really make that a priority this off season, and hopefully they can make the right calls there, and hopefully Rodgers or whoever's quarterbacking this team, has more options in the passing game next year. It's Pip with a 10 says, I got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night. Let's go Steelers.
Right.
Hope you're right, man. Hope you're right. It's either going to be a great night or a really bad night here in Pittsburgh. Hopefully, it's the former. $20 from Robert Locke says, when is the gong raffle? I need it on my wall. We'll discuss that. I don't want to even discuss that because we're going to do that at the end of the year. Honestly, Robert, we might do it during our free agency or draft streams. We're not raffling it off tonight, but we will raffle it off eventually. Oh, man, but I can assure you this, Robert Locke, you'll be one of the top people to potentially get it.
Let's see. Think it's time?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do our score predictions. We're 16 minutes away from kicking things off in Pittsburgh. It's obviously a big one, man. But listen, okay? Don't get mad at me. I'm going to preface it by saying that. But just so everyone that's watching the show that hasn't watched our show before understands, when I pick against the Steelers, they usually win. So when you look at the trends, the Ravens are expected to win. But very, very close. When you cross-reference the offensive and defensive points per game, for these two teams. It's like 23.2 versus 23.8. It's really, really close. But the Ravens do have the slight advantage, so the trends would tell you this game could literally go either way. It's about as close as it gets. But I'm going to go with the Baltimore Ravens to win this game. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of luck, because usually when I pick against the Steelers, they win. Last week I picked the Steelers to win. Of course, they lost to the Browns. So, but, just looking at it objectively as well, I just don't know if I trust Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers to run this offense the way that they need to have success tonight. I think this Steelers defense is going to do a decent job holding down the Ravens' rushing attack and Lamar Jackson and that sort of stuff, but only to an extent, right? And we're going to see what happens this evening, but I'm going to go 23-17, Ravens win. Hopefully that means the Steelers are going to win tonight. Ponzi, who you taking?
I got the Steelers in a AFC North showdown, 24-21. Chris Boswell with a game-winning field goal. I think not saying that like the Steelers offense is going to be dominating the Ravens. I think it's going to be a lot of running. I think it's going to be a lot of low scoring affair. I hope the Steelers can reach 20 points, but without Metcalf, it's going to be hard. But if they're going to win a game, it's going to be by 3.
Yeah, for me, I feel like they're not going to run the ball as much as they should. They're going to throw it to MVS too much. It's not going to be successful, or as successful as it could be. I think it'll be better than it was last week against the Browns, but I do think it's going to be a defensive matchup. And honestly, the first team to 20 in this game might win the game. I really do think it's going to be.
I think that too.
Both teams at over 20. So.
Well, no, I'm saying this is my delusional take. I'm really hoping that this happens, but my heart is saying it's going to be 14.
Really, yeah, sure. Yeah. So. I think it's going to be classic Ravens-Steelers. I think it's going to be classic AFC North defensive battle. And usually when we've said that, Ponzi, it's usually a shootout. So we'll see what happens tonight. But there's a reason why most people expect the Ravens to win, in my opinion. And I'm just hoping, and I just can't get that vision of what this Steelers offense looked like last week out of my brain. All right, I can't get it out of my brain, and I don't know how much I trust the Steelers to fix it without DK Metcalf. Even at home, man, we've seen the Steelers crumble in these kinds of moments before. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they win. And hopefully by me picking the Ravens tonight, hopefully the Steelers can pull out the victory. $2 from Ethan says, thoughts on a Jordan Addison trade? Now, this is an interesting idea. I like Ethan, man. Ethan's got some good super chats today. I kind of like it. I kind of like it because the Vikings are kind of done with him.
He's got all the talent in the world.
He's got all the talent in the world. He's obviously a Pittsburgh not Pittsburgh native, but a Pittsburgh legend because he won the Biletnikoff for the Pitt Panthers with Kenny Pickett throwing in the ball. He made Kenny Pickett a first-round pick. You pair him up with DK Metcalf, and that is the perfect number 2 receiver here in Pittsburgh. Ethan, I love the way you think, brother. I love the way you think. All right, in Minnesota, with all the speeding shit and all the stuff that he's done, and he was suspended for a little bit this year. I think it was the Vikings game, the Steelers game this year in Ireland.
Yes, because he was out late in London or something like that. No, it was Steelers. It was Browns Vikings, where he was in London.
Oh yeah. It was the Viking game in Dublin, or the Brown game in London, where he was out on the town. And I think he got benched for a quarter or something, or a couple drives or something. But yeah, they don't want to pay him another big contract, Ponzi. My guess is they would be open to a trade. Now, how much would he cost in a trade? Would you trade one of your 2 third-round picks for him?
I think he probably commands a little bit more. Maybe.
You think?
Like a 3rd and a 5th?
I mean, we almost traded for a then all-pro receiver, Brandon Ayuk, for a 2nd and a 5th. What has Jordan Addison done?
Well, more so of the talent factor of it. I think that
I guess, but if he's that good, why are you trading him?
Off the field.
Yeah, but that drives down the value too.
You're right. I think a 3rd.
I think a 3rd-round pick is probably what would get it done. And listen, man, with the Steelers, they don't have that many roster needs heading into next year. They can
wide receiver 2 is though.
They can spare a 3rd-round pick to get a guy like Jordan Addison. There's no receiver on the free agent market this year that's better than Jordan Addison, or at least more talented, in my opinion.
I will ask you this though, Sperry: is the off-field issues scare you?
not as much for number 2 receiver. And especially if Tomlin is back here. Like, I think Addison is a good kid. He's not a fuck up in the way that George Pickens is, or Deontay Johnson apparently was. Now maybe he is. I don't know, but like something tells me that he would want to come to Pittsburgh and he would behave. And listen, man, when he's your number 2 receiver, is it that much of an issue? I know maybe if your number 1 receiver is an issue, like DK can be at times, maybe it is, but like I don't think it worries me as much, especially when you're going all in to try and get a Super Bowl for Cam Hayward in the short term. Getting a guy like Addison can get you closer to that. Yeah,
like pure on the field, I think he pairs up nicely.
Beautiful, it's just great route runner. Yeah. He is like an ideal number 2 receiver in this league. I don't think he's quite as good to be a number 1, but I think he's one of the better number 2 guys in the league.
I just more have concerns of like this is the whole thing of like the talk with DK and Pickens of them in the same locker room, like.
But I don't think
the off-field stuff. But I
don't think Addison is an explosive personality. I think he's just a stupid kid at times. There's a difference between somebody that blows up and has an anger issue and a guy that goes too fast, on the highway, on occasion.
Let's see. Just want to make sure that I have this right. He was suspended for substance abuse, following a DUI, and then.
So yeah, stupid kid stuff. That's not getting mad at a teammate or blowing up at a teammate or an opponent. He's not known. He's not known as a guy with anger issues.
Yeah, there are character concerns more so of
off the field stupidity more than he's a bad person.
Yeah, and then obviously the team stuff.
I would take the risk, man. Like if you're trying to go win a Super Bowl in the short term, maybe you got to take a risk like that.
Yeah.
And maybe that stuff drives his trade value down even more. What if you can get him for a 4th round pick?
I mean, if you can get it for a 4th, that's a steal. It was from a 1st round pick.
Exactly. So I would probably be willing to give up a 3rd round pick for him just because I think he's that talented. This fan base would immediately embrace him. And I think he's the perfect complement to DK Metcalf in this offense. So $5 from Josh Dom says, I watch NFL for fun. As a Steelers fan, this is the ultimate fun game to watch. I don't understand why fans shy away from games like this. Enjoy it. This is exactly the point I was about to make.
Yeah.
Ponzi. This is what I wake up every day for. For games like this. We only get 1, maybe 2 games like this every year. All right, a lot of NFL fans wish they had a game to watch like this year.
Like the Browns?
Like Browns, Bengals, all the teams that are out of playoff contention, they wish they could have just one day out of the year where they could enjoy a football game like this with this kind of stakes, with this kind of electricity. And this is exactly the type of game why I wake up in the morning every single day and I cover this team every day and I give you guys 2 free Steelers videos on this channel. I bust my ass every single day. It's for games like this where, everything culminates, all the offseason moves, all the rumors, all the trades and signings and draft picks, it all culminates into playoff football. And make no mistake, this is a playoff game tonight. All right, it's not officially in the NFL playoffs.
Play-in.
But if you want to think of it as a play-in game, it's a play-in game. You win and you're in. If you lose, season's over. All right, this is the type of live theater that I crave and I love as not only an NFL fan, but as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And if you're one of these fans at home that doesn't like watching these games because there's a possibility the Steelers will lose and you'll be sad about it, give me a break, man.
You just don't really care for football like that.
Let's smile in the face of adversity here and let's enjoy a fun-ass football game here with high stakes, man. It doesn't get any better than this as far as I'm concerned. Now, would I have rather won last week and had a stress-free week this week? Absolutely, especially now that I know Houston's going to be the 5 seed. I would feel great heading into next week if the Steelers, started Will Howard tonight and gave Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson chances to play today. But that's not the reality, all right? The Steelers have to earn it tonight. And that is an incredible blessing, all right? It is a blessing to watch a game like this, guys. And I can't wait to share it with you guys all throughout this evening.
And we could sit here and speculate about the Browns' loss all day long. But, the Tomlinism of the week, my windshield is much bigger than my rear view. We're looking to this game. You have to look into this game.
Another Tomlinism of the week is when you have red paint, paint the barn red.
Exactly.
So what does that mean exactly? That means you make the most with what you have. All right? And I think what that means is if you don't have DK Metcalf, tailor the offense to the strengths of the players you have. Because last week, Ponzi, and I've already made this point 2 times, but I'll make it again, this offense played like they had DK Metcalf on the field last week, and they only put MVS in his spot and thought it was going to work. Guess what? It didn't. MVS is not DK Metcalf. You can't put him into his role and expect to have success. All right? You got to do things differently. And I think tonight, some of those things that could be different is getting the ball to Muth more, getting the ball to Thielen more, throwing some deep shots down the field to Calvin Austin III and MVS instead of trying to use MVS as your do-it-all number 1 guy. Getting into jumbo personnel, super jumbo personnel tonight and running the football.
Run the dang ball.
Run the dang ball, man. You got to do some things differently tonight if you're going to have success on the offensive side of the ball. And as I've been saying, Ponzi, I don't know what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers in the offseason.
Don't know what's going to happen with Tomlin.
I mean, I have a better idea what's going to happen with Tomlin. He's probably going to be back. Anything's possible, but I do think Tomlin will be back no matter what. The real question mark for me is Rodgers. Will he retire or will he come back? All right? If he loses tonight and then retires, his legacy as a Pittsburgh Steeler is going to suck. All right? It's going to be terrible. Okay? But if he can win tonight and deliver at least one AFC North Championship, he can retire and, he can have a decent legacy with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, the more he wins over the next month or so, the more his legacy grows here in Pittsburgh. But if you're Aaron Rodgers, you've got limited opportunities, all right? You don't got 20 years here in Pittsburgh to build your legacy. You've got these few games that this team, frankly, brought you in for. They brought you in to win these football games with or without DK Metcalf. You got to deliver, man, and hopefully Rodgers is capable of doing that. Speaking of delivering, this one's rolling in from Kevin B-Roll.
Get that gong out.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Here we go.
Bang! 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 Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Kevin Mira with a $200 super chat says, "Hi, Jack. It's time to win this damn game tonight. Let's kick some ass and celebrate the AFC North title tonight. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go." Shout out to Kevin. That's a lot of raffle tickets for you, my friend. By the way, tonight's forecast in Pittsburgh, pretty cold. It's in the 20s. 3-mile-per-hour wind, so kind of mild, but also, pretty cold. So it's not crazy low like it was for the Dolphins game, but it's certainly low enough for it to be AFC North football, Ponzi. Classic AFC North weather for the AFC North Championship game. Tony Perez with a 5 says Rodgers is going to tear up Smith's playbook. Steelers win 20-17. Hope you're right, Tony. $5 from Logie says, get Willis and Addison in the God, man, that would be a fun duo to get.
That was very good.
Draft Mansour, Delane round 1, and Mateer round 2 to compete with Willis and Howard. It's not a terrible plan. I just don't. And if Rodgers,
Mateer comes out.
Yeah, we'll see if Mateer comes out. If Mateer projects as a round 2 guy, I don't know if he comes out, Logie. I think he'd have to. I think his representation would have to tell him he'd be a first-round pick if he decides to come out. So we'll see what happens with Mateer. But if you can get him in round 2, that's a pretty good value.
Yeah.
But the thing about getting Willis as well is that you're going to be signing him if you get him to probably a 2-year deal worth anywhere up to $50 to $60 million.
Yeah.
Total. Okay, not per season. I think he's going to get something probably a little bit more than what Justin Fields got last year. That's probably what Malik Willis gets next offseason. So you're going to have to make a pretty significant, investment in him. But obviously, I mean, what's the PFF model? Just keep throwing darts at the dartboard until you have,
franchise quarterback
until you have a bullseye. It's not a bad strategy to just get a bunch of young quarterbacks in here, have them battle it out, and see who comes out on top. It's not a terrible plan. And if Rodgers retires, I actually like this plan quite a bit, not going to lie. $2 from Evan says, as a Houston fan, Steeler Nation, lock in. Here's the thing, man. Texans fans want the Steelers. Steelers fans want the Texans.
So that's a great playoff matchup.
Or at least I want the Texans, because
Chugs wants us.
my number one team that I would have wanted to play was probably LA. I probably would have loved to play the Chargers the most, but I'll take Houston because that's a team that's a warm weather team coming to a frigid Acrisure Stadium if that ends up being the matchup. And CJ Stroud has not played well in cold weather football games in the postseason. Whether it's the Ohio State-Michigan game 2 years in a row, complete stinkers. Whether it's his only 2 playoff games played outside, both losses. Like CJ Stroud has really not played well in the cold in his career, whether in college or pro. So I think the Steelers would actually have a pretty decent chance of taking down Houston next week. In fact, I would give the Steelers a better chance to win next week versus Houston than I would give them to beat the Baltimore Ravens tonight. I think the Ravens are a tougher game tonight, especially because the Steelers don't have DK Metcalf. They would have DK for the Houston game. So I think that, tonight is the test. If the Steelers can win tonight, I honestly think they can beat just about any team in the AFC playoffs. I truly believe that. All right?
But it's all about winning tonight.
It's going to be tough without DK.
We can speculate all we want. But tonight, right now, this is what matters.
This is what matters, my friend. Okay, here we go. We're about to kick things off. Let's go, man.
You live for moments like this.
I just sent you, a PayPal a while ago.
Gotcha.
All right, the fireworks have settled at Acrisure Stadium pregame, and we are ready to go. Coin toss upcoming. The Steelers have kicked to start the game in many games in a row at this point. This is the type of game where I would want the ball to start the second half.
There we go.
The Steelers have won the toss and have elected to defer. The Ravens will start the game with the football. Here we go. Fluffy coming in with a $25 super chat, or Venmo, says, donate the raffle tickets as I am very happy being and want to share my happiness. We'll give away some free raffle entries for you, Fluffy. And then we got Michelle West coming in with a $20 PayPal, says, haters hate and believers believe. Let's go, Steelers. Let's go. And listen, guys, I haven't brought this out all season long.
Here we go.
Had to bring it out tonight. We've got the Steelers belt here this evening. Let's go, man. Hopefully this is our good luck charm to go deliver us a division championship here this evening. Let's go. You want to wear the belt? Go earn it tonight, people. Let's go earn it there, boys. Let's go. Come on now.
If you want the Steelers to win, get those PITs.
Get those PITs in the chat. Let's go. Let's give away, how many raffle tickets was that, 25? 6 raffle tickets. We're giving away 6 raffle tickets right now. Type those PITs if you want a free raffle entry. I need all 2,500 Yinzers in this chat to get going. It's Steelers. It's Ravens. It's
AFC North Championship. Let's go.
You're not going to let me talk?
My bad.
What are you doing, Ponzi?
My bad.
Trying to steal my thunder right before kick? Who's the host here, by the way?
My bad.
Who's the host here,
I'm
man?
excited, man.
Jesus. All right. Ponzi's excited here, folks. Let's give one to Exify. Let's give one to Zosa. Let's give one to Dean Smith.
All right, we got 3 more.
Electric Divergent. Gary YouTuber. And the King Gluffy. And we are off in the AFC North Championship game here on Sunday Night Football. Boswell boots it away. It's going to be fielded at the 6. Keaton Mitchell going to make one-man miss, cut up field, gets to the 34-yard line, but a flag on the play, which is probably going to bring back the Ravens offense to start their first drive of the game. Let's go, man. If you bleed black and gold, type those PITs. Let's go get a stop to start this ball game, man. This Steelers defense has had its ups and downs this year, but they have played great football over the last 3 weeks. Now you inject TJ Watt, your superstar edge rusher, back into the fold. And in particular, this defense has been great all season long on first drives. Let's see if they can shut down this Ravens attack here on the first drive of the game. Lamar and the Ravens will start in pistol. Henry the back. I wonder what they're going to do here, Ponzi. You're going to hand it off to Henry. Out to the right. He's going to already break a big run. He's down the sideline. There he goes. And now Ramsey, the only guy that can catch him, he's going to bring him down inside the Steelers' 40-yard line. A perimeter run out to the right. And but a flag on the play. Hold on here. Flag on the play. It is a huge run for Derrick Henry, and Cam Hayward is now down on the ground, injured. That is big.
That is huge.
He is the number one graded defensive tackle, and we've already got action here in Pittsburgh. Personal foul on Baltimore. It's unnecessary roughness on Zay Flowers, an illegal block.
I guess this was on Cam.
So where did the foul occur? Because it's 15 yards from the foul. And it looks like, Kyle Duggar misses a tackle. Kyle has to make that tackle. Is it at the end of the run? Where are they putting him here? Zay Flowers hit James Pierre at around the 42-yard line. Honestly, that's kind of a soft call. And then Pierre falls into Cam Hayward, who is running down the sideline. Oh, please don't be the ankle. Oh, hopefully Cam's okay. Cam is currently on the sideline. But now the Ravens will be spotted at their own 41-yard line. They hand it to Henry again. He's going to push forward for about a gain of 3. So it's still a big gain for Baltimore, but not quite as bad. I think Hayward's going to be fine, though. It didn't look like his ankle rolled or anything like that. Type those stops in the chat if you want to get off the field here. 2nd down and 7. Lamar will be in the shotgun. He'll take the snap. He'll go quick screen out to Charlie Kolar. You'll be tackled by Jalen Ramsey. It'll be 3rd down and short coming up. Sorry, no, that's Isaiah Likely, not Charlie Kolar. And this is not where you want to be if you're the Steelers defense, Ponzi. 3rd and short. And now Cam Hayward back out onto the field. That's good news. It's kind of similar to the Lions and Dolphins games, Ponzi, where you want to get into 3rd and 4 or longer. You do not want Baltimore to be able to just run the ball on 3rd downs and just keep drives alive consistently. But Lamar in shotgun, he'll take the snap, and now he'll go read option. He's going to take it, and now he's going to run out to the right edge. He'll pick up a 1st down. Kyle Duggar, not the best pursuit angle again, and it'll be 1st down Ravens. Jalen Ramsey trying to get a call for holding. He's not going to get it. And the read option has been a big issue for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They did a scrape replace there, and they're expecting Kyle Duggar to make the play on Lamar, and he doesn't. Kyle Duggar failed to make the play for the interception that led to the game's only touchdown last week in Cleveland in the first quarter. It's going to be a handoff to Derrick Henry. He's not going to get much, a gain of 1. Keanu Benton there to bring him down, along with the rookie out of Oregon, Derek Harmon. Thank you guys so much for watching the Steelers Talk live watch party here for Week 18, the AFC North Championship game between the Steelers and Ravens. We're going to be here throughout the Steelers' entire journey, the rest of this 2025-2026 season, however long it goes. Shotgun for Lamar here on 2nd down and 9. He'll throw quickly to Mark Andrews. It's caught. Decent coverage there from Pittsburgh, but it is caught, and it will lead to a 3rd down and 3 coming up. Ravens staying on schedule here, keeping it to 3rd and short, keeping the pass play, or keeping the threat of the run play alive here. This would be a very long field goal attempt, 50-plus if they can't get any more. Under center, Lamar. He's going to hand it off. And he's not going to get there. They handed it off to Ali, not Derrick Henry. He gets nothing. And that is Keanu Benton, the big boy out of Wisconsin. It'll be 4th down. Let's see what Baltimore decides to do. Kind of stuck in no man's land here where it's going to be a hard kick, but it's also going to be about 4th down and 3. Definitely not super easy to convert. Benton beat one of the best centers in the game in Tyler Linderbaum one-on-one there. And the Ravens will go out there. Do not jump off sides. It's 4th down and 3. Type those 4s. Lamar will kick the leg. Does he take the snap? He does. The Steelers send blitz. Lamar looking. He throws down the field. Open receiver, wide open, caught. Touchdown Ravens to Isaiah Likely. Jalen Ramsey was the one that was supposed to be in coverage. No, that's Devontae Walker. Tez Walker scores a touchdown on a 4th down and 3, and that's our first game-changing play of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Ramsey in coverage. Completely blown coverage by the Steelers on a 4th down and 3, and the Ravens will start this AFC North Championship game with a touchdown. Tez Walker, the speedster, just absolutely toasted Jalen Ramsey. The kick is up, and it is good. 7-0 Baltimore to start this football game. And now we'll see what the Steelers' offense looks like in their first drive of the game. But pretty easy sled in there for Baltimore there, Ponzi. The run game was getting going pretty decent there. You were able to force a 4th down if you're Pittsburgh, but then you go one-on-one man coverage with no safety help. Go cover 0. You can't get quick pressure on Lamar, and then it just creates a wide-open touchdown for Tez Walker, who's replacing the injured or the sick Rashad Bateman tonight.
And, it's one of those things where it's you go cover 0 to get that pressure, and if you don't have it, someone's going to be open. And Jalen Ramsey just got cooked. Not much else to say.
Yeah. And listen, man, you traded for Jalen Ramsey. You traded Minkah Fitzpatrick for Ramsey to be able to hold up in those instances, especially against a guy like Tez Walker, man. How do you let Tez Walker get that much separation against you in man coverage on a huge play? That's a bad look for Jalen Ramsey, plain and simply, man. But just so you guys know, as we await the first drive of the game for the Pittsburgh Steelers, we are doing 2 raffles tonight. We are giving away a signed Mean Joe Green mini helmet. If you're wondering, didn't you guys raffle that off last week? Yes, but the person that won didn't claim their prize, so we got authorization to do this raffle again. Also, we're going to be raffling off a F the Ravens t-shirt at the end of the show as well. So $10 gets you into both raffles. $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets into both raffles. $50 gets you 10 tickets, and we make it rain here on Steelers Talk. And if you want to double your raffle entries, you can find me on Venmo at Jack Sperry or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. Do we have any super chats here?
We do have one.
Still very early here, guys, obviously, but man,
First play of the game.
It just wasn't. It didn't look great on that first drive. If I'm being honest, $5 from Jagger says if they only score 17 points, shaking my head like the last 2 playoff games. Well, without DK, it might be 17 points, Jagger. Which is why that play right there, Ponzi, could loom large. Like a 4th down and 3. If they don't get that, it's Steelers ball. They get 0 points on the drive. Instead, it's a 7-point turnaround there. That's a big swing already in this ball game. So,
yep.
By the way, we did pass 100 subscribers, so we'll give away a free raffle entry next commercial break. We also passed 400 likes, so we'll be giving away 2 free raffle entries next commercial break. Appreciate your guys' support. Every 100 subs and every 200 likes, we're giving away free raffle entries here on the show. The kick is away, and Jaylen Warren will receive this at the 6-yard line. He's going to break through. He's going to break another tackle, and he's going to get down to around the 37-yard line. Good return for Warren, and I'm hoping we get to see more of him on this drive. God, dude, there's just no excuse for Ramsey to lose on that. He looks like he's playing aggressively in case Lamar tries to throw it quickly, but he just allows Walker to run right by him. Completely underestimated the speed of Devontae Walker. But here we go. Aaron Rodgers and the offense, who scored 6 points last week in Cleveland, will start under center. Looks like a jumbo personnel package to start this game with Marquez Valdes-Scantling, the only receiver. You got Jonnu and Muth as the tight ends. It's going to be play action. Rodgers looking to dump it off. He's going to find Jaylen Warren, and now it's going to be a face mask on Baltimore. This is going to be an extra 15 after the 2-yard completion. Rodgers had to fit this into a real tight window. There was a lot of bodies clogging up the lane to throw it to Warren. He fit it in there, and then Warren moved it forward for a couple yards, but he got his face mask grabbed. It'll be an extra 15 for Pittsburgh. Let's go. Already in pretty decent field goal range. Not field goal range. Pretty decent field position already for Pittsburgh. Got to take advantage after giving up 7 on the first drive of the game. Now they bring on Thielen. And Kenny Gainwell will come into the game. First down and 10 for Rodgers. Rodgers will be in the shotgun. They got pony personnel with Gainwell and Warren. They're going to throw a quick swing route to Warren, and then Jonnu Smith, who else, didn't block his guy. It's going to be a loss of 2. Why the fuck is he in the game? Jonnu Smith sucks. Why are we trusting him to block? It's week 18. How have we not figured out that this brother can't block? It's unbelievable to me, Ponzi. Unbelievable. This guy shouldn't even be on the roster next year. He's played so bad. Now it's second down and 11. Rodgers takes the shotgun snap. He's looking. Nothing there initially. Now he has to throw it. Down the sideline, he just throws it away. Incomplete. 3rd and 11 coming up. Exactly where you want to be, Ponzi. 3rd and 11. Nobody open down the field. Has to chuck it out of bounds. And by the way, the Atlanta Falcons just fired their head coach, Raheem Morris. By the way, if the Steelers do not bring back Terrell Austin next year, look for Raheem to be the next defensive coordinator of the Steelers. Very good friends with Mike Tomlin. 3rd down and 11, Rodgers will go empty. You got to pick up at least some yardage here to give Boz a shot at a field goal. Rodgers tries hard count, doesn't get him. He's got trips left, doubles to the right, takes the snap. Rodgers looking, steps up in the pocket. He's going to launch down the field, and it's going to be incomplete. Tried to go one-on-one deep to Calvin Austin. Nate Wiggins was in coverage. The 4-2 corner was right with Calvin every step of the way. Wiggins is a little slow to get up after, but I think he's fine. It'll be 4th and 11. Pittsburgh will have to punt. And this is the problem, Ponzi. Nobody's open. Teams can just play man coverage across the board, and nobody is threatening the defense. So Corliss Waitman, the Steelers punted in in Cleveland territory multiple times last week, and they're already doing it again this game. First drive of the game, they get into Baltimore territory, and they end up punting. These drives just continue to stall out. Now Corliss Waitman boots this away. Fair caught at the 14. Long field for Baltimore coming up, but 7-0 Ravens lead. Now before we get into the next drive here for the Baltimore Ravens, I have a word from our sponsor here today, which is Prize Picks. It is officially the new year, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball, and hockey season is now in full swing, and it's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right And that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Tonight, Ponzi and I took the less on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers, the less on rushing yards for Derrick Henry, and the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. $1 from Winston. We appreciate you, Winston.
Guess what, Sperry? On that drive, didn't run the ball.
Didn't run the ball once on that drive.
Didn't run the ball.
Jesus Christ, man. That's our game plan heading into the week? If you have red paint, paint the barn red. Now, at least they threw a couple passes to Jaylen Warren. They did get the running backs involved.
It's just, Jonnu Smith can't block.
But, why do we have Jonnu Smith with a big responsibility as a blocker on a swing screen? Why? That's not what this cat does.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable, man.
It's unbelievable. Cannot happen.
And now the defense is already in a position here where if you go down 2 touchdowns early, I don't know if it's over, but it doesn't feel great. Your defense is already in a pressure position here early in this ball game, and I don't like it. All right. By the way, guys, every 100 subscribers, every 200 likes, we're giving away a free raffle entry. We just passed 600 likes, by the way, so we will be giving away 3 free raffle entries. Next commercial break. Continue to click that subscribe button and that like button. We greatly appreciate you guys. Ravens, bunch up here, close to the line of scrimmage. Under center is Lamar. Toss play to the left. It is Derrick Henry, and he's going to be brought down after a gain of 1. Good play by Cam Hayward. Getting to King Henry there quickly. It'll be 2nd down and 9. So now the key on this play, Ponzi, is don't allow them, the 7 or 8 yard completion to get them into 3rd and short. You can give up a 2 or 3 yard completion, but you do not want this Ravens team to get into 3rd and manageable, or 3rd and short, I should say. They go shotgun with Lamar. Henry's still back there. Takes the snap, hands it off to Henry again. He's going to break through the initial line, and he will pick up about 7, maybe 8. It'll be 3rd down and short. I mean, it's tough, bro. It's tough. I don't love the way this game's starting, folks. 3rd down and 1. This time, if you force a 4th down, they will almost assuredly punt. But Derrick Henry will stay out there instead of Rasheen Ali. They'll send a blitz. They're going to hand it off to Henry, and Benton will swirl him down after a gain of around 2 or 3. 1st down, Ravens. And this is what Baltimore wants to do to you, man. They want to run it a million times with Henry. They want to get you into 3rd and short, and they want to move the sticks, and they want to wear down your defense. But now here's an opportunity, Ponzi, because they're taking Henry off the field. Lamar will be in the pistol. 2 receiver set, multiple tight ends with Keaton Mitchell as the running back. Lamar takes the snap, play action, looking over the middle. He's going to throw middle, and it's going to be tipped up in the air, and it's going to be incomplete. Tried to go to Zay Flowers. It was tipped up in the air but in one hand by Zay, and there was no Steelers defenders in the area where the ball was tipped, so it falls incomplete. That's what we needed right there, Ponzi. No gain on a 1st down. Now keep him out of 3rd and short. Lamar almost threaded the needle there, man. That's honestly a pretty decent throw, and good job by Jalen Ramsey not hitting Zay Flowers illegally. That was a hospital ball thrown by Lamar. 2nd down and 10. Mitchell's still out there. They're in the pistol. Lamar sees something in the Steelers' defense and makes a check. Now in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Lamar looking, steps up. He throws down the field. Open receiver, dropped by Keaton Mitchell. He had Malik Harrison one-on-one in man coverage. Flag on the play. I think the Steelers are going to get called for roughing the passer. They went low on Lamar. Lamar gets up and he's fine, but he's going to get a roughing call. Honestly, the Ravens deserve to get yards there. Harrison got absolutely toasted on the rail route. 1st down, Ravens. Okay, so Falcons looking for top-down new leadership. And it's Y.A. Black, the rookie out of Iowa, hitting Lamar Jackson below the knee, which is illegal. Good call by the refs, and I don't know if Black was tripping or whatever. It's just not a smart play by the rookie out of Iowa. And another 1st down when it would have been a 3rd down and 10 for Baltimore. They get Henry back out there under center. They're going to hand it off to Henry, and T.J. Watt will make the tackle after a game. Oh, no, that's Jack Sawyer, the rookie out of Ohio State, getting the tackle after a 2 or 3 yard gain. God, man, even if you give up a field goal here, Ponzi, you're down 2 scores already. If you give up points on this drive, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, man. The offense, it feels like, has got to answer. 2nd down and 7 now. Pistol. Another handoff to Henry, and he's going to trip down after a gain of 1. It'll be 3rd down and 6. So 3rd down and pass here for the Ravens, a chance to get off the field. T.J. Watt, who assumingly is on a pitch count tonight, is out there here for this 3rd down and 6. Type those threes. If you want to get off the field here, this is the perfect time to do so. 3rd down and 6. Let's get off the field. Let's go. Type those threes in the chat. Shotgun for Lamar. Steelers threatening pressure. Steelers look like they're going to be going man pressure. That's what they do. Lamar, nothing there initially. Pressure on him, and he's going to be brought down. Nick Herbig with the sack. Let's go! And the Steelers will get the football back and get a stop. Let's go! Yes! Nick Herbig like a bat out of hell. Playing off-ball linebacker in their NASCAR package here. Blitzes up the middle, and it's just him versus Rasheen Ali. Good luck, Rasheen. That's an easy win. And after Lamar didn't have his first read open, that was an easy sack for 51. Great shit. Great stuff. But now the kick's away, and now they run into the Ravens kicker. It's going to be fielded by Calvin Austin. He's going to try and find some running room. He does, and he gets down to around the 35-yard line. No flag on the play for the Steelers running into their kicker. Hey, we got producer Coop here, everybody. Everybody spam Coop in the chat. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. It's about time I have somebody that can do that with me, in rhythm. It's crazy. All right, everyone spam those Coops in the chat. We're giving away, I believe it's 3 free raffle entries right here. No, we had 600. So we're giving away 3 free raffle entries right here. Spam those Coops in the chat. Show your love to producer Coop. Type those Coops in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. We got Whaler. We got X, we got Troy Philippa Buga, we got Lance, we got Dean, we got JD Killa, Random, Robert Locke, Michelle West, Anita Boyfriend. Got me. Tyler Powell. Who wants it? All right, let's give one here to Terza Bolware. Let's give one to Troy Philippa Buga. Let's give the last one to Caden 4. All right, man, we got over 3,800 people in this chat room right now. Thank you to everybody that's tuning in here this evening. We're going to be going live for every single Steelers game the rest of the way. So whether the season ends tonight or whether they go to the Super Bowl, we'll be live for every Steelers game the rest of the way here. Then, of course, we got a bunch of great offseason content coming up as well, guys. We've got free agency coming up. Draft will be live for both of those things. But we also got daily news and rumors. We got 2 live shows every single week during the week to keep you guys updated on the latest surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers. And listen, man, with $65+ million in cap space, plus you're probably going to end up having more than that after cuts and such. You've got some trade possibilities. You've got 12 draft picks. There's a lot of interesting possibilities for the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason that we're going to be covering every single bit of here in 2026. So if you guys love Steelers content and you want it for free every single day, this is the place where you guys get it. We currently have the largest individually run Steelers news program anywhere on YouTube. We're the only channel in our category here on Steelers YouTube with over 100,000 subscribers. So there's a reason why we're the trusted name in Steelers news here on YouTube. So if you guys want your daily dose of Steelers, make sure you guys click that subscribe button and join our family today. All right, man. By the way, we are just 11 likes away from giving away a free raffle entry as well. And we're only 11 subscribers, so get to it here, boys. All right, shotgun for Rodgers starting at his own 25. It's going to be a handoff up the middle to Warren. He's only going to get maybe 2 yards. Sorry, the handoff was to Gainwell. Not a ton of push from the Steelers' O-line. It'll be a short gain. Just past 800 likes. Thank you guys so much. Just 6 more subscribers. We can give away another one. Shotgun for Rodgers. He takes the snap on 2nd down and 8. Gets it to Gainwell quickly, and he's going to fall forward for another gain of 3 yards or so. It'll be 3rd down and Schmedium coming up for Pittsburgh. They're going to have to pass to move the chains here. And this is the situation, Ponzi, 3rd down and medium, where they have to be targeting one of 2 people, in my opinion. Adam Thielen or Pat Freiermuth. This has to be Thielen or Freiermuth. I don't see either of them on the field. Actually, no, Muth is out there, but I do not see Thielen out there. Rodgers rubbing his belly. It's MVS, Austin, and Miller out there right now. Shotgun takes the snap. Rodgers he's going to dump it off to Gainwell. He's going to have to cut up field, and he's going to be close. He's going to get there. Gain of 6, 1st down, Pittsburgh, Kenny Gainwell. The team's MVP voted on by his teammates this week. Congratulations to Kenny G. He has been the steal of free agency for the Steelers this year. And good job by Gainwell there to pick up the first. Shotgun again for Rodgers. Going to throw a quick out to MVS. It's caught for a gain of around 6, maybe 7. MVS gets his day started here with a completion on a quick out. And it'll be 2nd down and manageable here for Pittsburgh. Rodgers playing with a little bit of tempo here. Shotgun, trips left. Miller, the only receiver, out to the right. Rodgers will take the snap and hand it off to Gainwell. He's looking for a little crease. He's not going to get much. He gets maybe a yard, and it will be 3rd down coming up. Steelers trying to keep the drive alive here. It is technically 3rd down and short. The Steelers are one of the better teams in the league at converting in 3rd and short situations, but they don't have Darnell Washington. They'll go empty with Rodgers. Trips left. Doubles to the right, Gainwell in the slot with Miller out to the right. Rodgers will take the snap. Looking for the quick option. He will throw it to Gainwell. He's going to be just short. Gainwell will be a yard short, and we'll see what Pittsburgh decides to do. If you don't get this, you're setting Baltimore up pretty nicely. Honestly, guys, I think this early in the game I'm punting, and I'm forcing Baltimore to...
This is a little bit too far for Steel City shove, you think?
This is probably... It's a pretty long one.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to go for this. Tried to go a little rub concept there, but Gainwell just didn't quite get enough. This is going to be 4th and a long one. They're going to go Steel City shove. They're going to get it to him. Did he get it? It's close. I don't think he got it. There's one. Yeah, this is going to be Ravens football. I hate the call. I don't know, but it's Ravens football in Pittsburgh territory. It's 4th and a long one. I don't – they have Cam Hayward in there to push him forward, to push his brother forward. I don't know, dude. I think this is a pretty bad spot. Is there video evidence that he gets past the line? He is right there. They marked him down at like the 40-yard line. He's pretty close to the 41. But it's one of those where you're not going to review it and get the call. So I don't like the decision to go for it. I would have punted this early in the game because now the Ravens just need 1 first down and they can go up by 2 scores on you. So both of the big 4th down plays have gone against the Steelers so far. Ravens will start in the pistol, and of course they'll go to Derrick Henry, who will promptly get a decent 3-yard gain. Honestly, it looked like a decent push from Cam. It's just they're going for it on they're essentially doing a Steel City shove on a 4th and 2. Like, dude, like that is a long 1 yard to get. It's not like it's 4th and inches. That's 4th and like nearly 2 yards, and you're doing a Steel City shove. Just not the time or place for it. Under center is Lamar. You're going to send Flowers in motion. They're going to hand it off to Henry. Gets out to the exterior, out to the left. This will be a first down as he cuts back upfield, gets inside the 30-yard line. Keanu Benson chases him down close to the 26. First down, Ravens. Once again, this Steelers offense gets out to a bad start without DK Metcalf. And unfortunately, Malik Harrison couldn't set the edge properly there against Derrick Henry. And then Patrick Queen over pursues so he can cut upfield. And you got to have your nose tackle chase him down. Now they're inside the 30. Shotgun for Lamar as Derrick Henry will take a break. He will hand it off to Keaton Mitchell, who's going to find a little crease and pick up about 3. But yeah, man, 4th and a long 1, and you're Steel City shoving it. It's not a good decision. Now, if he gets it, or if you get a better spot, it's different. But now you're in danger of going down at least 2 scores, and that's going to be the end of the first quarter, by the way. Ravens up 7-0, but they're in position to go up 2 scores with the Steelers' offense doing pretty much nothing. They have 0 downfield completions on offense to start this game. Their longest air yard completion was 6 yards to MVS. They attempted a deep shot to Calvin Austin, who couldn't separate down the field. But it's just, absolute domination in the first quarter from Baltimore. And if they get a touchdown here, man, it's just not a good start. And, if things get swapped there on the 2 big 4th downs, the 4th downs is really what has decided this game to this point. On 4th downs, the Ravens scored a touchdown on a 4th down and 3, and the Steelers failed to get theirs. That's the difference in this ball game right now.
Yeah.
Now, you can talk about the yards per play average and all that different stuff. That's fine. The reason why the state of the game is where it's at right now is because of what has happened on 4th downs.
Yeah, I even said it before the 4th down and 1. I feel like it was a little bit too long for Steel City shove. Just because, if you don't get it, it changes the tide of the game. And now what are we seeing? And
also, it's not like it was a bad shove. Cam Hayward actually moved Connor forward quite a bit.
The problem is it wasn't 1 yard truly.
Yeah, exactly. It was 1 and change.
And so, you got to know the situation, especially, Steel City shove, the biggest thing about it was Darnell Washington, And
something that I would want to know is Tomlin on the sideline saying Steel City shove here? Or is he saying, let's just go for it, and then Art and Rodgers are making the decision on who to play? Because all Tomlin has to say is Spartan. Because that's their formation. Let's do Spartan here. And that's all he has to say, and he can make the call on that. Obviously, Art is the one that usually calls the shots, but on that 4th down situation, it's possible Tomlin got on the mic and said, let's do the Steel City shove. And if he said that, that's on Tomlin because it's 4th and essentially 2, and we're running a quarterback sneak with a tight end.
I mean, the Steel City shove has worked. I think the biggest part of it was Darnell Washington. And, like, I understand you want to go there, but I don't know, man.
All right. Under center, offset I formation. It's going to be a handoff to Henry, and good job, it looks like, by Derek Harmon here to get a stuff. It's going to be a gain of maybe 2. And it will be 3rd down and pass coming up. Now, because it's the Ravens, they could decide to run this, but it's usually in the 3rd and pass area here. It's 3rd down and 5. Great play by Derek Harmon to get off his block, stonewall Derrick Henry in the hole. 3rd down and 5. Hopefully they can just stop him to a field goal here. It looks like Steelers are in a man coverage look from the shotgun. Lamar will take the snap. He's looking. Pressure getting to him. He's rolling out to his right. He's going to try and get there, and he's pushed out of bounds by Derek Harmon, the rookie out of Oregon, doing a great job there. Close to no gain. It'll be 4th down and 5. If I'm Baltimore, I'm taking the 2-possession lead, and that's what it looks like they're going to do. Steelers defense gets a stop. Derek Harmon makes a pair of nice plays. And Tyler Loop will attempt the 3 free points. Dude, the Ravens have scored. The 2 times they've scored is essentially on plays that the Steelers have given them. They essentially gave them that touchdown on 4th and 3 with poor coverage, and now they're going to be handing this field goal to them. Kick is up. It's leaning, but it's in. Good. Not the best snap in the world, and Loop puts it inside the left upright. But after giving up a touchdown on their first drive, the Steelers' defense has held somewhat strong here. But now that you're down 2 scores, Ponzi, it definitely feels like the Steelers need to be the next team to score a touchdown. Because, like, if you don't score here and then the Ravens score a touchdown, you're down 3 scores.
Yeah, and, like, it's one of those things where do you really trust the Steelers to score 3 straight touchdowns? Or, like, 2 straight?
Yeah. It's just you got to – I feel like you got to be the next team to score a touchdown. And probably the next team to score a period, but –
Like, I don't know, man. I feel like you can't go down 13 or 17 and come back and win. I don't think this team's built to come back.
Honestly, the time of possession battle is already pretty scary. The Ravens have dominated the clock so far. And it's hard to really kill the clock, wind clock when you don't run the ball. Right now, the Steelers have 3 carries to 8 pass attempts.
Yeah.
And I get it, man. Like, you brought in Aaron Rodgers to win games like this. But in a game where you don't have DK Metcalf and you're playing the Baltimore Ravens, you want to keep that Ravens offense on the sideline for as much of the game clock as you can. And, if you're throwing incomplete passes or whatever, or you're going out of bounds after a completion and the clock stops, like, that limits, your time of possession.
Yeah.
Right now, they're not doing a great job on 3rd down either. Or 4th down. I think they have, 1 conversion on 3rd down, if I'm not mistaken, so far?
Yeah. And it was the 3rd down and 6 with Kenny Gainwell picking it up.
Yeah.
But even then, once again, we're talking about the Steelers' lack of ability to have a real downfield stretch play. And, they're opting to go short pass, but, at that point, just run the ball.
It's also incredibly evident that the Ravens are playing very similar style of defense to what they played against the Steelers the last time they played them. They're daring them, and they're daring this receiver group to beat them one-on-one in man coverage. And they tried going deep to Calvin, and it didn't work because Nate Wiggins can also run a 4.2. So, I don't know. I feel like Thielen and Muth are going to have to be the receivers that get us going in this game.
Yeah.
Neither of them have a target.
Not a good sign early. But still plenty of time left.
Your running backs, though, they are getting the running backs involved, though, in the passing game. Gainwell has 3 targets. Jalen has 2 already. They haven't been super productive, but at least they are getting those guys involved. The kick is away. And it looks like Gainwell will receive this kick from around the 4-yard line. Gainwell looking for a lane. He's going to find one. He's going to break through. He's going to make multiple guys miss. He's still on his feet to the 40, down to the 45, and a flag. What a return by Gainwell. But this is going to be brought back most likely. God. That would have been really nice to have the ball at the 45. Instead, it's a holding on Pittsburgh. And it's Jabril Peppers, the guy that's on the roster to only play special teams. Apparently. So a good return from Kenny negated. Now the Steelers will have to start with not ideal field position. And they're going to have to put together a drive here, Ponzi, man. You got to show some signs of life. Like this offense over the last several weeks, even going back to the Miami game, it's been bad in the first half. Like bad. Even when they had DK. They got to warm up faster in these games. Under center here, in jumbo personnel, and you got Connor Hayward coming in to play fullback, Warren the back. Only one receiver is MVS. They're going to hand it off to Jaylen Warren. Decent push from the O-line. He'll get about 3 yards. Second down coming up. They're only going to say it's 2 yards, though. Second down and 8. Isaac Seumalo back in the starting lineup today after missing a couple games with a triceps injury. And now the Steelers will go back under center. They put Ben Skoranek out there, which almost always means it's a run play. They put Scotty Miller and Adam Thielen as the 2 receivers out there for Pittsburgh. Takes the snap, hands it off. Warren going to get close to nothing. Third down and long coming up. In danger of going 3 and out. Third down and 7, see if Rodgers can get this team out of this hole and extend this drive. Trips right, takes the snap. Rodgers looking, nothing downfield. Now he throws to Gainwell. It's going to be close, and he picks it up. Kenny Gainwell gets down to the 40-yard line. This guy, the team MVP, keeps carrying this offense on his back. Nothing open down the field. So Rodgers dumps it off to Kenny G, and there's no way this team doesn't bring back Kenny Gainwell next year. Unless somebody pays him to be a number 1 back somewhere else, he's coming back next year. Ravens, second-level defenders sagging off. Gainwell open. Good processing from Rodgers. Extends the drive on 3rd and long. Now at their own 40. Shotgun for Rodgers. Both Gainwell and Warren out there. Rodgers looking. He's going to dump it off here to Warren. He's got a blocker in front of him. He's going to cut upfield, make a guy miss. He's going to break through some more tackles. He's still on his feet. He's down inside Baltimore territory to the 43-yard line. First down, Steelers. This is why you feed 30 and 14. You feed 30 and 14, Ponzi. They are your offense. I mean, just the contact balance here from Jaylen Warren. How many times does he get contacted there and he just keeps fighting and stays on his feet? I mean, it's really, really, really fun to watch. And now in this Baltimore territory for the second time today, you got to capitalize this time. This is usually where Steelers drives in recent weeks have stalled. Jumbo personnel again with Hayward at fullback. Play action, roll out to the right. Now Rodgers gearing up. He's going to throw down the field. He's open. He missed him. Well, Jonnu Smith was wide fucking open. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if Rodgers just missed him or if Jonnu needs to keep running, but Jonnu Smith was wide open down the field, and it is not a connection. It'll be second down and 10. Jonnu Smith just gets completely lost. This might have been a touchdown. And Rodgers just straight up misses him. Not on the same page. Looks like Rodgers got some happy feet before he threw. He lost his base. And just that little hesitation could be a killer. Shotgun for Rodgers looking now. He's going to dump it off. It's going to be caught after a gain of about 4 from Scotty Miller. You're in theoretical Chris Boswell field goal attempt range here, but it would be 50-plus from this distance, 3rd down and 6. And Boz has missed 2 field goals the last 2 weeks. Both of them within 50. I believe. Was the one he missed? Yeah, I think both of them have been within 50. So here we go. Trips right. You got Thielen and Muth in the slot. Watch that combination right there. They go empty now with Gainwell going out all the way to the left. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking. Now he's going to shift in the pocket. Is he going to look to run this? He's going to try and make a guy miss, and he's going to be thrown out with no gain. Nobody open. Rodgers, back in his heyday, would have taken that for a first down. Just has no speed left. And we'll see. I mean, I'm guessing the Steelers will attempt a field goal here to make it 1 possession.
I don't know if this is like a fair assessment or not, but like it looked like he had a lane if he just
kept running
to it. Like he didn't commit to it and looked for another receiver.
So here we go. From the logo, a 57-yarder for Chris Boswell is up. If it's long enough, it's good, and he does have the leg because it's Chris Boswell. Can't make the ones inside 50, apparently, with the game on the line, but he can hit those. 57 yards, and Boz gets us back within striking distance. Well, at least we picked up a couple first downs there, Ponzi, but, I mean, big opportunity missed there from Rodgers, missing Jonnu Smith on the play-action concept on the crosser across the field, and I think I have to put that one on Rodgers. It looks like he kind of double clutches there, and because of that double clutch, he doesn't have his base under him, and he overshoots it. So that's unfortunate. But you know what's not unfortunate? Our friends at PrizePicks. They're absolutely fantastic. It's my favorite daily fantasy sports app. And it is officially the time of the year, guys, here where, it's a new year. There's hope in the air. And the best time of the year for watching sports, in my opinion. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season are now in full swing. It's all happening right now and all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right. That is PrizePicks. PrizePicks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about PrizePicks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout for getting everything right, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, PrizePicks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Took the less on Aaron Rodgers' passing yards in this game. He only has 51 so far, so certainly on the right track there. Took the less on Derrick Henry rushing yards tonight. That's not looking too good. We took the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and they're not really running it all that much. So download the PrizePicks app today. If you haven't already, use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. All right. What's up?
Couple super chats here.
$5 from Jagger says they always play soft and then pick it up at the end. Actually, there's been moments this year where it's been the opposite, where they play really good to start and then they suck at the end. Look at the Bengals game, the first one, the Packer game. There's certain games this year where they just run out of gas.
The
Chargers game, where they play really good in the first half and then not so good in the second half. But over the last couple weeks here, their worst time last week on defense was the first 2 drives of the game versus Cleveland, where you give up 10 points, just like you've given up 10 points here, and then you really don't give up any points the rest of the game. You give up a field goal, but it's because you went 4 and out in your own side of the field. So that wasn't on. So those 3 points weren't on the defense, right? So hopefully this defense can turn it up a little bit. They played pretty decently these last 2 drives, though. They've gotten some stops. Let's see what they can do here. Kicks away from Boswell. It's going to be fielded in the end zone and kneed down, so they're going to take over at the 35. Not a great kick from Boz. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll be here for however long this run goes for the Steelers here in 2025, whether it's tonight or whether it's Super Bowl weekend. We'll be here no matter how far the Steelers go, and we'll get you guys extensive post-game coverage tonight as well as off-season coverage whenever the off-season begins for the black and gold. Hopefully not tomorrow. First down and 10 now. Ravens will start in the I formation. One receiver on either side of the formation. It's going to be play action. Lamar looking. He's got a clean pocket. Now he's running out. Now he's going to look to run out to the left. Ramsey tracking him down. Flag on the play. He will pick up 3 yards on the ground. Could this be a hold on either side here? Now Daniel Falele is slow to get up, the starting right guard for Baltimore. And let's see what this flag is. Holding on the offense. So this will park Baltimore back a bit and force Lamar probably to, and it's on Falele. So that's good news, Ponzi, because obviously I think that's probably going to be, unless Derek can put together a big run of some kind here, they're going to have to pass the ball here to move the chains at some point.
Yeah, I mean, like,
they're saying,
yeah, he clearly held.
They called it on Falele, but it's on Ronnie Stanley, who was up against Cam Hayward, and now Falele, who got upended.
And he's been known to be kind of a stinker. So imagine what his depth is if they can't beat him out.
Yeah, the depth is not great here in Baltimore. And Falele is holding his back, and he is very gingerly walking off on his own power, so that's good news, but he looks like
got rolled over on.
He got rolled over on his lower section there. So number 51,
Emory Jones
Jr., I believe a rookie out of LSU.
Third
round pick. Honestly, that's a little high. I thought Emory was a day 3 guy, but well, he's in the game now. Going up against one of the best defensive lines in football. Let's see if the Steelers can take advantage of it. First down and 20. And Lamar will be in the pistol with King Henry at running back. They will hand it off to him and see what he can do, and he'll pick up a decent gain of around 3. It's like every single time Derrick Henry touches the ball, it's a gain of 3. Every time. Outside of the really big run he had to start the game, like it's never less than 3. It's never more than 3. Give or take a yard here and there, but
that's not really the position you want to be in, because then he can try to break the game open with those small yards, because it's just wear and tear.
Exactly. That's why you got to stop him on third down and get him in the third and pass and then get those stops. Chance here to get them in the third and pass. Second down and 17. Steelers kind of walking people up to the line of scrimmage like they might blitz. Shotgun Lamar, he takes the snap. Steelers only send 4. Now pressure. Now he has to try and throw around Alex Highsmith. He's still scrambling. He's going to be sacked behind the line of scrimmage by Alex Highsmith, who has been balling out lately. A loss of 3. It'll be third down and nearly 20. Let's go, man. Let's frickin' go, defense.
Feeling a little hungry. Get that sack lunch.
Alex Highsmith. Looked like they tried to get it to Ali, the running back, or Keaton Mitchell, the running back, and Highsmith, like a spider monkey, just jumped right in front of Lamar, and Jackson didn't want to throw that thing, so he decides to scramble instead, and Highsmith gets on his feet and tracks him down. Third down and 20. No penalties here. No penalties. Lamar takes the snap. They'll hand it to Derrick Henry, who finds a hole, but he's going to be brought down short of the sticks. And Baltimore. Oh, now Joey Porter Jr. throws Hopkins to the ground. Are they going to throw a flag? No flag so far. It'll be fourth down, and Baltimore will have to punt. 3 and out. Exactly what this defense needed to force. Exactly what we needed there, Ponzi. Now a chance to tie this ball game up with a good drive. Good hit from Kyle Duggar. The holding certainly helped there, Ponzi, but we'll take it. Kicks away. And Calvin's going to have some room to run here. Starting at the 15, can he find a lane? He's going to try and make some guys miss, but he's just going to get down to the 17. So a pretty long field here for a Steelers offense that hasn't been moving the ball great. But they do have the ball with a chance to tie. 6 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, left in the first half. What I tell you, Ponzi, a defensive football game, AFC North battle. It's going to come down to fourth downs. It's going to come down to running the football and whose running backs can get going. Steven says the time of possession is already scary, especially with King Henry.
Yeah.
Can we get an update on time of possession, actually? Because
I gotcha.
Steelers have actually gotten some relatively quicker stops, and they possessed the football for a decent amount of time last drive. So
it's not that
listen,
bad
man,
anymore.
if you can put together a 4 or 5 minute drive, like at least
you could take the lead in the time of possession battle if you kill out the entire second quarter, which
it's not impossible. Yeah, that's not impossible. So this drive, I think, would mean a lot for the time of possession battle.
You want a touchdown.
But yeah, man, you want to go into halftime. Bare minimum, you want a chance to take the lead heading into halftime. Bare minimum.
Yeah, and I feel like with how the Steelers team has played for the first quarter and half here, like being tied is a great blessing. You went for it on fourth down, didn't get it in your own territory.
Yeah.
And then obviously that
with the early fourth downs, if you can get a touchdown here
and tie this game
up with the way it started, 10-0, like that's
a win.
We'll take 10 unanswered points any day of the week.
Basically, you're having a reset in the second half, and guess what? You get the ball at half.
Exactly. $2 here from Steven again. Oh, never mind. That's the same one.
Yeah.
Aaron with a 2. Appreciate you, Aaron. Poppy Markey with a 2. Appreciate you, my friend. Looks like we got a Venmo. I'll send this to you, Ponzi.
Ruthless Bumpkin with a 10 saying, love your coverage, but I can't stand the chat. Real with all the hate. This is such a negative fan base. Let's get some positive energy. Steelers Nation, Pittsburgh Steelers for life. I think you're going to have negative fan base no matter what.
There's going to be negative fans everywhere. And honestly, I don't necessarily how's the way I want to phrase this? I'm personally probably more pragmatic and less reactive than probably your average Steelers fan, but I understand the frustration.
I mean,
I understand that stuff, but like I personally think if you want to lose this game, if you want to lose to our arch rival, just because you don't like the head coach, that's a loser mentality, plain and simply.
And it's
like if you're a fan of this team, cheer for this team to win. Like who cares? Like if they win, who cares if Mike Tomlin's the head coach? Who cares if you have success under Mike Tomlin? That'd be a good thing for this franchise.
Yeah.
So the Steelers will start their drive here at the 17. Under center is Rodgers. Play action rollout to the right. He will throw on the run. Beautiful throw from Rodgers, but great break up there. Tried to go to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Marlon Humphrey is there. Once again, not a ton of separation from these wide receivers, Ponzi. But a good throw from Rodgers. It's just, good play by Humphrey. Not enough separation from MVS. And those are the kinds of routes that MVS is supposed to be, pretty good at running. Runaway routes, crossers. And he just couldn't do it. Shotgun here for Rodgers on 2nd down and 10. Gainwell and Warren both out there. Takes the snap, play action. Rodgers has time in the pocket. He's going to throw over the middle. Tight window. It's going to be incomplete. Tried to go to Thielen. Once again, tight coverage from Baltimore, and it's Nate Wiggins. 3rd down and 10. Once again, not a lot of separation from a Steelers wide receiver.
Now, the worst case scenario here is going 3 and out because,
yeah, you go 3 and out, and Baltimore could, go up 2 scores before the half, wind down the clock.
Not let you get a chance to have a real good drive in the 2-minute drill.
Like this is honestly a pretty big 3rd down and 10 after 2 incompletions in a row. Rodgers only has 51 yards passing in this game, and he'll go empty here. Takes the snap, low snap. Rodgers pressured, now has to throw it quickly, and it's incomplete. If he would have thrown that accurately, it might have not been great. But Baltimore blitzed. Rodgers had to get rid of it. Looked like nobody open again. Dude, like this game and this game on offense is all the fears that the Pittsburgh Steelers fans had about this season coming to life. What did we say all throughout the offseason, and what did we say closer to the trade deadline? What happens if you don't have DK Metcalf? Well, we're seeing it, and it's not good. Nobody getting open, and the Steelers go 3 and out on 3 straight passing plays, and now they kick it off. Flag on the play. It's going to be fair caught at around the 30 or 31. Decent field position, but decent punt from Corliss Waitman, and we'll see what the flag is. I think they're going to say it's on Pittsburgh.
Looked like someone was getting set as the snap happened, so I don't imagine they might want to re-kick this.
Legal motion on the Steelers, and I'm guessing they're going to want to re-kick because it was a pretty decent punt from Waitman.
Yeah, they elected a re-kick here.
And they are going to re-kick this. But yeah, man, the biggest weakness with this Pittsburgh Steelers team is on full display in this ballgame. And that's the Pro Bowl special teamer, Ben Skoranek, who was in motion when they snapped it. Now, the good news about that, Ponzi, is that the issue is honestly not that hard to address in the offseason. You don't have a ton of roster needs, and you got quite a bit of money, top 10 free cap space next year, and you got 12 draft picks. So you should be able to find some adequate receivers to fill this receiver room with next year. The kick's away, and it's going to be fair caught at the 35. So it's essentially just a 5-yard penalty at the end of the day. And that's where the Ravens will take over. Pretty decent field position here with 5.5 minutes. We have seen the 2-minute drill be pretty successful for Pittsburgh this year. By the way, Ponzi, 0 targets for Mr. Pat Freiermuth to start this game.
And that's just one of those things that cannot happen. And it was the same case last week, too, though. 0 targets until the last 2 minutes of the drive.
It's just the same thing over and over, man. These receivers that aren't DK Metcalf, because you don't have a number one, the defense can just play man coverage because their corners are better than our receivers. And there's nothing the Steelers can do. There's nothing Aaron Rodgers can do about it. Now, that's why missing Jonnu Smith when he actually had an open receiver,
huge.
Hurts. It's huge because, like, how many open receivers, wide open receivers, are you going to have in this game? You're not going to have many. And he missed them.
Yeah, it's especially with, like, I don't know if it was just because he got happy feet. There wasn't really any pressure on that throw at all. And so he just, like, missed him completely. And you can't have that.
Yeah.
Papa Markey with a 5. Trade DK during the offseason. You get rid of Pickens because of crash outs. And you sign DK, trade for DK, who is a crash out. DK is hurting this team. Embarrassing.
I mean, plain and simply, guys, the image that will define this Steelers season if we lose tonight is DK Metcalf taking that swipe at that Lions fan. Because this team was 9-6. 9-6. 1 win away in the final 2 weeks of the season from winning the AFC North Championship. And who knows, they might still win it tonight. Like, this image right here. This will be the defining image of the season if you lose tonight. Now, does that mean you give up on DK Metcalf and cut him?
No.
And take all that dead cap space? No.
When DK's on the field, and this is crazy to say, but, like, when DK's on the field, he's been great. But, you know, the crash out, and we thought it was always going to be.
He's been up and down.
Well, like, for them, he's been what they needed.
And, like, listen, man, first of all, people can have their takes. That's one thing. What's actually realistic is another thing. The Steelers are not going to trade DK Metcalf or cut him this offseason. They've already said that they support him, all that different stuff. He will be back next year.
And they didn't really guarantee.
And really the big issue is not even, I mean, sure, DK Metcalf doing what he did, stupid. It's his fault. It's also the NFL's fault for, in my opinion, overstepping the suspension. I think it should have been 1 game. Instead, they give us 2 games, and it might end up costing us our season.
Yeah.
So I think the NFL has a little bit of the blame there as well. And then the third part of the blame there is Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin for not getting an adequate number 2 receiver that could replace him as the number 1 guy while he was out. Here we go, new drive for Baltimore, and there's going to be a crease for Derrick Henry to start this drive. He already gets into Pittsburgh territory down to around the 45-yard line. First down, Ravens. Clock continues to tick. But like we said, Ponzi, the good news is you got plenty of resources to address the issue of the receiver position next offseason. You got a lot of money, you've got a lot of draft picks, and you've got very few true team needs in terms of getting starter quality talent. Another handoff to Derrick Henry, and he's going to get maybe 1 or 2 yards here. TJ Watt tried to go in there and punch the football loose, couldn't do it. He's second down and long coming up. Shotgun here for Lamar. He will take the snap. He's looking for the quick option, and it's incomplete. Tried to go to Zay Flowers, was off target, and now another opportunity to get off the field here, Ponzi. Don't know if this is, within Tyler Loop's kind of, wheelhouse. It would be a long kick.
It'd be like, what, a 60?
Almost a 60-yarder. So it's 3rd down and 9. I think at the very least they want to get some yardage back.
They might just run it here.
But they don't have Derrick Henry out there. Great opportunity to get off the field and have a chance to get the ball again with a chance to tie the ball game before half. And, of course, the Steelers get the ball to start the second half. This is a big play right here. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun for Lamar. Steelers threatening pressure. They're not going to send it. Now Lamar's going to look to run, and he's going to find a little bit of a crease, and there he goes down to the 30, 25, all the way down. Now a flag, and they're going to get a holding call on Baltimore. Looks like someone held Nick Herbig. Pretty clear hold on Baltimore, and that's going to park them back 10 yards. That would have definitely put them in field goal range. Instead, it'll be 3rd down and very long. Tyler Linderbaum, their center, crept up to that 1.5 level there with Nick Herbig playing over the ball as an off-ball linebacker technically. And he gets held around the neck. Very, very obvious hold call there. And I don't even know if it was necessary, man. I'm not even Lamar's.
You're trusting Nick Herbig to make a one-on-one tackle to Lamar Jackson in space.
Yeah, that's just a obviously bad play by Linderbaum, just holding on for that little half second. 3rd and 17. Can't give up a first down here. Lamar will take the snap, going to look for the quick screen option, and he's going to make one man miss, and he's going to get down to the 41 or 42. Is this good enough for Baltimore to try the field goal? It is 4th down and long still. I think they're going to kick the field goal here. If you're Pittsburgh, do you think about taking a timeout here? I probably don't.
No.
I think it's a little too early, but no, they're going to punt.
Oh.
So Ravens don't want to give Pittsburgh good field position. They're going to try and make Pittsburgh go the length of the field. I honestly don't hate that strategy. It would be a very long kick. So Stout boots this away. And it's going to be marked down at the 9-yard line. So if you're going to score a touchdown to tie the game here, you got to go 91 yards in 3 minutes. Honestly, these have been the situations where Rodgers has been at his best. Throwing those seam balls to Pat Freiermuth when he's allowed to kind of take full reign of the offense and do it his way and call the plays himself. Gary Frank says F. I believe that's Arthur Smith.
I think it's Jonnu.
Oh, Jonnu Smith. Get him off the field. He sucks.
Yeah.
Dude, what I worry about, Ponzi, I think they should trade or cut Jonnu Smith next offseason.
Who would trade for him, though?
Maybe a team that, wherever Mike McDaniel goes, for example.
Does McDaniel have heavy Smith connection?
He was in Miami last year. He had a Pro Bowl season with
Mike
Miami
McDaniel.
last year.
I was thinking of, I don't know why I was thinking of someone else. Yeah.
So, I don't know, man, but I would cut him too. He's not, for the money that he's making, he's not worth a roster spot.
What's his dead cap if he gets cut?
I frankly don't care. But the thing is, Arthur Smith loves him so much that not only do I think he's going to be back next year, I think he's once again going to be asked to have a pretty prominent role in the offense again. I hope I'm wrong on that, by the way. I hope this team wises up when it comes to Jonnu. Because he's just not a good football player, man. Doesn't block. He doesn't run routes. He doesn't have particularly great hands. The only thing he can kind of do is run in space. It's the only thing he can kind of do.
Let's see.
But even then, like he hasn't been nearly as effective as a screen threat this year in Pittsburgh as he was last year in Miami. $2 from Most Likely 50. Appreciate you, my man.
Only a $3 million dead cap.
Yeah, that's totally like what's his cap hit next year?
Right now, next year it would be, I believe,
it's past 10 million. I know that.
It's
like 12 million, right? Something like that.
No, he only has 1 year for $7 million left.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess most of the money was in this season. So yeah, get rid of his ass.
Really little penalty. And $, is Roman Wilson inactive? Yes, he is.
Yes, Roman Wilson is inactive today. And God, man, there hasn't been a lot of open receivers today. And then the time where he actually had an open receiver, Rodgers sailed him. Dude, what is Rodgers doing? Just keep running, Rodgers. It's almost like he doesn't want to get hit.
But, like, the division's on the line when you don't want to get hit.
I know, dude. I know. Last drive, the Steelers went 0 for 3 on pass attempts and a 3-and-out. Let's see what they can do here. First down and 10. 3 minutes to go, 91 yards to tie the ball game before half. Try to double dip. You got I formation, toss play to Warren, trying to find a crease, and he's going to find it. He's going to bust up field, and he's going to pick up a decent gain of 16 or so. First down, Steelers. Run the ball. People are asking, where are they at? They were at the 9-yard line. They're now at the 24. If you're ever wondering where the Steelers are on the field, look at the top left of your screen. We have the down and distance and where the Steelers are on the field, if you ever have that question, by the way. Once again, multiple tight ends for Pittsburgh. Under center is Rodgers. He'll take the snap. Quick screen out to MVS, and he will get 1 yard. Great play call. By the way, once again, we are motioning Jonnu Smith out to block. What the fuck is this play design? And the clock's going to continue to run. It's like the Steelers are just, playing for the field goal here. What is that play call? It's the 2-minute warning. 10-3 Ravens. I got to tell you, man, I'm having a hard time seeing the ways that the Steelers are going to score points in this ball game, and it's going to keep the margin for error on defense extremely, extremely small.
Really not doing your defense any favors is the thing.
And you're getting off the field quickly. Like, dude, why the hell are we throwing a screen to MVS out of all people, who's not even known as like a run after threat, and the guy that we have slated to block in front of him is Jonnu fucking Smith, a tight end that is maybe the worst blocker out of any starting tight end in the league. Explain it to me.
We're really painting the barn red with red paint now.
Yeah, fuck.
No, we're just leaving it as is.
$2 from Anthony Jensen. Says everyone, if we win this game, try to let a couple drives happen before you give up on the team in the playoffs. Too many times we have one bad drive and everyone panics. That's certainly what happens, man.
Yeah.
It's definitely what happens. We've had a lot of games this year. Like, remember, the Miami game and the Detroit game. The offense was terrible for most of the first half, and then they put together, good drives to start, to end the first half and to start the second half. All of a sudden, you're starting to cook a little bit. Now, are the Steelers going to be able to do this and get the ball rolling without DK? I haven't seen a lot of evidence that it's going to happen, but I certainly hope it happens. It's just there's not a whole lot that you can do as an offense if you have no threat of a downfield passing game.
And I guess that's why they're trying the screens to get one open, but you're throwing the wrong person the screen.
Honestly, you should be throwing Jonnu Smith the screen, and you should have MVS block.
Or get Muth out there.
And even then, Muth is not a great blocker. Throw a screen to a running back.
Yeah.
And I know they're getting the ball to Jalen and Kenny quite a bit today. In fact, Kenny and Jalen lead the team in receptions today and targets.
Which I'm not opposed to, getting those guys in space, but
Also, MVS being our number one receiver, is a joke. All right? Like, the guys that we should be targeting at the wide receiver and tight end position, I understand getting the ball to Gainwell and Warren, but why not Thielen? He only has 1 target on the day.
Yeah.
Why not Pat Freiermuth? He has 0 targets on the day. Why are we prioritizing Marquez Valdes-Scantling? Because he's Rodgers' buddy?
I mean, it's the
That
same,
doesn't make sense.
same thing we said last week, though. The last 3 plays of the game, all to MVS. I don't know, man.
And this was my fear coming into the game, too, that they weren't going to throw it to Thielen, they weren't going to throw it to Muth, and they were going to throw it to MVS way too much.
Yep.
Now we're in the 2-minute drill. 2nd down and 9 for Rodgers, who's in the shotgun. They will start at their own 25. He takes the snap. Rodgers looking, clean pocket. He's going to throw down the field. Once again, nobody open. Muth this time tried to get it to him on an out route, and Nate Wiggins is there. It'll be 3rd down and 9 coming up. Steelers once again in danger of giving the ball right back to Baltimore. There's just no downfield passing game. I think the most air yards the Steelers have on a completion today is like 6 yards on an out route to MVS. That's it. So now Rodgers in the shotgun. This is where you got to get the ball to Thielen in these 3rd and 9 situations. Now Rodgers is going to take the snap. He's looking, clean pocket. Now he's looking to roll to his left. Can he throw? He's going to look to run, and he's got open grass in front. He's going to pick up a 1st down. He's going to keep going down to around the 45-yard line. Big gain for Rodgers with his legs. And that's a big one right there, Ponzi. Keeping the drive alive, getting down to threatening field goal range. Obviously, you're not there yet. But Rodgers, once again, nobody open. Dude, the lack of separation versus this man coverage is nauseating. Nauseating.
And this is what Rodgers should have done on that last 3rd down.
Shotgun for Rodgers looking. He's going to throw quickly to Thielen. He's going to make one man miss. Cuts up field. He'll pick up 7 or 8. There we go. Come on. Get something going here. At least get a field goal. Give yourself a chance to put yourself within striking distance, at the very least, to start the second half. Or maybe even take a lead. Do something crazy and score a touchdown for the first time in 2 weeks. Shotgun here for Rodgers. Trips right. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to dump it off quickly with blockers in front of Gainwell. He's going to look for a lane. He gets some blockers, picks up a 1st down, and then some. Gets inside the 40-yard line on Baltimore's side of the field. 1st down Steelers. Timeout Pittsburgh with 1:05 to go.
You know, the thing I like about this, too, is that, like, even if you don't score, they'll only have a couple seconds left, about 50, 40. They could take their timeouts, but you're marching down the territory. You're leaving them a little clock.
And I do like this play call there. Yeah. Just that little dump-off screen, get the ball out of Rodgers' hands quickly, get the ball to a playmaker in space. Like, those are the type of plays that we have to run in this game to have a chance and to move the ball down the field.
Get good blockers in front of you and make him work, you know?
It'll be 1st down and 10. Inside the Ravens' 40.
Were the first targets for Thielen and Freiermuth just now?
No, for Muth, yes. They tried to go to Thielen on, I believe it was a 2nd down play last drive, and Nate Wiggins had tight coverage on him. So 1st down and 10. Shotgun for Rodgers, trips right. He'll take the snap. He's looking for the quick. No, he's going to throw it to Calvin on the slant. Beautiful job by Rodgers. And it's going to be caught by Calvin down inside the 25-yard line. And now we're under a minute to go. Steelers doing a quick huddle with 50 seconds to go. They still have 2 of their timeouts. Rodgers letting everybody know what he wants. An opportunity here for Pittsburgh to tie this ball game heading into half, getting the ball to start the second half. No turnovers here. Shotgun for Rodgers, again, trips right. He'll take the snap, looking for the quick option. He will throw, and he tries to go to Calvin, who he wasn't on the same page with. Rodgers yells at Calvin Austin for not doing the right thing. It's week 18, guys. It's week 8 fucking teen.
Still having those miscommunications.
Listen, man, we talked about it in our Rodgers video this week. First year with an offense the way that the Steelers run it with all these communicative things can be tough. But it's week 18. We got to have this shit down. 2nd down and 10 now. For Rodgers, same formation. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking, dumps it off quickly to Gainwell. Get out of bounds, Kenny. He's going to pick up 9 or so, and now he's going to stay in bounds. Timeout. Tomlin calls timeout with 22 seconds. And they are in the Prize Picks red zone now. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. So right now you're at the 15. Do you think about running this from shotgun when they're not expecting it, pick up the first down, use your final timeout, and then take 3 shots to the end zone, and then if you can't get those, kick the field goal to finish the half?
I wouldn't be opposed to canning it and doing that, but if they show a look that you like.
Yeah, that's true. If there's a good look, this is probably a play where you got 2 plays in the huddle, a run play and a pass play. If there's something good with the pass play, run it.
Yeah.
Because listen, man, even at this point, if they don't get this, they can kick a field goal here. And I know Steelers fans are going to want a touchdown here, but
yeah,
I think a field goal here is fine.
Because
it's still a lot of football left, and you get the ball to start the second half. You got a chance to either at least get this within 1 point, and if everything goes correctly, you're taking the lead before Baltimore has the ball again.
Yeah.
So 3rd down and 2. Rodgers will be in the shotgun with Gainwell the back. Rodgers will take the snap. He's throwing it. He's going to throw to MVS, who's open on the out. It's caught. Did he get out of bounds? No. He is brought down inbounds at the 10. The Steelers have to call timeout.
I think Rodgers thought that was out of bounds, and Tomlin didn't.
Yeah, I thought it was out of bounds personally, but Steelers will have to use their final timeout. They've got 13 seconds. My guess is they'll have 2 shots, 2 plays to try and get into the end zone.
They added 2 seconds back, so 15. But
so 15 seconds. They did add 2 more seconds to the clock. So I would say you've got probably 2 comfortable attempts to the end zone. The special teams unit has to be ready for a fire drill. If there's a sack, if there's somebody that's brought down in bounds.
You're cutting it close, but.
And Rodgers has to be ready to just throw this out of the back of the end zone as well. Cannot take a sack.
Yeah.
Rodgers will be in the shotgun, trips right. Calvin, the lone receiver, out to the left. From the Ravens' 10-yard line, can they get into the end zone and get their first touchdown in a couple weeks? Rodgers takes the snap. He's going to throw to Calvin, and he's going to be interfered with, and no call.
Jesus.
Clear contact from number 27 of Baltimore. You know what I hate about the Steelers receivers is that they never get the DPI. Look, dude, he's hugging Calvin Austin. People people are hesitant to throw the DPI calls on the Steelers, especially DK Metcalf because he's ginormous. They think, he's got the size advantage anyway. I'm not going to call this if they're being physical. And then with Calvin, they think, he's small, so of course it looks bad. 2nd down and goal. This might be your last chance to get in. Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking. He has to throw it to the end zone and just throws it out of the back. 7 seconds to go. I think you try one more attempt. Yeah. You always have the option to throw it out of the back of the end zone. You always have that option. The NFL never calls intentional grounding when you just, throw it out of the back of the end zone. And that's exactly what the Steelers are going to do here. That's the correct call. One more chance to get into the end zone, and then you kick a field goal to finish the half. And then you get the ball with a chance to score again. This is a big moment right here in this game. 3rd down and goal. Shotgun for Rodgers. He'll take the snap. He's looking. Now he throws end zone. Incomplete. Flag on the play. So now a decision comes up here for Tomlin. With 2 seconds left in the half, they're going to call defensive pass interference on Baltimore, which will put the Steelers at the 1. I think you go for this.
I think you go Steel City shove.
I think you go Steel City shove here and go for the touchdown.
Look, this is a make-or-break moment. You don't get it at the 1.
Rodgers tried to go to Pat Freiermuth, and Hamilton is just hugging Pat Freiermuth. It's a clear DPI. They finally called it.
I mean, the thing is, you don't know how many times you're going to be at the 1 in this game. And that's what they're doing. At the 1-yard line, the offense is on the field with 2 seconds left.
All right, here we go. 2 seconds. This is the third key moment of this game, and the Steelers do not have the Steel City Shove unit out there. They've got Rodgers under center with Gainwell the back. Jumbo formation. Only one receiver, MVS, on the field. Rodgers trying some hard counts. Now he's going to hand it. Now he's going to go toss play to Gainwell. Can he make a man miss? He cannot. The Steelers will be stopped short. Steelers are 0 for 3 in the big moments in this game. They give up a touchdown on a 4th and 3 on the first drive of the game. And I hate the play call.
It's too cute. It's too cute.
Why are we doing a toss play out to the weak side? Poor blocking in front of Gainwell. Why is that the play call, dog?
I mean, I understand you're trying to, like, trick them. You know what I like that play call on? Whenever you establish that you can run the ball at the goal line. I don't like it whenever it's 2 seconds left.
That is a joke.
Dude.
Now, listen, man. It's the right decision to go for it. But, like, you're at the 1-yard line. Why don't you do that? Like, that's the moment to do the Steel City Shove. That's the moment to do that.
What do we know the tush push for? At the 1. Like,
if there was ever a tailor-made situation to go for the Steel City Shove, that was the moment.
It just doesn't make sense to me, Sperry. It does not make sense to me.
Like, dude, they're just completely botching this game. And, like, you look at the results of the 3 key plays, all right? You give up the touchdown you gave up in the half, okay, on that 4th down and 3. Terrible play defensively from Jalen Ramsey. Then you essentially hand the Ravens their other points in this half, the 3 points, because you can't get the Steel City Shove because you call a shove play when it's essentially 4th down and 2. The wrong time to call the Steel City Shove. And then you just took 7 more points off the board potentially because you didn't call the Steel City Shove when you should have called it. You have left 17 points on the field already. And it's the same fucking shit that we saw last week against Cleveland, where you're giving up points. You give Cleveland a free touchdown on their second drive when it should have been an interception. You can't finish drives in the red zone, right? Stupid play calling on 4th down and 1. Like, I don't mind going for it.
I think going for it is the correct call.
But you got to call the right stuff. And listen, man, like, if Kenny Gainwell walks into the end zone, we're praising that play call, but, like,
it's not the right look.
It's just, in a game that is like this, guys, where you do not have your number 1 receiver, every point matters in this ball game, and the Steelers had to win the weighty moments. And in that first half, they were 0 for 3 in those big moments.
A lot of people are saying take the field goal. And I get why you want to take the field goal, but, like,
no, dude, I think going for it's the right call, yeah. But, like, so 1 failed Steel City Shove and we're not going to do it anymore?
Yeah.
Like, dude, they actually had a pretty decent push the first one.
They got the 1 yard.
It's just they went for it on essentially 4th down and 2. That was the issue with going for it when they went and where they did.
Yeah, I mean, this comment puts it perfectly. A run to the weak side, they have you have 1 blocker, 2 defenders. You can't block 2 defenders.
And your 1 blocker is Pat Freiermuth, who's a receiving tight end. If that's Darnell Washington, maybe it works out better because all you need to do is have Kenny Gainwell make 1 guy miss. But that is just an awful play call and an awful decision from Rodgers to snap the football. Like, why are you snapping it? You got multiple defenders to the weak side. Why are we snapping it when we don't have the numbers?
Snap? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that's easy.
Dude, those 3 plays, the 4th down plays, or the you gotta have it plays.
Yeah.
We're gonna look back on this game. That's 17 points. If the Steelers turn those plays around in this ball game, the Ravens would have 0 points, and the Steelers would be up 10. With the ball to start the second half, with a chance to go up 3 scores. Instead, now you're down by a touchdown, and even if you score a touchdown, it's a tie ball game. You don't take the lead.
And you basically lose the ability to, double dip because you didn't score. And I understand, like I said, there are going to be people thinking, hindsight 2020, take the field goal. But the thing is, like we were saying, you're at the 1. You don't get many chances at the 1 in a
especially when you're in a game, guys, where you don't have DK Metcalf.
Exactly.
If you have an opportunity to just shove your tight end in for a touchdown, you take it. But you didn't do it. You ran a stupid toss play to the weak side to Kenny Gainwell, and you don't have blockers. And like even if Muth blocked it up nicely, and even if Gainwell makes one guy miss, Kyle Hamilton is likely there for the tackle.
I mean, Kyle Hamilton's one of the best defenders in open space.
It is just an idiotic play call in that situation. Just idiotic. Both of them on 4th down.
You know where I feel like the Ravens could be exploited is in the interior in that situation. Don't let Kyle Hamilton make a play. Just go get Connor Hayward and get him momentum with Spartan. Like, come on. It's not rocket science. You don't need to get cute. You don't know, oh yeah, fake toss, let's go. With the 2 defenders out, because they're expecting someone to go take the motion with Jonnu Smith, but you're not going to take that bait.
No, we're good.
We're good.
Thanks, buddy. And right now, you have 7 carries. Actually, no, you have a combined 6 carries with your running backs in this game. You have 25 pass attempts.
It's
25 pass attempts.
Can't happen.
Dude, this is a game where you were supposed to be ground and pound. They are getting the ball to Warren and Gainwell. They lead in receptions and targets. They are your leading receivers. So they're kind of using the short passing game as an extension of their run game. But, there's just, I think if the Steelers end up losing this game, and if they can't capitalize, I mean, this team hasn't scored a touchdown since what? The 4th quarter, since Jaylen Warren had that second long touchdown versus Detroit?
Yeah. I mean,
dude, it's been over 2 weeks.
Dude, it's one of those things, too, of we talked about it in the Browns game. We talked about it. Missed opportunities. The Steelers have done nothing but have missed opportunities these last 2 weeks. And if you have one of those plays, that 4th down...
What hurts about the missed opportunities is that they're self-inflicted.
Yeah.
It's not like, tip your cap to the Ravens, they made a great play. It's like, no, the Steelers are shooting themselves in the foot. They are, doing stupid play calls on gotta-have-it plays on offense, right? They have complete coverage busts on gotta-have-it 4th downs on defense. Like, these plays are what decides football games like this, all right? And we still got a whole nother half. It's not over. The Steelers can still, win this football game, okay? I'm not giving up on this team, but, this game could very easily be 10-0 Steelers with possession of the football to start the second half.
Yeah.
With a chance to go up 3 scores on the Baltimore Ravens.
It's just...
Instead, you're fighting for your life in this second half, down 7.
And, I mean, the offense, once again, in the 2-minute drill, has been looking like your best offense. So, I mean, it's not looking good.
Yeah, and listen, man, I've defended Arthur Smith. He's calling a terrible game today. Now, to be fair to him, it's not easy when you've got a bunch of receivers that are not getting really open down the field. It's not easy to do that. But some of these, weighty moment decisions in terms of what plays he's calling, absolute joke. Absolute joke. I could have thought of so many things I would have rather done with that final play at the goal line, if you're going to go for it, than what they did.
Yeah.
Especially against the defensive look that they got, where they had multiple defenders to the weak side. Was Rodgers even looking at the defensive formation?
It didn't really look like it.
Dude, those are plays you gotta have. And, dude, this is a playoff game. This is a playoff game. And, the Steelers' signature under head coach Mike Tomlin has unfortunately been, we're competitive in the regular season, but we're not good enough to play our best in the postseason against the best teams in the league. And it's not even that Baltimore's one of the best teams in the league.
They've been bad.
They've been pretty bad this season. The division is as open as it's ever been. And right now, you're 2 quarters away from losing the season.
And honestly, looking like you gave it away with all these missed opportunities.
Listen, man, these are the type of games, man, that make me frustrated as hell to be a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I'm just going to let you guys know, no matter how this game ends, Mike Tomlin is likely coming back next year, regardless of how the game ends. I know there will be a lot of outrage and, a lot of justified anger, in my opinion, if the Steelers do not make the playoffs this year and not win the division championship this year. Because if you're not going to win it this year, when the Ravens are down and the Bengals are down, how are we supposed to expect this Steelers team to win it when, Joe Burrow has a fully healthy season, when they finally eventually fix their defense, when the Ravens, have a fully healthy Lamar Jackson for an entire season again next year? How are we expecting to compete if we can't do it this season? So I understand the anger and the vitriol and the frustration. I'm just telling you, I think it's very likely Tomlin will be back next year.
Stab me with the 10.
To my fellow fans, I love Pitt. I just have zero faith in our coaching staff and ownership to make meaningful changes. Criticism is needed. It doesn't mean we hate our team. We desire better.
Yeah.
And I'm right there with them, man. Like, dude, criticism when it's warranted is absolutely necessary. It is. And if you've been watching this channel, you guys know I've never been afraid to criticize Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, Arthur Smith when it's warranted. I also point out the positives in their profiles, all right? Because people want a black and white answer, a black and white take. They're either the best or they're the worst. They're awesome or they're terrible. That's not the way I operate. I operate with the pros and cons in mind, and I'm willing to acknowledge both sides of a profile. But, this is the kind of stuff that Steelers fans are fed up with. In these big games, there is, there's just stuff that this team should be doing better that they're not, and it comes down to coaching. It comes down to situational decision-making from the coaching staff.
Yeah.
What the hell? $2 from Steve Turner says, no receivers and a bad scheme from Arthur Smith. Can't disagree with it.
No.
Can't disagree with it. I have a very heavy inclination Smith will be back next year. Now, obviously, if Tomlin, walks away, then Smith is likely gone. But we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. He's certainly not in the conversation. When you stack up offensive play callers for every single team, I haven't really done this exercise, but I don't think you could put him in the top 20 right now. I don't think he's in the top 20.
No.
Dude, there's significantly, that's not, of course we're counting the head coaches that are play callers.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the McDanielses and the Shanahans and the O'Connells and the LaFleurs that are clearly better than Smith. But then there's also the OCs that call plays, right? Like Clint Kubiak. If I'm stacking up the best offensive play callers in football right now, I'm not sure Arthur Smith stacks up in the top 20. And it's is the standard here or not? Because, are we okay with just an okay OC?
I don't know, man.
It's he's just not good enough.
Yeah.
And I get it. No DK Metcalf, no Darnell Washington. It's tough when you have the players that you have at your disposal, but
you're the ones who put them there too.
He's the one that's calling these plays on fourth down.
He's the one who advocated for Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, and he's the one that keeps playing Jonnu Smith.
Yeah.
Dude. All right, man, we're about to start the third quarter. Carlos with a 10. I appreciate you, my friend. Stupid Tomato with a 5 says, lifelong Browns fan here. Tonight is the one time we can all unite. We don't like Baltimore for obvious reasons, and neither do you. Let's go Steelers. I'm surprised Browns fans are cheering for the Steelers. I guess, but the Steelers are the team that's usually F these guys, But, there's room on the bandwagon here, Stupid Tomato. $2 from James. Appreciate you, James. By the way, on attempts 10-plus yards down the field in this game, the Steelers are 0 for 5. That was predictable. Jesus, man. And it's just What hurts so bad, too, is that if the Steelers lose this game, I could almost guarantee you that if we have DK Metcalf for that Cleveland game, we win. And obviously having DK would have helped your chances of winning this game. All right, we're back in Pittsburgh. The kick is away. We might need a kick return for a touchdown here. It's going to be fielded by Warren at the 5. He's going to have a little bit of a lane to run through, and he's going to get down to around the 34, 35. Chuck Clark is down, and he's a little hobbled. But he gets back up and runs to the sideline. Another thing that's so frustrating is that this Steelers offensive line is playing their butts off. They're giving Rodgers time in the pocket. It's just nobody's open. And then when they are open, Rodgers sails them. At least when it comes to down the field.
Schedule, whoever wins this game will play on Monday Night Football.
Okay, so whoever wins this game will play Monday nights against the Houston Texans at home. Under center here is Rodgers. They will start in a multi-tight end set. This better be a run. Toss play to the left. Blockers in front. Warren's going to break through it, and he's going to pick up 9. Good run from Jaylen Warren. Keep running the football, man. Every time Warren touches the ball, it's like a good gain. God, man, we are lucky to still be within striking distance in this game, bro. And at the same time, we should be up by 2 scores. That's the kind of game it's been. 2nd down and 1. Run it again. Now they bring Thielen out. Handoff. Warren. Nothing up front. Not a ton of push, but he's going to fight forward for a gain of 2. Now he fights forward for an extra yard. Gain of 3. Run the ball. Your top 5 in EPA per rush and success rate. We're not even in the top 20 in passing EPA and success rate. Maybe you lean on the best part about the offense, Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. Just a suggestion, Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers. 1st down and 10. Rodgers will can at the line. He'll take the snap, and they send blitz. Rodgers has to step up. He has to throw over the middle, and it's incomplete. Thielen looking for a hold. He's not going to get it. Tight coverage again, and another downfield attempt from Rodgers falling incomplete. He's now 0 for 6. Damn. The thing about guys like Muth and Thielen is that they're really at their best when they can kill zones. But the thing is, without DK, nobody wants to play zone against the Steelers. They just want to play straight up man. Shotgun here for Rodgers and empty. Takes the snap, quick slant to Austin, and it's going to fall incomplete. Now it looks like Kyle Hamilton is down injured, and that would be big for them. Kyle Hamilton is down, and Rodgers is looking for a flag. I mean, Calvin Austin is clearly being contacted before the play. And look at this dude. He's literally clubbing him in the head. No call. What the hell is that? That is the 2nd time there's been clear DPI on Calvin Austin, no call. By the way, Alohi Gilman, another defensive back for Baltimore, is slow to get up, but Kyle Hamilton, yeah, they both hit each other in the head. Now Kyle Hamilton is down on the ground still. Hope he's okay. He's a great young player. Dude, it just doesn't help when the refs don't do their fucking jobs. They didn't do it at the end of last week's game, Ponzi.
No.
They didn't do it in L.A. when they had a number of missed DPI calls against the Steelers. Like, I don't know what it is with DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin in particular, but when they get contacted, for some reason, refs just don't want to throw the flag.
He's too small or he's too big.
He's either too small, where, if there's any contact, it's going to look worse than it is, or he's so big that, they have to be physical just to have a chance. Bullshit.
It's genuine.
Do your fucking jobs. This is a playoff game, guys. Now it's going to be 3rd and 10, and the Steelers
1st down.
And the Steelers drive has a chance to stall out. Like, dude, if Joey Porter Jr. did literally any of these things that the Ravens have been doing in this game, flag. Because the league knows, oh, watch out for Joey Porter Jr. Bullshit. God, man, there's just so much about this game and about this team that just pisses me off.
I mean, even at the end of the first half, that missed penalty to Calvin Austin, that would have been at the 1-2, and he had more time. I don't know, man. It's just...
Like, the only guy that got a call today was Muth because Kyle Hamilton literally hugged him.
You just got to do better officiating, man. $2 from Josh Dahm. Is Arthur really better than Canada? Looks the same.
He's better than Canada, but it's not way better. All right? Like, the Steelers actually had a legit wide receiver duo when we had Canada, and we squandered it. And we had Muth.
Squandered it.
The last 2 years, the Steelers just haven't given this team enough weapons. Like, they've desperately needed a number 2 receiver for 2 years now and have failed to acquire that number 2 receiver in both seasons. In fact, they acquired the running mate for George Pickens. They acquired, they made the move to go get another receiver and then promptly traded the other receiver out of Pittsburgh. So Hamilton back on his feet, walking to the sideline. He fist bumps Aaron Rodgers on the way out. 3rd down and 5. Shotgun Rodgers will throw it into the seam. It's caught by Muth. First down. Big time pickup in Muth. Another seam shot. That is the best thing this Steelers downfield passing attack has, Ponzi. It's the best. It's the best thing that they have is Pat Freiermuth in the seam.
And they don't use him.
And it's about time they used him outside of a 2-minute drill. First down Steelers. Couldn't have come at a better time. Here we go now. Now you're in Baltimore territory to the 41. Now you're cooking. Come on. Go down the field and score a touchdown. I formation with Hayward in at fullback. Toss play to Jonnu Smith. He's going to try and cut up field. He will try and fight his way forward. He'll pick up 2 yards. And the Steelers are saying, fuck Caleb Johnson. We've got Jonnu Smith as our power back. And honestly, Jonnu's probably best thing he does in this offense is when he is a running back. That's probably the best use that they have for him in this offense. Second down and 8. They go empty with Rodgers. Gainwell out as a wide receiver. He takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He's going to throw down the field to Thielen. It's caught down to the 10-yard line. Just sifted it right in. Tight coverage, and Thielen, the longtime veteran in his final season, makes a huge catch, and we're in the Prize Picks red zone. Let's go. Come on. Let's go tie this fucking ball game. Let's go, boys. Another seam shot from Rodgers. It's tight coverage again, but Rodgers just puts it in the perfect spot. Late hands from Thielen, and they get all the way down to the 11-yard line. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Beautiful throw from Rodgers. Great catch by Thielen. And now under center again is Rodgers in the I formation. He hands it off to Jaylen Warren up the middle. He's pushing forward. He'll pick up 4. Run the football. By the way, we got over 4,300 people watching live right now. We're going to be here as long as the Steelers are alive, and of course we'll have off-season coverage, everything ranging from free agency to the draft all the way to 2026, the start of the 2026 season.
Louis Gilman back in the game for the Ravens. Kyle Hamilton remains in the tent.
Gotcha. Inside the 10 now to the 8. Shotgun for Rodgers. Skoranek in the game. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking towards Skoranek. Nothing there. Now looking into the end zone. He's going to throw it to Warren. He's got to make a man miss. He does. Now he's going to cut up field again. Still on his feet. He's going to get down to the 2-3 yard line. How do you spot that 1 yard behind where he falls down? What a terrible spot. It's like the NFL does not want the Steelers in the playoffs, bro. They just don't. Good processing from Rodgers, going full field, getting all the way to his check down in Warren, and a good move from Jalen to make a guy miss. That's Humphrey out in space. 3rd down and 1. And by the way, this is probably go for it territory. Again, Rodgers will take the snap. They will hand it off to Warren up the middle this time. Doesn't get it. 4th down and inches coming up. This is where you go tush push. Here we go, boys. Get Connor Hayward in there and play Spartan. This is the 4th key moment of this football game. The Steelers are 0 for 3 on these types of plays. And they put Cam Hayward out there in Big Darnell's role. He's going to be the pusher. And I believe this is the correct decision. It is the Steel City shove. This is the right call in my opinion. Can they get it? And they're going to push him forward. It's close. And they're going to give it to him. 1st down Steelers. No touchdown. They're at the half-yard line. Do it again. Do it 4 times in a fucking row. If you don't,
be like the Eagles.
If you don't get it, you don't get it. Good fight from Hayward. Do it 4 times in a row. I don't care. Nobody can get open.
Is this the new brotherly shove?
And now Kyle Hamilton is being carted to the locker room. Now here we go. Steel City shove again. I'm going to take the snap. Hayward. Did he get in? Flag on the play. I think they're going to go false start. They say touchdown on the field. Let's see what the flag is. Right now, it's touchdown, and we're a PAT away from tying this ball game. Offside on the defense. Touchdown, Steelers. We're back to 0, baby, pending the extra point. Connor Hayward touchdown. Steel City shove. And good push from Cam Hayward, pushing his brother into the end zone. There we go. Just imagine if you would have done that before half. Dude, if you do that before half, we're up by a tutty right now. Damn, missed opportunities. But hey, we got ourselves a ball game. I think we're winning the time of possession battle now. A couple big 3rd down conversions from Pittsburgh. And now they'll attempt the extra point to tie it up. It's up and it is good. Boswell's nails. 10-10. Midway through the 3rd. We got a 1.5 to decide who wins the AFC North. Before we get to the Ravens' next offensive drive, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks. And it is officially the new year, guys. And in my opinion, it's the best time of the year to be a sports fan. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season are now in full swing. And it's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right. That is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling particularly strong about your lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. If you guys want to take a look here at my Prize Picks projection here tonight, I took the less on Aaron Rodgers passing yards. He's currently at 146, so we'll see where he finishes up. We took the less on Derrick Henry rushing yards. He's currently at 112, so good thing this is a flex play, so we got to get Rodgers and Warren. If we can get those 2, we can still walk away with some money here from Prize Picks. So you guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Damn it, Ponzi. Why didn't they just do the brotherly shove before the fucking half?
I don't know, man.
It's like they were scared to do it after they failed the first time. It's like, no, you got to keep riding it, man. And hey,
the time of possession battle now, like, in your favor.
Like, you put together a long extended drive to finish the first half. You start the third quarter with a long extended drive in this half. And now, hopefully this defense isn't cold. Hopefully this defense, is still rearing and ready to go. Because we got about a quarter and a half here to decide the division. And, it's anyone's battle. It's anyone's battle at this point.
Some people are saying that's why you should have taken the field goal. No. You should have done tush push, if anything. Or the brotherly shove, or...
Yes, dude. If you do the brotherly shove, you're up by a touchdown before the half.
And also, I will say this is huge because we did fail to mention it. Hamilton was carted off.
Yeah.
At the end
no,
of the
I mentioned it.
But, that's huge.
Yeah, Hamilton is probably done for the rest of the game, which is big in a tie ball game.
Because that's basically what that defense is about.
He is their guy. He is the he is the straw that stirs the drink, so to speak, in their defense. So, I mean, right when he left, the Steelers, they immediately hit a seam shot to Muth, and they immediately hit another one, a fade to Thielen. So their downfield passing game immediately opened up when Hamilton got out of the game. All right, we're back in Pittsburgh. The kick is away. It's going to be fielded around the 5-yard line. And there's got some blockers in front of him, but he's going to be brought down at the 34 or so by Ben Skoranek, special team Pro Bowler in the AFC this year. And this is the first time we're seeing the Ravens offense in quite a while. Steelers bookended the ended the first half. They're comparing Cam Hayward to a frog in his 4-point stance. God, man. But here's another thing, too. Like, if you play better in the key moments in that first half, you might be up 17-0 right now. 17-0. Midway through the third quarter, they're going to hand this off to Derrick Henry. Nothing doing. And that is James Pierre back in the lineup this week after dealing with a calf issue for the last several weeks. I got to think, man, James Pierre has earned himself another contract here in Pittsburgh. I think that's one of the players you re-sign. God, Mason McCormick is steaming. I'll take any shot you want, dude. Shotgun here for Lamar on 2nd down and 9. Got to force a 3rd and pass, which is 3rd and 4 or longer. Lamar will take the snap. He will pass here. Steelers send a blitz. Now he's stepping up. Now with pressure, he has to throw it away. Incomplete. And now there's an injured Steeler. Is that Patrick Queen on the ground? Are the Steelers about to lose? No, that's Jalen Ramsey. No! It looks like Jalen Ramsey, he's pointing to his chest, so he might have just got the wind knocked out of him. He took a big hit. Dude, Jalen Ramsey, he's not as good as Kyle Hamilton, but he is a big part of this secondary. Obviously. Apparently, he's walking off the field right now, so that's good news. Good pursuit from the Steelers to get to Lamar. Lamar did throw this. I mean, Cam Hayward just marching Voorhees backwards. Clearly a forward pass from Lamar, but it's 3rd down and long again. You want to win this division? You want to be the kings of the AFC North? We got to show it right now. Let's stop these fools. Let's go.
It's 3rd down.
Jalen Ramsey will not be on the field for this play. I'm sure he might have to get looked at in terms of the concussion protocol. But I think he just got the wind knocked out of him. I would expect that he's back on the field at some point. Chuck Clark comes in. This is where we need a play from T.J. Watt. This is where we need T.J. Watt to show up. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun for Lamar. 2 high safeties for Pittsburgh. Takes the snap. Lamar looking. Now he throws, and it's going to be intercepted, deflected, and intercepted. Alex Highsmith deflected it, and T.J. Watt catches the football. Steelers ball in Ravens territory. Yes! Steelers football. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we we go, Steelers. Here we go. Cam Hayward and Alex Highsmith combine on the deflection, and T.J. Watt is there to make the catch right in the breadbasket. T.J. is back, ladies and gentlemen. And the Steelers will have the ball well within Raven territory to take the lead. Oh, baby, what a play. What a game-changing play from the three game changers on the defensive line for Pittsburgh. They will start on the Baltimore 26. Pony formation with both Warren and Gainwell. Play action. Rodgers looking. He's going to throw to Warren in space. He's going to try and make a man miss. He does. Now he cuts upfield. He will pick up 9. Let's go. Come on. Just win this game, man. If you can win this game, I feel pretty good about our chances next week. If you can beat Baltimore without DK Metcalf, you can beat any team in the AFC with DK Metcalf. I firmly believe that. An incredible opportunity right here to take the lead. 2nd down and 1. Give it to Warren again. Up the middle. Pick up a first. Come on. Under center is Rodgers. He'll take the snap. Hand it off to Warren, gets a cutback lane, picks up a first and a gain of 2. This is why you give it to Jalen fucking Warren, man. This is why you give it to Jalen fucking Warren. Oh, dude. Hamilton just got absolutely domed by Gilman. Yeah, he's done. Now inside the Prize Picks Red Zone, download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS, get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Steelers in a condensed formation with 2 receivers on the field. Warren still the back. They're going to hand it to him again. Finds a cutback lane. He's going to break through some tackles and pick up a 7-yard gain. Run the football. Keep chugging. Wear them down. Wear them down. Same condensed formation now inside the 10. It's 2nd down and 3. Warren still the back. Keep giving it to 30 until they stop us. It's going to be another handoff to Warren. He's looking for a lane. He spins off of a guy, and he's going to pick up another yard or 2. Be 3rd down and short coming up. My guess is they'll take Warren off the field to put Gainwell out there. Come on, sub for Steelers dubs. If you want another week of watch parties, guaranteed here on Steelers Talk, you want to be on Monday Night Football next week in the NFL playoffs, sub for Steelers dubs. 3rd down and 2. Rodgers will be in the shotgun. They got Thielen, Miller, and MVS as the receivers. Gainwell the back. Rodgers is going to can the play at the line of scrimmage. Do they give this to Gainwell? Tries to go hard count, nothing. Rodgers timeouts. Dude, I don't know if I want to call timeouts. Why are we calling timeouts? Listen, man, without DK, and this is going to be a theme, like, if you're this far into Ravens territory, you want to score touchdowns. You want to take advantage of every opportunity you can possibly get to put 7 on the board and put the pressure on Baltimore.
If this timeout means that we get 7 here, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. If you can get 7, that timeout will be worth it. Making sure you're in the play that you love. And Acrisure Stadium is going to go nuts if they get a touchdown right here. Trying to get 17 unanswered points. Big play here. 3rd down and 2. Rodgers will go spread 2 by 2 with Gainwell the back. Rodgers, shotgun, hard count, nothing. He'll send MVS in a short motion, takes the snap. Rodgers looking, nothing there, stepping up. Now he throws towards the end zone, and now there's contact. They're going to say no DPI on Muth, incomplete, 4th down and 2, and now a decision from Pittsburgh. if I'm the Steelers, I think I'm probably taking the points. And I think I see the offense coming off the field. I think I'm taking the points here. It's essentially a free 3 points. But once again, clearly contact. And they hit Rodgers low. Are you kidding me? So Boswell is on to attempt the 25-yarder. Kick is up and good. Steelers take the lead, 13-10. Jeez, man, these refs are holding on to their flags today. No doubt about it. But the Steelers, 13 straight unanswered, take the lead here, 13-10. Gary Frank says A-Rod is done. He's afraid to get hit. It's his last year. It might be his last year. We'll see on that. But even if the Steelers lose this game, Ponzi, I feel like he's going to feel like he doesn't want to go out like this.
Yeah, like especially
because the roster is pretty much the same next year.
And they'll probably get better, if anything.
And Rodgers would push Mike and Omar to add some receivers this offseason. He would be and by the way, he'd be very involved in the offseason program, which is something that he really wasn't this year. He'd be able to build a better connection with the guys that he has. And year 2 in a system like the one the Steelers run with Aaron Rodgers is a massive leap from year 1 with the same guys, because there's so much with communication and all this different stuff that where year 2 you can theoretically have better production, especially if you have better weapons to throw to. So like, I actually think if Rodgers loses this game, he's more likely to come back, if that makes sense. Because what is the narrative in the Steelers building going to be if they lose this game, Ponzi? We would have made the playoffs if DK didn't get suspended.
Yeah, and that's going to be the narrative.
And we have most of our guys returning, and we have 12 draft picks, and we've got over $65 million in cap space. Like, the feeling in Pittsburgh is going to be, like, we just make a couple moves this offseason, and we're going to be good in 2026. That's going to be the feeling in Pittsburgh. I know fans aren't going to feel that way. Fans are going to want to blow it up. They're going to want a complete rebuild, all this different stuff. But, like, the defense is playing really good right now. Offensive line looks like it has an incredibly bright future. You're going to bring back Kenny Gainwell. And you're going to have, and you already have Warren locked up.
And the thing is, you're only going to get more talent with all your picks in the draft.
Exactly. So, like, I think Rodgers comes back for another year. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Tomlin will be back. I think Rodgers will be back. I think Art will be back next year. And I know Steelers fans want change. I think you're going to have to wait at least one more year for it. But hopefully the Steelers can just win tonight so we don't have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah.
All right, man, we're back in Pittsburgh, and hopefully the Steelers defense can make another big play. Boswell boots this thing away, and it's going to be fielded at the 1-yard line. Great kick from Boz, and it's going to be brought down. Ali, did he lose the football? The Steelers are saying they have the football, and of course they cut to Derrick Henry. Do the Steelers have the ball here? According to the reports on the ground, they say the Ravens retain the football. Yeah, we're just gonna show Derrick Henry stuff because. So I think they're saying it's a fumble recovered by Baltimore. Yeah, can we get a replay of this, please, NBC? This would be another game-changing play. If there's a clear recovery from Pittsburgh, yeah, I think he's down. I think he is down. It's close, but I don't think there's undisputable video evidence. I formation here, handoff Derrick Henry up the middle. He will get two or three. Steelers' run defense has been relatively stout. Honestly, their worst rep of the day was the first one, and Ramsey's back in the fold. God, dude, we were this close from another game-changing play where we would have the ball again with a chance to go up 2 scores. That would have been a massive mistake from Baltimore. Now pistol for Lamar, trying to force another third and pass situation. They're going to hand it off to Derrick Henry, and he's going to fight through some tackles and pick up a first down. Gain of 9. Damn. It's the Ravens' first down in a while. This Steelers defense has been really stout these last few possessions, and now Derrick Henry already needs a break. Right now, the Steelers winning the time of possession battle. And, they've closed the gap in the yards per play battle as well. Under center now is Lamar. They've got Keaton Mitchell, who they will toss play to here to the left, and it's going to be a TFL. Alex Highsmith is there along with Malik Harrison, and it's going to be another TFL for Alex Highsmith. Let's go! God, man, I understand the reasonings why some people want to trade Highsmith this offseason. You might be able to get, a really good draft pick, like a late first or second rounder for him. But the Ravens put Tez Walker one-on-one on Alex Highsmith. Good luck doing that, buddy. It'll be second down and long. They put Henry back out there. You always have to be watchful of Henry as they try to get back in third and manageable. Lamar will take the snap, and they're going to say false start on Baltimore. Beep, 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 beep. I was worried for a second there, Ponzi, that they were going to flag TJ on offsides because he timed it up so perfectly. And they're saying this is on Tez Walker, who gave up the TFL. So some mistakes from the young receiver out of UNC, the second-year player, replacing Rashad Bateman, their normal number 3 starting receiver. Be second down and 16. Come on. Come on, Steelers fans. I know if you're watching at home, you're not at the game, but get loud for me. Let's go. Get loud in the chat. Second down and 16. Do they try running here? Try and make it a more manageable third down. No, they're going to pass. Lamar has time in the pocket. And it's going to be deflected. And it's going to be Logan Lee, of all people. Coming in with a PBU. This Steelers defense, and especially this front 5, have been unbelievable in this game. Logan Lee getting after it. Great timing, getting that paw up there. Third and very long. No penalties here. Tight those threes. Let's get the ball back here. Wave those towels, Steelers Nation. Let's go.
It's third down.
Shotgun Lamar. He'll take the snap. He's looking. Steps up. He's got time. Lots of time in the pocket. He throws short of the sticks, and he is going to be well short. Mark Andrews is about 8 yards short. And they'll have to punt. Yes! Let's go. Over 5,000 strong in this chat room right now. If you guys haven't already, make sure you click that subscribe button. Sub for Steelers dubs. Steelers going to have a chance to go up 2 scores. Come on. That's fine. And now the kick's away. Don't fumble this, Calvin. And now he's going to let it drop. Oh, Pierre. And it's going to be down at the 11-yard line. So you've got pretty long field here. 89 yards. 89 yards to make it a two-possession ball game. But if you can really put together a good long drive here, Ponzi, you can kill some more clock, pick up some third downs. That could be a crushing blow to the Ravens. Because, dude, if you go up 2 scores in the fourth quarter, that's going to take away Derrick Henry in this game by quite a bit. And Lamar, he's 5 of 10 for 67 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick in this game. He's taken 3 sacks. If you make this a game about, okay, Lamar Jackson, you have to throw to win the game, I think the Steelers win. If you get a touchdown here and you put together a longer drive to do it, that's going to put you in excellent position to win this game. But that's going to be easier said than done. All All right, you're going to have to, be a little bit methodical. You are going to have to take more time off the clock. All right? And, in terms of who's playing better tonight, I don't think Rodgers is lighting it up. But, I would say he's certainly played better tonight. And they're not really doing a whole lot with Lamar, man. They're not using him like he is a two-time NFL MVP. They're really prioritizing the run. Derrick Henry has 18 carries. All right, what's the time of possession battle looking like here, Ponzi? Because obviously the Steelers are getting off the field fast for the most part. They've only given up one first down in their last several drives. So right now, the Steelers have a slight time of possession lead, but they have an opportunity to really extend that lead here on this drive. But, the Steelers need to continue to protect the football. They need to run the football. Dude, the Steelers are in position here, Ponzi, to take it to this Baltimore defense. They've been on the field for a lot of plays. So the Steelers currently have, what's 33 plus 18? 51. So the Steelers have 51 plays. The Ravens have 33. So, the Steelers have been on the field for significantly more plays than the Ravens have. Come on. Get the run game going. Get the run game going here, Pittsburgh. It's time to lock in. It's time to lock the fuck in. Shotgun here for Rodgers. Gainwell is the back to his left in shotgun. 3 receiver set. Why are we not looking to run here? They're going to send Thielen on an orbit motion. They're going to hand it off to Gainwell. He's got some blockers on the perimeter. He's going to pick up 5 or 6. Decent gain. He does go out of bounds, so the clock does stop. Keep fighting, boys. Keep fighting. Actually, no. They're saying that he got contacted inbounds, so the clock continues to tick. If I'm the Steelers, man, I'm trying to get to the fourth quarter as fast as I possibly can. Shotgun for Rodgers. I'd hand this thing off. Now they're going to send Gainwell in motion. Rodgers looking. He's going to dump it off to Pat Freiermuth. He picks up a first down. Nice little 5-yard, 6-yard gain for Muth. And that's going to end the third quarter. 1 quarter left in the AFC North Championship game. The Steelers have a very slight, very fragile 3-point lead, but they have the football coming off a first down. Type those 4s. And just to put into perspective, guys, the stakes of this fourth quarter. If the Steelers win, their season continues, and they get a home playoff game on Monday Night Football next week against the Houston Texans. A warm weather football team and a team with a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that has not played well in cold weather in his career. I actually think the Steelers would have a better chance going into the game of winning that game than they had going into this game, okay? And if the Steelers can beat the Ravens without DK Metcalf, without Darnell Washington.
And the way they started that first half.
And the way they started that first half today, they can definitely. I know Houston's defense is great, but I'm telling you, man, Houston would not be comfortable playing here in Pittsburgh, all right? I'm not guaranteeing a win or anything like that if we can, get to that game. I'm just saying that I think that's a winnable ball game for Pittsburgh in the postseason, something this team has not done in nearly a decade at this point. It's been 8 seasons currently. If you don't get a playoff win this year, it's 9 seasons in a row without a playoff victory. This year, I think the Steelers, I've been saying it all season long, Ponzi. I think this year, the Steelers have built the roster that gives them the best chance in a while to win a playoff game.
Yeah.
I really do believe that.
Aaron Rodgers is veteran leadership.
The defense is playing out of their minds here over the last month.
They're playing hot lately.
Like, this defense is playing like one of the best defenses in football, and you add DK Metcalf to this offense with this running back duo, like, this is something here where Pittsburgh, I'm telling you, man, this is a weak AFC this year. The number 1 seed is the Denver fucking Broncos that don't have a great offense. They couldn't even score 20 points today against, who were they playing? Against the Chargers that were playing their backups? Like, give me a break. All right, you're telling me the Steelers couldn't beat the Broncos? They already beat the Patriots, and that's a really young football team with not a ton of playoff experience.
Trace just sent you the social.
Perfect.
For TJ Watt.
Perfect. Thank you, Trace. I will put this on Twitter.
While you do that, I'm going to read some Super Chats.
All right, cool. Let's catch up on some Super Chats.
Tom with the 2s. Keep Muth on the field. That's how we win. Yeah, feed Muth more.
Feed Muth. I'm always on board for that, man.
Nico with the 2 saying Arthur Smith has to be an undercover agent. Trash. Well, I mean,
I think he's trying his best.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, his best has not been terrific.
Josh Finke with the 2. Arthur Smith, pack your bags and never come back. A lot of Arthur Smith hate, but
I think this was before the Steelers went on their little offensive run here.
Yeah. Stephen Orrick with the 2. That is weak football. This is a game of physical. F.
I mean, they've been pretty physical here.
In the second half.
The end of the first half, and then defensively, they're killing them up front. Here we go. New drive for the Steelers. Under center, not new drive, but new set of downs. They're at their own 24. Under center is Rodgers. He'll throw quickly out to Scotty Miller. He's got some decent angles. He'll pick up about 5. Decent first down pickup. All right, on this drive, I just posted that highlight on my Twitter page. All right? Everyone that retweets it is going to get a shout-out next commercial break. Everyone who retweets my latest highlight clip that I just put out on Twitter is going to get a free raffle entry. Not free raffle entry, a shout-out. My mistake. And while you're at it, retweet the stream. It's my pinned tweet. If you do so, I'll give you a free raffle entry tonight. Shotgun for Rodgers. Takes the snap. He's going to throw quickly to Gainwell. They're going to call offensive pass interference on Muth. And that could be a drive-killing mistake. On the field, it's a first down for Gainwell, but they're going to get Pat Freiermuth on the OPI. And the NFL has been very consistent on how they're calling these OPIs. And that's going to be a 10-yard penalty, and that's going to put the Steelers behind the sticks. They're going to need Rodgers to probably hit somebody down the field. And they're saying Muth was trying to make the case he was running his route and they ran into him, but they're not going to get it. Second down and 15. Rodgers needs to dig us out here. They go empty. Rodgers from shotgun. He will take the snap. He's looking quickly. He's going to throw a slant to Kenny Gainwell. He's going to find some space in the middle of the field, and he'll set up third down and long, but somewhat manageable. It'll be third down and around 7 or 8. And this is doable here. If you don't get this, the Ravens obviously have a chance to tie or take the lead on their next drive. And, the Steelers are still pretty far back. They'd have probably pretty decent field position. But this would be a backbreaker for Baltimore if Rodgers can move the chains. The Steelers are dominating the time of possession in this half. Quick snap to Rodgers. He's looking. He's going to throw middle open. Caught by MVS. Oh my goodness, it was almost intercepted too. MVS was behind him. He bobbled it, and there was a defender that was trying to make a play on the ball behind him, but MVS is able to corral it. First down, Steelers. I can't believe I'm saying this, but great catch, MVS. The ball is clearly behind him. And honestly, the Ravens defender, Awuzie, actually punches the football back into the lap of Scantling. Steelers extremely fortunate there. But it's a new set of downs. Time to run the ball. It's time to run the ball. They will go play action, roll out to the right. Rodgers looking, set out. Deep shot down the field to MVS and incomplete. And now there's a Ravens defender, that's Malachi Starks. I don't know if he's upset he didn't get the interception or what, but tried to go to MVS deep down the field, and Rodgers was not in sync with him. It'll be second down and 10. So the Steelers decided to take a shot, and it's there, man. It's a one-on-one down the field. It's not a terrific throw from Rodgers, and honestly, it's a good play by Starks to undercut it. But now it's second down and 10 from the Steelers' own 39. Might need a chunk here. Takes the snap. They'll hand it off to Warren. He's got some space to run, and he will pick up around 4. It'll be third down and somewhat manageable coming up. Clock continues to tick. And the closer we get to deciding a champion in the AFC North here in 2025-2026, it's a classic Steelers-Ravens matchup. One of the keys to victory for us in this game, guys, who makes the play in the fourth quarter? We'll see if the Steelers can make one here on 3rd and 7. Shotgun for Rodgers. He will take the snap. He's looking. Nothing there. He has to try and step up. He's going to be sacked. And he's going to be kind of twisted up. Is Rodgers going to get up here? It's going to be 4th down. My concern is with Rodgers. It looked like he got twisted up pretty good there. Rodgers looking for an open lane, and there really wasn't anything. If he would have had an extra second, he might have been able to get it to Calvin over the middle, but he didn't have that amount of time. And now the Steelers will have to punt, and now an opportunity for the Ravens. But the Steelers are in position where they can maybe really pin them back here. Waitman will boot this away. It's not a great punt. They run into each other. Ravens players run into each other. It's picked up by Jack Sawyer, who will run to the end zone. But it's going to be down to where he touches the football. Neither Ravens player touched the ball. The two Ravens players collided, but the ball didn't touch either of them. So not a great punt, honestly, from Corliss Waitman. We'll see where this ball ends up being downed. It looks like it's down to around the, I would say, 30-yard line, somewhere in there. What's that? And now perhaps the final renegade of the season is blaring at Acrisure Stadium. This would be a big stop, all right? Because if you can get a stop here, and then you put together the offensive drive to go up 2 scores and get that, kind of game-sealing touchdown, that would be massive. So I think this is probably the correct time to play Renegade.
No booing it.
And obviously no booing. We're winning this game right now. If you can get a defensive stop here, that would be absolutely huge. Shout-outs. Oh, yeah, I said I would give shout-outs. Okay. Let's see. Who's all been retweeting? Okay, let me go to my account. Yeah, I guess I did. Okay. We got 37 retweets. All right, how do I view activity? Reposts. All right, shout out to Busted Taco Shell, Park Reality of Whiny. Why? I don't know. Well, that's supposed to be Chamblissburg, Raymond Papas, Super Trucker, Oscar, Richard Settles, Inspiration 412, Brandon Daly, Dave, Max, Robert Locke, Young Grimm, Keith, Jack Byford, Waylon Wamsey, Pip Daddy, Andrew Yencho, Nathan Fernandez, Wyatt Yarman, Jonathan Morgan, Connor Stevenson, Bradley Johnson, Ryan Hort, Troy Abuga, definitely not Boromir, Steel City is for real, Michael Pham, Eli Montgomery, Czar Craig, Jaden Jarrell, Rob Boyd, GSI, Ryan Powell, and Damian Maturo. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yep, that's it. All right, did I just get an injury update on Joey Porter Jr.? Oh, never mind. Joey Porter Jr. is hyping up the crowd during Renegade. He's feeling it tonight. I'm feeling it tonight, man. Come on. This team ended our season last year. We hate these guys. Let's get the season sweep. Let's take the division, and let's take them out of playoff contention here, folks. Let's go. Come on. Let's have a strong fourth quarter here. Strong fourth quarter and get our ass in the playoffs. Let's go. Terrible towels flying. Renegade blaring. Now is the time to get a stop. You know what scares me, though, Ponzi? If we give up a touchdown, we got to answer with a touchdown of our own. They go I formation. I wonder what they're going to do. Play action. Lamar looking to throw. He's going to throw down field. Open receiver, caught Flowers. You'll pick up about 15. Looks like Asante Samuel Jr. in coverage there. 15-yard gain for Baltimore. That's probably their biggest play in the last several drives. And now there's a Ravens player down, and that looks like Voorhees, their left guard. They're already down Filele, their right guard, and now Voorhees is down on a knee. By the way, guys, we are raffling off a Mean Joe Green mini helmet signed. If you guys want a chance to win one, or win it, I should say, $10 gets you into the raffle, $20 gets you 3 raffle tickets, $50 gets you 10 raffle tickets, and if you do Venmo or PayPal, which you can find me at either of the addresses below, you guys can get double the raffle entries. So 2 for a 10, 6 for a 20, 20 raffle tickets for a $50 Venmo or PayPal donation. And Voorhees is very gingerly walking off the field. So the Ravens are going to have both of their backup guards in, going up against this menacing Steelers defensive line, which has been eating all game long. Come on, baby. Just please get this one. Please get. Filele came back? Oh, okay, so he's good. Gotcha. Emory Jones now flipping over to left guard. Yeah, you're right. Filele is back. All right, here we go. First down and 10. Baltimore already on their own 44 after the 15-yard gain. Just a field goal, and they tie this ball game. 10.5 minutes left to go. Shotgun, handoff, Derrick Henry. It's a rollout to the right, and he's not going to get far. 2 yards. That's Zesi Otomiwu with an awesome stop there. He's hyped up after the play. 2nd down and 8 coming up. God, man, I'm so nervous. Because if it comes down to the Steelers need to put together a drive to win this and get a touchdown, I just don't think they got the horses to do it. They gotta control this game, man. They have in the second half. Shotgun here for Lamar. 2nd down and 8, trying to force another 3rd down and pass situation. He takes the snap. Lamar looking to run, trying to find a lane. He's going to get smacked. He's going to pick up probably 3 or 4. But Lamar took a big hit. And now they put TJ Watt out there. Watt's been more of a big play kind of guy, and now it's going to be 3rd down and relatively short. I would say it's in 3rd and pass at this point. Or I would say it's 3rd and run at this point. At least for them. They can pick up 4 yards pretty easily on the ground. It's 3rd down and 4, though. Do they give it to Henry, or do they trust Lamar Jackson? This is kind of the point on the field where you might think about taking a shot. Lamar is in shotgun with Henry the back. What do they do here? Lamar will take the snap. He's pressure on him, and he's going to be, they missed him. Lamar gearing up. He throws down the field. Caught for a touchdown, Zay Flowers. The Steelers had Lamar Jackson in a sack, and they couldn't bring him down. And that left Flowers wide open down the field, and the Ravens will take the lead here in the 4th quarter. Oh, my gosh. And it's Alex Highsmith who misses. It was a free rusher. He was all by himself. Nobody blocked him. And also Keanu Benton. Both of them miss Lamar Jackson. Patrick Queen is on Zay Flowers one-on-one down the field. And that one is going to sting if you lose this game. Kick is up, and it is good. Steelers have gifted the Ravens both of their touchdowns. A complete coverage bust from Jalen Ramsey on a 4th and 3 on the first drive of the game, and then not 1, but 2 wide-open missed sacks on a 3rd down and 3 from Keanu Benton and Alex Highsmith. I can't believe what I just watched, ladies and gentlemen. And now, field goal is not going to tie it up. It's not going to be enough. Steelers have to score another touchdown in this game to win it, unless they get 2 field goals, which I guess is possible, but this game just turned on its head, man. But Before we get into the rest of this game, and it has been a classic Steelers versus Ravens game here. It is officially the new year, guys, and ring it in with our friends at Prize Picks. It's the best time for watching sports, bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season now in full swing as well. It's all happening at once. It's all happening right now. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Took the less on passing yards for Aaron Rodgers. I'm still good on that one right now. Took the less on rushing yards for Derrick Henry. That one's long gone. Took the more on rushing yards for Jaylen Warren, and he's right on the precipice, but just not quite there just yet. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Listen, Ponzi, that's a heartbreaker right there.
I mean, that's just...
That's a heartbreaker right there, man. This defense has been playing so well all game long, except for the Ramsey play essentially on that 4th down and 3, and then on 3rd and 3 here. To all the people that said they would have rather had Tyler Huntley play this game over Lamar Jackson,
that's why you have Lamar Jackson.
That's why you have Lamar Jackson play in the game. Because he's capable of making things like that happen, where he's got the quicks
the Houdini
to completely somehow avoid a double vice grip of Keanu Benton and Alex Highsmith. Listen, man, those are the type of plays that...
Tyler Huntley goes down there.
Yeah, dude. If Tyler Huntley, that's a sack. Easy. You leave Alex Highsmith unblocked, and then Keanu Benton wins quickly up the middle. It's just...
I mean, it's not even really on Patrick
The
Queen.
Steelers play man match, and because of the match rules, Patrick Queen has to be on Zay Flowers.
They actually guarded it.
And listen, man, dude, it's just they gave Lamar too much time, and there's just no way you can expect Patrick, with no safety help over the top, by the way, to be able to guard that. So now the Steelers, the kick's going to go out of bounds here. So the Steelers will start at the 40.
That's a good start to the drive.
Listen, man, it's a good start. And by the way, there is time in this game to kick a field goal, get a stop, and then kick another field goal and win this game.
Yeah.
19-17. That is a possibility. But
that would be true AFC North football right there.
Yeah.
That would be true AFC North. Now, panning on Rodgers or something.
They're looking at his fingers?
Is
Or
it
at
that
his
left
wrist?
Oh, no.
Is his wrist hurting him? Rodgers still in the game. Going to be 1st down and 10 here. Steelers down by 4. A field goal, or at least one field goal, won't be enough. They'll start at their 40. Under center, they'll send Thielen in motion before the snap. Warren is the back. They'll send Thielen in motion again. This time across the formation. Quick screen out to MVS. Going to cut up field and pick up a decent 7 yards. Good hard running by MVS. If you want the Steelers to win, if you want a Monday Night Football matchup next week against the Houston Texans, click that subscribe button, sub for Steelers dubs. Steelers offense definitely more efficient here in the second half. We're not out of it yet here, folks. Not out of it yet. Under center here is Rodgers. Condensed formation. This is a toss to Warren. Looking for a lane, and he's going to break through. 1st down and more. Gets all the way down to the 40. Inside the 40. 1st down. Steelers feed. 30. God, he is a game changer, man. He is such a game-changing player. Like, dude, if that's Najee Harris, like, dude, all these people, in years past saying Najee Harris was better, and now is this Wiggins? Nate Wiggins is down, and he looks like he's hurt. So you're already down Kyle Hamilton, and now you might be losing your speedster, Nate Wiggins, who runs a 4.2.
I mean, there's no way that Jaylen Warren really just broke off that tackle like it was nothing.
But, dude, like, if that's Najee Harris, he's going down after maybe fighting forward for another yard. Jaylen Warren, his contact balance, man, like, people think he's dead to rights, and he just stays upright. It's unbelievable.
His yards after contact is simply incredible.
And now you are in, Chris Boswell attempt range already.
Yeah. And
so that's phenomenal.
This is the perfect start to the drive that you could have asked for. Kicking the ball out of bounds, getting basically equivalent to a good return.
Yep.
And then now you run it with Jaylen Warren, and on a play that should be dead, he's dead to rights right there. But no, he breaks off and goes into Baltimore territory in field goal range. I mean, it just boggles me why they didn't run the ball with him more in the first half, to be honest.
All right, man. We're really in the thick of it here, man.
Yeah, it's crunch time.
Mike Tomlin talked yesterday, or at least the video came out yesterday of his conversation with Tony Dungy and talking about how this rivalry, it's always close. It always comes down to the end of season situations, and things get thick in these divisional matchups, and it's about who can make the plays. Who can make the plays in the fourth quarter, and Ravens just made a play.
It's time to respond.
Jaylen Warren just made a play. But what's going to be the play that wins the game for Pittsburgh? Is it going to be that Lamar Jackson play? Very well might. Not if the Steelers have something to say about it, though.
Rodgers magic. Anthony Jensen with the 10. It just doesn't feel like we had the will to win. Gainwell is a stud. He and Warren are our team. Got to change things up in the second half. And they did.
They definitely did. Shout out to Anthony Jensen. They've definitely looked a lot better this half. Says, why the F we ain't go for the field goal, bro?
End of the first half, so.
Listen, man, I think that's a hindsight call. 4th and 1, that situation where you're 1 yard away and you can execute a tush push, and the Steelers have one of the best of them in the game, that's the correct call. The only problem with the call that I have is let's call a weak side toss play.
Yeah.
And if the Steelers lose this game, Ponzi, the thing you're going to be thinking back to are the mistakes. Missing Lamar Jackson, not with one free rusher, but with two, leading to a touchdown. Jalen Ramsey not covering Tez Walker on that 4th down and 3. That weak toss play. The Steelers have left at minimum 17 points on the field right now. The Steelers could very well have this game locked up as we speak. Now Nate Wiggins had to be helped off the field, so that's not looking good for him. So in terms of evening things out on the talent side of things in the secondary versus the Steelers receivers, Pittsburgh might actually have a chance. Now at the 38, can't take a sack. Keep riding Jaylen Warren. Yeah, pause. Rodgers, under center, toss play to Warren. Let's see if it works again. He's got a little bit of a crease. He'll pick up another 5 or 6. Another successful first down run for Jaylen Warren. He's currently up to 65 yards on the day on 13 carries. He hasn't had any super explosive runs, but he's getting those beautiful chunks, Ponzi. He's making guys miss. He's making the most of his opportunities. And, he's allowing the Steelers to, move the chains while also being methodical and, killing this clock. Now, I don't know if you want to use too much of the clock, but eventually I think you might want to take a shot to the end zone here. Now, inside the 35, I formation. Play action, roll out to the left. Rodgers gearing up. Now he's going to dump it off here. It's going to be caught by Connor Hayward, I believe. Yeah, and that's going to be a gain of 3 or 4. It'll be 3rd down and relatively short coming up. We have 6.5 minutes left in this game. The Steelers down by 4. I would say, unless it's 4th down and 1, you kick the field goal. Unless it's 4th and you got a really good chance of tush pushing your way to a first, you kick the Chris Boswell field goal and test your luck there. They're going to go empty here on a crucial 3rd and 3. Can't take a sack here or a turnover. Takes a snap. Are they going to go false start or Rodgers goes hard count? False start on the Steelers. They're going to say Kenny Gainwell jumped. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 8. And, yeah, Gainwell moves early. God, dude, you got to have some poise. That's a Super Bowl champion making that mistake right there. You can't have that mistake from your experienced guys. 3rd down and 8. This would make it a really difficult field goal for Chris Boswell. Let's see if Rodgers can dig us out here. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw down the field into the seam. It's caught by Muth. Down the middle. Streaking to the 6-yard line. First down, Steelers. Yes! Muth, the zone killer, the seam killer, does it again. Now Rodgers getting them to the line of scrimmage quickly. Now he's saying huddle. Now Rodgers wants to huddle. They put him down at the 5-yard line. This has got to be 4-down territory. You go take the lead right here, right now. You might not get another possession. Yeah. 5.5 minutes to go. 1st down and goal. Rodgers from the shotgun has to call timeout. Fuck! Dude.
It's 2 times.
This is a championship game.
Dude.
And if you don't get the touchdown here, and they're going to go for it on 4th down most likely, unless it's like, but dude, the question, this is such a hard decision for Tomlin if it's like 4th and 3, 4th and 4.
I think the question or like the answer to that is that you still go for it because
yeah, probably.
Now time is starting to play a factor.
Also, we saw in the Detroit game that your defense can force a fumble.
Yeah, and it's 4th down and 3 with probably 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I think you get 4 plays here to try and go take the lead.
Yeah,
because you're not guaranteed another drive. If you get a field goal here, they could 4-minute drill your ass to the championship, to the AFC North Championship and to the playoffs. So this is 4 downs for me. Unless it's like very clear, like you're outside of the 5 and it just makes more sense and it's just you have a better chance kicking the field goal. For me, this is probably 4-down territory. 5 minutes and 19 seconds left. Rodgers will be in the shotgun. He'll take the snap and hand it off. First play to Jalen Warren. Not much push, but he's fighting forward, and he'll get a yard or 2. Clock continues to tick, and this is what worries me, Ponzi, because you got the other team on the other sideline here that has Derrick fucking Henry, the best 4-minute drill running back in the National Football League. Rodgers and Art trying to figure out a play, as now the play clock's down to 20. Come on, bro. This clock, I mean, dude, we're breaking the huddle with 13 seconds left. There's not a whole lot of time to survey. 2nd down and goal, shotgun Rodgers. He'll take the snap, roll out to the right. He'll throw. It's caught. Jonnu down to the 2 or the 1. God, dude, this fucking team.
Do you just run it up the middle and Steel City shove no matter what if you get the first or get to the 1?
Now Rodgers is trying to get a play called from Arthur Smith.
It looks like the headset may have broken or something.
He says he needs a new helmet.
Yeah,
So here we go. Clock down to 7. They go empty on 3rd and goal. This is a huge play. 2, 1. Rodgers needs to snap it. He has to call timeout. Oh, my God, dude. We are fucking botching this. We are fucking botching this. No timeouts.
I mean, I don't want to overreact.
Well, at this point, you have to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to.
You don't have any timeouts. You can't stop the clock if the Ravens get the football back.
This is your ball game, in my opinion. Like, you have no timeouts. The only one you have is a 2-minute warning.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And the Ravens can essentially ice the clock or ice the game.
If you score here, it doesn't necessarily matter unless you give up a touchdown.
Yeah.
Or field goal. Dude, now you have no ability to stop the clock if you get the ball back.
There's a good chance this could be the last drive of the Steelers season.
Jesus fuck, dude. You want to talk?
Gotta get in.
3rd down and goal. Do they run this? They're going to hand it off to Gainwell. He's got blockers in front of him. And he's in! Touchdown, Steelers! Oh, my gosh. They almost blew it. But Kenny G, the team MVP, gets the handoff, and the blockers were there. Walk in, touchdown, no flags. And the Steelers are an extra point away from going up by 3.
And that's where you get cute right there.
Oh.
I believe that was a little sweet
God,
concept.
dude, we waste 2 fucking timeouts on the goal-to-go situation. Now Boswell puts it up, and it is good. 20-17. And Ponzi, I said going into this game, if a team gets to 20 points, they may win this football game. The Steelers just got to 20. Now the question is, can the defense get a stop? And if they can't get a stop, can they stop them to a field goal at least and give this Steelers team a chance for a 2-minute drill and give Boswell a chance?
Beautiful play, by the way.
Really great blocking. Fautanu, Mason McCormick. I mean, the future of this offensive line leading the charge. And in a huge situation, the Steelers score. Oh, my gosh, man.
Those timeouts don't loom large if the defense can get a stop here.
Listen, man, this is a frustrating football team to watch, but there's never a dull moment being a Steelers fan, and I'm grateful for that. I would much rather be in this situation, stressed out and about to have a heart attack, than having a 3 or 4 win season and being done midway through the year and having games at this point in the year not matter. I'd much rather be right where we are right now. These are the games that we fucking live for, man. Let's go. Let's go get a stop, defense. Play Renegade again.
Yeah.
Play Renegade again. Up by 3. Plenty of time for Lamar and the Ravens. They're going to have about 4 minutes to try and either tie it with a field goal or win it with a touchdown. But the pressure is officially on. The kick from Boswell is away. It's going to be fielded at around the 7-yard line. Got to keep contained, and they do. It's going to be brought down around the 27-yard line. Good special teams from the Steelers. And the 2 plays that have killed the Steelers on defense in this game have been busted coverages on busted plays. Big, explosive touchdowns. Keep a lid on it and get after the quarterback. They're not going to be able to run the football a ton on this drive. They're probably going to do it some, but they're probably going to have to throw it a bit more than what they would want. They're going to start in shotgun, and they will start with a handoff to Derrick Henry, and he's going to be stonewalled. Maybe a gain of 1. Cam Hayward there. Let's go. Play with some fucking energy. Let's go get a division crown right now. 3.5 minutes away. 3.5 minutes away. And obviously, this is 4-down territory for Baltimore. And they have all 3 timeouts. So even if they go 4 and out or whatever here, they're going to still have a chance. Shotgun for Lamar. Derrick Henry still the back. Do they dare run it? We now get to 3 minutes left in this game. Lamar takes the snap. Play action. Lamar's got time in the pocket. Dumps it off to Ricard. It's caught, and it's going to be right at the sticks. I believe they will give him the first down. Why is Malik Harrison in the game? He is a terrible pass defender. And now the clock continues to tick. God, man, it's going to come down to the Steelers defense. The most expensive unit in the National Football League. It comes down to this unit to make a stop. And if you would have told me at the beginning of the season, 1 drive, defense needs to get a stop versus Lamar and the Ravens for the division, I would have taken that. Come on, man. We got 6,500 people in this chat. Sub 4 Steelers dubs. If you want to wear the crown tonight, if you want to go next week to Monday Night Football versus the Texans, let's rock. 3rd down and 1 now. Fake toss. Lamar looking. Got time in the pocket. Launches downfield. Wide open, but a flag. Caught by Zay Flowers. He's going to streak to the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens. But what is the flag? It's in the secondary, so I think it's on Pittsburgh. So a complete coverage bust is going to give Baltimore back the lead. Are you fucking kidding me? Holding on the defense. Penalties declined. Touchdown Ravens. Who's the one that gets lost? So the Steelers will have to go for a touchdown drive here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left with no DK Metcalf to save their season. Fuck! I mean, 3 just massive explosive plays given up by the Steelers' pass defense today. And that looks like it could be the difference. Big extra point here. Kick is up and right down the middle. 4-point game. Steelers have no timeouts. The only stoppage left is a 2-minute warning. But listen, man, this is why you bring in Aaron Rodgers. For tight moments like this. It's a fake toss to the right, and there's just nobody out there. I think it's Asante Samuel Jr., isn't it? I think this is on Asante Samuel Jr. It's a crosser coming around. I think Samuel is the one responsible. He doesn't get deep. Just can't happen, man. Why is James Pierre not on the field?
That's the question right there, because, I mean, having your veteran cornerback on the field right there who knows your rules and knows who he has to get,
And we also had a holding.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it was going to be...
Just absolutely shitting the bed at the worst possible moment. In more ways than one. Dude, this Steelers team has had a number of opportunities in this game. Honestly, the Steelers have been the better team. It's just they've handed 3 touchdowns, long touchdowns, to the Ravens.
Left.
So the kick's away and it goes into the end zone. It will be a touchback. So the Steelers, with no timeouts, Aaron Rodgers needs a touchdown to win the AFC North or the season is over. No DK Metcalf. It's got no timeouts because they wasted all 3 of them with clock management in this half. God, dude, I have a sinking feeling. Baltimore knows the Steelers have to throw it. Rodgers is currently 27 of 41, 229 yards, no touchdowns, but no picks. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for the rest of the season. They'll start at their own 35. Decent field position. Rodgers from shotgun. He'll take the snap. He's going to throw the slant to Calvin. It's caught. He stays on his feet past the 50, down to the 48. Good start. Clock will continue to tick. I would say the Steelers should definitely try and get one more snap before the 2-minute warning, but Rodgers is taking his time. They'll take this to the 2-minute break. Steelers already in Baltimore territory, and here we go. No Nate Wiggins. It looks like Alohi Gilman is holding his collarbone as well. No Nate Wiggins, no Kyle Hamilton, no DK Metcalf.
You just knew, Sperry. You just knew that it was going to come down to this.
But hey, man, this is what we live for here, man.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean, pardon my French, it doesn't mean shit.
This is what we live for, man. Sub-4 Steelers dubs. If you want a legendary drive from Aaron Rodgers to deliver us an AFC North Championship here in 2025, 2026, click that subscribe button.
The last 58 minutes haven't meant shit. If you can win this game.
Field goals are no good. 4-down territory, no timeouts, 2 minutes to get into the end zone.
This is why you bring him in, like you said.
This is why you bring in Aaron Rodgers for drives like this, for games like this. This would be a signature victory for the Pittsburgh Steelers organization, Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, if they can pull it off. If they lose, it's going to be known as an ultimate botch job by the Steelers. Multiple blown coverages leading to long touchdowns. I mean, that decision at the end of the first half is going to loom large. It all comes down to this. At the 49-yard line at Baltimore, shotgun with 2 minutes left to go. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking. He's got time. He throws towards the sideline. It is caught by Adam Thielen. And forward progress. Guessing they'll give him forward progress and about a gain of 8, but they'll say he was contacted inbounds. Clock will continue to tick. Rodgers commanding the troops. Come on, man. Give me a touchdown. Please give me a touchdown. Rodgers from the shotgun will take the snap. He's looking for the quick dump off to Gainwell. He gets it. He stiff arms a man. He's still on his feet. He's got blockers in front of him. And he's going to be brought down inbounds inside the 30, down to around the 26-yard line. We are in position, folks. 1:22 left on the clock. Still plenty of time, but we got to go relatively quickly here. Remember, Baltimore has all 3 timeouts. Rodgers with 1:10 left. We'll take the snap from the 26. He's looking, pumping. Now he's going to throw towards the sideline, incomplete. Gainwell wanted a hold. He's not going to get it. We got 1 minute left. We got 1 minute to score a touchdown or the season is over. Oh my gosh, man. This is either going to be an all-time great victory, a last-second victory for Aaron Rodgers to send us to the playoffs and give us our first division championship in a half-decade, or a signature loss and a heartbreaker for Pittsburgh Steelers fans across the world. They'll go empty here. Shotgun for Rodgers. Takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw middle, incomplete. No, there's clearly contact and no foul on Adam Thielen. I think they're trying to say that it was not catchable, perhaps, but can I get a replay here? Remember, it is 4-down territory. It'll be 3rd down and 10. Yeah, I kind of like the no call there. If I'm being honest, if I was the Steelers defense, I wouldn't want that called on me. 3rd down and 10. Can Rodgers deliver the game-winning shot? Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He goes towards the end zone. He's open. Calvin! Touchdown Steelers! Calvin Austin III! And Rodgers delivers in the final moments. Oh my goodness! The Steelers are less than a minute away from a division championship. Oh my gosh! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. The much maligned Calvin Austin III, wide open. Boswell misses the extra points. The wind takes Boswell's extra point, and now a field goal will win it for Baltimore. This is nuts. This is a 3rd straight, very makeable kick in the 3rd straight week where Boswell has missed. Calvin Austin III with an incredible double move on Awuzie. He falls down. And versus man coverage, Calvin delivers the potentially game-winning touchdown. But now the Steelers defense not only has to get a stop, they can't give up even a field goal. Ravens have all 3 timeouts, and all they need is a field goal to win. God, that miss looms large, dude. You can't miss that, Chris. Dude, if the Steelers lose this game after everything that's happened, not only in this game, but this season. Dude, the Steelers deserve to be in the playoffs. DK Metcalf should not have been suspended for this game. They have been the better team today, outside of but the thing is, if the Steelers lose, they deserve to lose.
Yeah. The beauty of this game.
Ravens will have 55 seconds and all 3 timeouts to put themselves in Tyler Loop field goal range, and it might come down to a field goal. Oh my gosh, man. Kick is away from Boswell. It's going to be fielded at the 5. Cover it. There goes Mitchell. He's going to break free, and he's going to get great field position to start this drive already. And right when you needed the special teams to step up, which has been a great unit all year, they're going to have the ball at midfield. Oh, my gosh. God, dude, if we lose this season because of a missed PAT from Chris Boswell, of all people, defense has got to step up. And, dude, special teams, what this team is known for, Danny Smith. Defense has got to show up. Asante Samuel Jr. not on the field. It's James Pierre as it should be. Shotgun here for Lamar. They could run the ball if they want to. They're going to take the snap, though. Lamar looking, throwing quickly on the out. It's caught for a gain of 9. It's Tez Walker. Now they're in Pittsburgh territory. If you're wondering where they are on the field, it's right up top in the top left. They're at the 45-yard line of Pittsburgh now. Still not in field goal range, but another 15, another 10 yards. They can try it. No, the Steelers cannot stop the clock either. So if they get in the field goal range and, if they get a good chunk here, it's over. Lamar takes the snap. He's looking, quick throw, flag on the play, though. Pick up a first down, but let's see what the flag is. There's a flag on the play. Illegal formation on the Ravens. I was going to say they threw it immediately. It's a 5-yard penalty on Ronnie Stanley, who was lined up incorrectly, and he is lined up way, way, way off of the ball, off of the center, trying to account for Alex Highsmith. So which will make it 2nd down and 7. Obviously, this is 4-down territory. Steelers with no timeouts. The defense has to hold. Steelers playing off coverage across the board here. Lamar will take the snap. He's looking for the quick option. It's not there. Now pressure. Now he's looking up. Now he's going to look to run. He has to throw it out of bounds. Good coverage by the Steelers. And for some fucking reason, Chuck Clark is out there.
Season on the line. Chuck Clark out there.
God, dude, this fucking team and this fucking season. And Lamar Jackson kind of had D-Hop open, and he just threw it out of bounds instead. Be 3rd down and 7. A sack here would be massive. It's 4-down territory. Keep that in mind. Shotgun here for Lamar. He'll take the snap. Steelers send pressure up the middle. He's running away from it. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. And they're going to, no, he throws it out of bounds, incomplete at the last second. 4th down and 7. The season comes down to this play.
Holy shit.
Nick Herbig got pressure on Lamar Jackson, almost swung him down for a sack, but Lamar is able to swing it out of bounds at the last moment, and it all comes down to this. If they can get a good gain here, they could get in position to win this with a field goal. If they can't pick up a first down here, the season is over for Baltimore, and Baltimore's clearly going to call timeout here and get into a play they love. Oh my gosh, this game. The one thing I will say about this game, Ponzi, is that even if you win, this is the type of game that takes everything out of you. And you're going up against a pretty well-rested Houston team. They rested their starters in the second half of today's game. They're going to be obviously a warm weather team coming to Pittsburgh if the Steelers can get the win here. But man, this is Ravens-Steelers. Let's see if the Steelers, who have been the better team today in my opinion, can they lock this up? The Ravens need 7 or a penalty from Pittsburgh to keep this thing alive. Shotgun for Lamar. Sends Flowers in motion. Looks like the Steelers are going to be sending Patrick Queen on a blitz. Now they send it. Now Lamar looking. Here comes Highsmith. He throws down the field. Open. He's going to drop it. No, he caught it. It's down at the 22. Huge catch from Isaiah Likely, and it's going to come down to a field goal. Another downfield completion in a crucial moment. And now the Steelers are banking on a missed field goal from a very makeable distance. Second timeout, Baltimore. My guess is they will run it one time and then get it to 2 seconds, take a timeout. And Highsmith was this Watt around the edge? It looks like it was Watt around the edge, and Lamar just got it off in time. Ramsey was there to try and make a play, and he just couldn't make a play on the ball. Couldn't knock it out. And now the Steelers are praying for a missed field goal. Otherwise, it will be one of the most heartbreaking losses in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And one of the most heartbreaking ends to a season in Pittsburgh Steelers history. I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach, boys. So the Ravens at the 24. They're obviously just going to run it one time. And they're just going to knee it, actually. They'll take a couple-yard loss, and then they'll take a timeout when it gets down to 2 seconds. And this will be a kick. If Tyler Loop, the Ravens kicker, makes it, the Ravens win the division yet again, and they will represent the AFC North in a home playoff game, and it's all going to come down. And, it's not all Boz's fault, but it's going to come down to a Chris Boswell missed extra point is going to be the difference in this game, if he makes it. Everyone type miss in the chat. Loop is 1 for 1 today. It's a very makeable field goal. The wind was winding for Chris Boswell. This is going to be around a 44-yarder to send the Ravens to Monday Night Football, back home to Baltimore next week. Here we go. Snap, hold, up. Kick is no good! No good! No good! And the Steelers win! The AFC North! The Steelers keep dancing in 2026! Oh my heavens! Oh my God! The most improbable finish! And the Cardiac Steelers move on to Wild Card Weekend.
Holy shit.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I'm lightheaded. The Pittsburgh Steelers have defeated the Baltimore Ravens. Tyler Loop missed a 44-yard field goal. And the Steelers win 26-24. And we will represent the AFC North, our first division championship in a half decade. Our third straight 10-win season under head coach Mike Tomlin. Our third straight playoff appearance under Mike Tomlin. One of the craziest games I've ever seen in my entire life, Steelers, Ravens, or otherwise. And the Steelers will have another game next week. Oh my God. And by the way, DK Metcalf will be back.
Holy shit.
We said at the beginning of the game, guys, it doesn't matter how you win, just win.
Okay, we have a standby for, we need to get the Fanatics pushed. It's not prize picks. It's going to be Fanatics.
For the...
Division champion.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Holy shit, I'm so...
I literally don't know what to say right now, guys. I thought it was over. I was ready for it to be over. I was ready to talk about how the Steelers ruined their chances.
It came down to kickers.
And hey, man, we swapped it. All right, we swapped misses.
I mean,
and for the wind, I mean, God just pushed that ball.
God pushed
literally pushed that football.
That's an all-time Sperry quote right there. God pushed
Oh my
that
gosh.
ball. Oh my God.
Well, we're still dancing here on Steelers Talk.
Oh my
God. The Pittsburgh Steelers our 2025-2026 AFC North champions.
Oh.
And we get a warm weather football team. Derrick Henry was in disbelief. He said he missed it.
Okay.
Guys, I don't even know what to say. Oh, all right, Ponzi, put up the image.
Yeah, I got you.
Put up the image.
For the first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since I took this job back in 2022, your Pittsburgh Steelers are AFC North Division champions and will host a home playoff game next week against the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football. And yes, DK Metcalf will be back in the fold.
They got it done. It wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty. It wasn't easy.
Pretty.
The Steelers gave a lot of opportunities. Oh, I can't.
Dude.
I literally have no words to describe the game we just watched, ladies and gentlemen.
Other than game of the year again.
I mean, is this the game of the year?
I think this is the game of the year.
To decide the division?
Dude, AFC North football.
We've had some crazy games this year, man. The Jets game to start the year was nuts. The Lions game a couple weeks ago was nuts. This one takes the cake. This one is, I mean, the amount of times where we thought it was over and then, oh, jubilation, we're winning this game, to, oh no, we might lose it, to, we're definitely losing it, to, we win the division. Oh, we have a thumbnail and we have a live title.
Okay. Let me.
I can send you the thumbnail. This one? No, that was me. Why? Oh, I mean, I guess I can change that. All right. Here's the live thumbnail that we can change to. We're going to party here on Steelers Talk, man. We'll be live as long as you guys want us to be live, as long as Super Chats come in. Of course, we'll eventually get to our post-game show. But the Pittsburgh Steelers are still playing. We got at least another week here on Steelers Talk. Third straight playoff trip, third straight 10-win season, double-digit win season from Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Without DK Metcalf, they took down the kings of this division at home in the craziest game I have ever seen. I'm sending you the thumbnail right here. What's up? Oh, yeah, it is. Fuck. All right. Well, I would say let's not worry about it. Let's not even worry about this. Let's just get to Super Chats, and we'll just take this graphic off the screen if they don't want that on there. All right, here we go, man. We got a bunch of Super Chats that we got to get to. Of course, we have our post-game show that we need to get to as well. Tom with a 10 says, let's face it, Rodgers is gun-shy. He is a liability. Well, I think this was sent in a lot earlier, but yeah, Rodgers delivered. Rodgers fucking delivered, man. Let's go. $2 from Thick Clappa says, at least the pens are buzzing. See y'all next year. Some of these are going to be hilarious, bro. $5 from Frank Rodriguez. Jack Sperry for head coach. Could you handle it? No, man. I can't handle you guys calling for my head every time we lose. No way. No way I could handle that. All right. $2 from Jordan Brown says, hire Todd Haley back at OC. Nah, fam. He can't even get a job in the UFL. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to do a This Is Why, Ponzi, before we get to more Super Chats. No. I'll do all the Super Chats, but just chop it up for the 30 seconds. I'm going to be recording this. So Ponzi's going to take you here for about 2 minutes while I film one of our shorts here, guys, for the post game. I'll be back to answer all of your Super Chat questions here in just a second.
Man, what a game. What a game is what we could describe it as. I mean, if you look at the ESPN...
Actually, I can't talk while you're talking,
right.
so send it my way. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey, we've got Texans Today host Jeremy Chuggs Jeremy, we'll see you next week, pal.
Monday night.
We'll see you guys next week, man.
Night.
The craziest game I've ever seen.
I literally go, my first thought was, why would Lamar Jackson
Take a 6-yard loss? Yes.
6-yard loss to get into the middle of the field after that wind just absolutely took Boswell's extra point.
My line was, God, push that bitch. Dude.
Dude, the wind was insane. Why? You have a timeout. Why not run it up the middle to get 5 extra yards there?
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's the craziest finish to a game I've ever seen. Rodgers fucking delivered. What a route by Calvin to get the final touchdown. We're still dancing in the Steel City, Mr. Chugs. Let's go. All right, here we go. All right. Why did the Pittsburgh Steelers win in the AFC North Championship game miraculously 26-24 versus the rival Baltimore Ravens, securing their first division championship in a half-decade? Well, call it whatever you want. Call it fate, call it luck, call it God's will. Something pushed that football from Tyler Loop to the right, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are still dancing. And even though the Steelers shot themselves in the foot a number of times in this game, a lot of key moments, coverage busts, dumb play calling in certain key moments as well on offense, this team just kept on trucking. Whenever they felt adversity in that fourth quarter, Aaron Rodgers and that offense delivered time and time again without DK Metcalf. Now you get a home playoff game with DK Metcalf returning to the lineup versus a warm weather football team in the Houston Texans and a quarterback in CJ Stroud that doesn't play too well in the cold. I'm pumped up, man. The season of destiny continues here on Steelers Talks. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button. All right, sending this to Durham, and then we'll get to your super chats. Oh, man. Listen, man, that's not the way you necessarily, by the way, get your AFC North Champions t-shirt using our link, chatsports.com/AFC North. If you guys want a piece of Steelers history, man, this is always going to be the year that Aaron Rodgers came to Pittsburgh and won a division championship under head coach Mike Tomlin here for the black and gold. And this season has had so many memorable games. I mean, the Jets game to start it off. Obviously, the Lions game a couple weeks ago, and then tonight. I mean, tonight is going to live on in the history of this rivalry as one of the greatest games that has ever been played in this rivalry. And just an incredible performance. Maybe not an incredible performance, but an incredible finish and incredible resolve from the Steelers to win this game late. All right. Sending this to Durham now. Durham, if you're watching, let me see here. Did anybody get the call on the final touchdown? Yeah, get the final touchdown and then the final miss.
I paused the final touchdown because we didn't know if we were going to need it.
Cool. All right, guys, we're going to take your super chats. We're going to have a lot of fun on tonight's show. We've got 2 raffles coming up. Of course, we'll get to our post-game show, but we'll stay live as long as you guys want us to stay live. The Pittsburgh Steelers are division champions, and it's another double-digit win season under head coach Mike Tomlin here in Pittsburgh. It's another playoff berth under head coach Mike Tomlin, and next week you're going to have an opportunity to win your first playoff game under Mike Tomlin in 9 seasons. It's incredible, man. This is going to make me believe that this is the Steelers are the team of destiny, man. I'm so going to fall for it, but if you guys want AFC North Championship gear, whether it's the t-shirt, whether it's the hat, we'll probably be raffling off a lot of this stuff in our playoff watch parties. And yes, I purposely included the plural there. Go chatsports.com/AFC North to pick up your AFC North Division Championship apparel on our website here today. All right, Ponzi, we ready to talk about some super chats? I mean, what a finish to this ball game. $2 from Raquel says Cancun on 3.
Nope.
Said the Baltimore Ravens fan, right? Oh, man. Bill with a 10 says the standard is an excuse for lazy coaching. I mean, a lot of these are going to be hilarious, Ponzi. It means this is the defense/offense we run, and you need to become that kind of player. Coaches should be putting players in positions to win. I don't disagree, man. I don't necessarily disagree. But to be fair to Tomlin and to Terrell Austin in particular, they've changed the way that they play defense here in Pittsburgh a lot. They played a lot of man early on in the year. They've been playing a lot more zone, a lot more too high safety stuff. So they deserve some credit for that, but I don't necessarily disagree with you guys. $2 from Slack Tavis, who says, let's go Steelers. Appreciate you, my man. Yeah, it's fine. Next one here, we'll get to whenever Ponzi gets to it. Lake Havasu with a 2 says, keep running the ball. Let's go. God, I'm still in disbelief. I want to see the reaction from Ravens. From Ravens rundown. I can only imagine the reaction from Trader Joey. It's unbelievable, man. All right, next one here, Ponzi.
Oh, same one, I guess.
Oh, he sent the same one twice?
Yeah.
All right, Aaron with a 2. Appreciate you, Aaron. Next one. Aaron Rodgers, man, has delivered a division championship to the city of Pittsburgh. Calvin Austin, a guy that has been chastised and cast aside, ran a beautiful double move to keep the season alive on a 3rd and 10. What a game. $5 from Anthony Jensen says we have to make the plays. We have so many missed opportunities, honestly, 3 to 4 plays, and this would be a blowout. And I don't disagree with Anthony here, man. This could have been, like, the Steelers clearly should have won this game by more, all right? And they deserved to win this game. They did, all right? But if they would have lost the game, they would have deserved to lose as well because of all the Mario jump on the touchdown to take the lead. Great stuff there, but you can't make – I don't know if you can make the same mistakes that you made tonight against Houston and win, but, I mean, you're going to have DK Metcalf back next week, baby. This offense is going to be rolling hopefully next week, and with the way this defense is playing, if you cut out some of those big mistakes that they made coverage-wise in this game, this Steelers defense is playing some good ball right now. $2 from Tone Tran says, Browns will be so good next year, Steelers won't win. We'll see about that, pal. You're going to have probably a competition at quarterback between Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders. I'm not exactly worried. Next one here. Trying to roll through these here, Ponzi. I know you're working on getting the copy fixed and stuff. Aaron says, who is the main choice as second receiver for next year? Honestly, I feel like Rodgers, if he comes back, and at this point I think he does come back, I think he probably wants one of his guys, quote unquote, and the best one of his guys that are available is probably Romeo Doubs. Now, some other guys I could see them bringing in, I would love a trade for Jordan Addison. That would be awesome. Deebo Samuel is another guy that would kind of fit what the Steelers want to do here with Aaron Rodgers. So keep your eye on Deebo, and the Steelers have been interested in Deebo in the past.
Okay, I changed the live copy of all that.
All right, Aaron. Oh, never mind. Next one here. Make sure you guys stick around, especially if you have raffle tickets, because we will be doing both our raffles and our post-game show. We'll probably do the raffle before the post-game, though, because we're gonna go through these super chats.
All the mini helmet ones from December.
Yes. Yes. JK Power Sports says, let's go. Steelers, is Kenny coming back? What's FS?
For sure.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for Kenny Gainwell. I thought he was talking about Kenny Pickett for a second there. I was like, no, brother, he's not. But yeah, Kenny Gainwell, as long as a team out there isn't giving him number 1 running back money, which I don't think he'll get, he's going to get a good little payday to come back and play for the Steelers next year. I think he loves playing here. I think that, the Steelers actually use him in a pretty decent way, and they prioritize him as a player in this offense. So I think he signs a multi-year deal to come back next year. Next one here. Steve Turner says, are they going to highlight cut it? I mean, if we do it late, like we can just get off and do it ourselves. I have a thumbnail.
Okay. So I need to copy up?
Yeah. There's a thumbnail. I'm going to send it to thumbnails as well. All right. So Ponzi, here's what we're going to do, okay? Ponzi's going to take over for a little bit here while I get my game balls and my takeaways for him to build. Perfect. And then we'll get into our post-game show. Once we're done with the post-game show, we'll finish out Super Chats, and then we'll do the raffle at the very end. Okay? Sound good? All right, Ponzi, take it away here. I'll be back in probably about 3 or 4 minutes or so.
How are we feeling? I mean, what a game. Like I was saying, man, whenever the miracle completion to Isaiah Likely happened, I'm pretty sure everyone was thinking that the game was over. I mean, there's just no way, because it kind of reminded me a lot of that Lions game, just based off of it's over, it's so over, we are so back. Because dude, that was just one of the game, has to be the game of the year. I mean, in terms of playoff implications, I know that Bears-Packers game was great too, but I mean, dude, that was crazy. How are you feeling, man? Zark Greg saying I still can't breathe. I'm sure a lot of people still can't. Basil asking, is it still clean house? No. I don't think we ever advocated for cleaning house anyway. But I mean, it's one of the games of the year, and play in game. What a start to that. I mean, this is a win how you build momentum for you. This is the start of a run. If you can win one like this, you can win more like this. And I think that regardless of what happens in the playoffs, though, what a season it has been for the Steelers. I mean, if you look at it from a vacuum of, okay, they started out the season hot, got cold, 9-8 Super Bowl, whatever. But, yeah, would you have liked to not even have the game come down to this last week? Sure. But, I mean, and it gotta have it without your best wide receiver, without your pretty much only deep weapon, or not deep weapon, your only big physical weapon, and you won like that. I mean, kudos to Calvin Austin, kudos to Aaron Rodgers, Jaylen Warren, Kenny Gainwell, everyone. I mean, after that first half, the team really rallied, and I think that the energy definitely feels a lot different than what we were thinking out of the Browns game. I mean, it was an amazing win. That's a legacy win for Mike Tomlin. I don't care what you say.
And Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I feel like he's...
In terms of his Steelers legacy, not his overall career legacy, but his legacy with the Steelers. That game and that drive and that throw is going to be just massive.
For all, the criticism we've had of Mike
By the
Tomlin.
way, guys, we are just over 50 subscribers away from getting to 111,000. Can we get there before we sign off? I would greatly appreciate it. We still got a bunch of people in this chat room, over 2,300 people. If you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, we're going to be back here next Monday night for Steelers versus Texans. And getting that extra day to rest is huge, Ponzi, coming off a physical game like this.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's incredible that, you can win a game like that without DK Metcalf, and also you could kind of become clutch like that. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson in the clutch is night and day. I'm sorry, Russell Wilson would have not won that. Justin Fields would have probably haven't even been in the game.
All right, I've got my game balls. No injuries today, so that's good.
There we go.
So that's just massive. Yeah, super chats while you build. All right. So you better believe, man, I'm going to be getting me my my hat and T-shirt. It's my first AFC North Championship covering this team, man. And no matter what happens the rest of the way, obviously, if you lose next week, it's going to be another year without a playoff win, and that's going to get criticized. But a division championship's a division championship. And this one was pretty much a playoff win as far as I'm concerned. This was a playoff game. Win or you're done. And the Steelers won, and they pulled it out even without their number one wide receiver, which is crazy. Anthony Jensen with a 5 says, if we lose, it's because we are bad. If we win, it's because Baltimore is bad. Yins just be happy sometimes. Hell yeah, I'm happy, Anthony. Hell fucking yeah, I'm happy that we beat the Ravens. We swept their ass, all right? And we were the better team today. We dominated that second half. And obviously, there was some plays here and there where, Lamar stepped up and, the Steelers had some busting coverages. But from a down-to-down basis in this game, the Steelers were the better team. And they've been the better team all season, all right? And the Ravens coming in and weaseling that thing out at the last second would have been bullshit, especially after a missed kick from Pittsburgh, all right? If Pittsburgh's going to miss a kick, it's only fair. The Ravens miss a kick too. So, listen, man, I'm happy that the Steelers have won. I think they deserve the division championship this year. I'm hell yeah, I'm happy that the tonight's game ended the way that it did. $2 from Let's Go Steelers Nation. Appreciate you, Tryhart. Dion Cook with a 2 says, Let's Go Steelers. Right there with you, pal. Tony Perez with a 2 says, Steelers 20, Ravens 17. Did I stutter? And, it ended up being 26-24, but yours was actually pretty decently close, Ponzi. Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
People were criticizing me.
I was like, you really sure both of them are going to get to 20? And they did. Ruthless Bumpkin says Pittsburgh stressors. And by the way, you better believe next week we are going to be stressing once again with the season on the line. Don't expect, that game versus Houston to be a blowout. I think it's going to be probably another defensive football game. But I do think the Steelers, are in a decent position to win. But at this point now, every time I pick against a team, they win. So I have to pick the Texans to win next week. Yeah, I need to pick against the Steelers the rest of the way because the last thing I'm doing is picking them to win a playoff game and then they lose, and then people blame me for it. Next one here. Raquel says Cancun on 3 again. 1, 2, 3. Ravens. There you go. Season over, Baltimore. And by the way, it feels so good to give the Ravens the business after they did it to us last year. To sweep their ass after they sent us home last year. How great does that feel? Oh, it feels awesome. Michelle says that is the God I serve. And I think she's talking specifically about, by the way, I think I'm probably missing, I'm definitely missing super chats here. Okay. Yeah, so we got to catch up on Venmos and all this different stuff. So we still got, James and Luis, I don't think we hit. Let's see. I actually don't think we have that many. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. So Ponzi's currently building our post-game show, guys. We will get to that, and then we'll do the raffle, and then we'll get to the rest of your questions. Yes. Raffle and F the Ravens t-shirt as well. So that one would be after.
All right, I got to get super chats all cut up on anyway.
Okay. So it's a celebration here on Steelers Talk, man. Steelers are division champions for the first time since 2020. Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers did it. Now, obviously, if there was ever a year to win the division, it was this year. Baltimore was not their normal selves. Neither was Cincinnati, and Cleveland was Cleveland. But a division championship's a division championship. That's going to be, in the rafters at Acrisure Stadium. It's going to be part of those division championship plaques that you look at. Did we get to Michelle's $20?
Want to get those right now? Or?
Yeah, let's get to the Venmos next. We hit Michelle's. Okay, good.
James Smith was last.
So we're all caught up then.
Yes.
Yes, we are. I'm just confirming that we are. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm so wired. It's going to be so hard to sleep tonight. I'm just going to be thinking about next week in a frigid Acrisure Stadium for another week here in a do or die football game. And I believe the Steelers can win next week. I really do believe they can win. They're going up against a warm weather football team coming to a cold weather city. The Steelers have already played in a playoff type environment at home and came out on top without their number one receiver, and they're going to have their number one receiver next year or next week. Oh, here's a great point, by the way. We'll get to this, but Cassie pointed this out. By the way, it kind of looks like our thumbnail is the one I sent you.
Yeah, I changed
Did you change it back?
to the 20.5.06 because he told us not to work.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, cool. All right. James comes in with a $20 Venmo, I believe it was. Sorry we're behind on these guys. It was a hell of a football game. Says, appreciate you guys. Run the ball, y'all. Go Steelers. James, thank you for the 20, my friend. You're a real one. We got Luis coming in with a 20 as well. 6 raffle tickets. He says, what the fuck? Where is Freiermuth? And then they eventually got to Freiermuth. I mean, Muth finished with 3 catches, 51 yards. Had some big catches in this football game for sure. And then Blaze coming in with a 5. He says, hey, yes, black and gold going all the way. Listen, man, after something like that just happened, you can't convince me this team doesn't at least have a chance of being the team of destiny.
All right, Trace just sent the missed picture.
Great. All right. I'll push those out after we're done.
Yeah, it's just too much right now.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff right now. All right, is that it for our Venmos? We have one more.
It only allows me to do 3.
This one's coming in from June with a $2 Venmo. Says, you cannot make this stuff up. No, you cannot, June. Hope you're still watching, by the way. I know we're getting to some of these a little bit late. But words of wisdom with a 2 says, unbelievable. I mean, there's so many things that happened in this game. I don't even know what this is referring to.
The Steelers had so many coverage busts.
Yeah, dude. Like, they got to fix those next week. They got to fix those coverage busts, man, because they had multiple this game.
Granted, some of those were Lamar being Lamar.
One of them was.
Well, yeah.
The other 2 were all Steelers. And also, the Steelers, get the guy on the ground. I don't care if it's Lamar Jackson. Get him on the ground. Star Fury with a 20. He says, beautiful, just beautiful. It is beautiful, man. Having bragging rights over this division. Doesn't matter what shit they talk about next year. I mean, they're going to be saying the same shit next year. This is finally going to be the year Mike Tomlin has a losing record. Oh, Aaron Rodgers, he's coming back. He's gonna fall off a cliff this year. All this shit that we're going to hear again next year. Oh, the Ravens have Lamar Jackson and the Bengals have Joe Burrow. And if you would have said, like I did before the season, I picked the Steelers to win the division this year, and I was ridiculed by a lot of people here at Chat Sports, a lot of people in the NFL space, and a lot of people even in the Steelers space. There wasn't a whole lot of belief that the Steelers could win the division this year, and yes, they got some help. The Ravens were not their normal selves. The Bengals were not their normal selves, but they got the job done, all right? And it is an absolutely beautiful thing to see AFC North Division champions next to the name of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Next one here, Ponzi. $2 from Melissa. Appreciate you, Melissa. Thanks for watching the show. Yeah, next one is Slacktavis. Says, here we go, Steelers. Appreciate you, my man. LOL. Aaron Rodgers said he couldn't hear anything in his helmet, and the replacement helmet didn't work either. So he was pretty much calling plays like manually. Like Arthur Smith had to tell him to play manually, or he was calling the play himself. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Legacy drive for Aaron Rodgers in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform there to take the lead. And after that drive, the Steelers deserve to win. They do. Next one here. Eric M. says, ball don't lie. What a win. What a win, man. Absolutely dominant in that second half outside of, a couple coverage busts. Pass rush looked really good tonight. Run defense was pretty good. All things considered, he did give up 137 on the ground, and he gave up 126 to Derrick Henry. But keep in mind, he did have a 41-yarder. You take that away, he's got, 85 yards on 19 carries? That's not awful. It's not terrible. It's certainly good enough to get the win. Lamar ends up 11 of 18, but 238, 3 touchdowns and a pick. He took 3 sacks, though. But the pass rush, man, with Alex Highsmith, TJ Watt, Nick Herbig, Keanu Benton, those guys are getting after the quarterback at a great level at this point in the season. And I said, guys, if you win tonight was the test. Tonight was the tough game because you didn't have DK Metcalf. You're getting him back next week against a warm weather football team that, yes, has a really good defense. I don't think it's going to be particularly high scoring. I think the Steelers offense will have its lumps at times during the game, but this has been a unit that has warmed up in the second half in most games this year. So in the second half, when you got to have it, it's very possible that the Steelers can secure themselves a victory. I don't think this year's trip to the playoffs feels the same as it was last year. And the year before that, previously you would be going up against the Chiefs as a wild card, where it feels like you got no chance. You're playing against the Bills as a wild card. You feel like you have no chance. You're playing the Ravens. You feel like you have no chance. This year you feel like you have a chance. Not only are you home, but you're playing, I think, a very beatable football team. I mean, Riley fucking Leonard almost beat the Texans today. Riley Leonard. I know they pulled their starters, but they were playing well before they pulled their starters. I believe the Colts were winning when they pulled their starters. So, if Riley Leonard can do some decent stuff against Houston's defense, you bet your ass Aaron Rodgers can do so as well, especially now that he has his number one weapon back next week. Next one here. Nico, my man, says 10 more years of my life. Bang! I think he's talking about, I think this is sarcastic, saying Tomlin's going to get another 10 years as head coach. Oh, I see what you mean. 10 years off because he's talking about how crazy of a game it was. All right, Nico, I see me too, man. Holy cow. What a finish.
I think that was the loudest pop of the year when we both said no good. Dude.
I mean,
That's gotta be
I literally couldn't believe it. I just because
saw the kick.
Ever since Boz missed it, I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to lose this game, aren't we?
Because it kind of felt like the Lions game, like I was saying.
Yes, it did. It felt like at times the game was over. Dude, that Lions game and then the Ravens game, 2 of the craziest finishes you will see anywhere. And we had them in the span of, 3 weeks?
Yes.
2 games in 3 weeks finishing that crazy.
The Ravens game was kind of crazy too.
Yeah, the first Ravens game was really good as well. So, we came out on top both times. Ravens fans and Trader Joey can suck it. And they can have fun in Cancun next week. All right, man. Ponzi and I have a long night ahead of us, man. Obviously, we're going to be doing our post-game show. Then we're going to get to the rest of your Super Chats. Bernard says, how did A-Rod play? Final stat line, 31 of 47, 294, a touchdown, no picks. Only 2 sacks and only took 4 yards of a loss on those 2 sacks. So I thought Rodgers, considering the fact DK was out, I thought Rodgers played a great game. Yeah. It was tough at times. You could see there wasn't a whole lot of people getting open at times in this game. And he had to try and push the ball down the field. And then, you could make the argument that, Kyle Hamilton and Nate Wiggins getting injured opened some things up. But he distributed it all over the place, man. Kenny Gainwell, Calvin Austin, Pat Freiermuth, Adam Thielen, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Jalen Warren, Scotty Miller, Connor Hayward, and Jonnu Smith. 9 players caught the football from Rodgers today. 7 of them had multiple completions. So
Kenneth Gainwell is the leading receiver here.
No, let's go Calvin.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, we're eventually going to get to it. But Bodie Irwin says we are on a 23-game win streak on Monday Night Football at home as well. The Steelers don't lose at home on Monday Night Football, man. So if there's even more reason to believe in the Steelers on Monday night, Yeah, you get an extra day to prepare and rest up, as it should be for the team playing on Sunday Night Football the week before. Going to have a standalone game next Monday. I kind of like our chances next week, man. I'm not guaranteeing a victory or anything like that. Houston has some good stuff going on. They've been a hot football team in the second half of the year. They got a great defense and a great pass rush. It's going to be a real test for this young offensive line, and Dylan Cook and Troy Fautano going up against maybe the best edge rusher duo in the league. What's up?
Oh, I'm talking. Oh, sorry.
So we're doing Fanatics for this one, right?
Yes.
Great. All right.
I already changed the copy for that. Do you want to do a highlight cut of this?
Yeah, we can if somebody's available to highlight cut. Next super chat here. Well, Ponzi figures out our post-game situation here. $5 from Shane says, Myron Cope and the terrible towel, always in TGE, always in the game. I think that's what he's trying to say. I agree, man. That terrible towel, man, it has impact. It has impact, man. Don't ever believe it doesn't. $2 from JV Free says, AR balled in the second half. Hated to see Boz cost the game. He almost cost the game. But, hey, our kicker missed one. It's only fair the Ravens' kicker missed one, right? And his was actually tougher than Boz's. So I was kind of thinking, like, right before he kicked it, like, the wind took Chris Boswell's pretty sharply. This could miss, and it did. A $50 super chat from Definitely Not Boromir. Bang! Here we go, dealers. Here we go. Definitely Not Boromir says, guys, Aaron has been my favorite quarterback since I was a kid, and family is full of Steelers. This means so much for me. After the Jets years and the last year as a Packer, this is a forever memory. King of the North, once again, thank all of you guys. No, thank you for the $50 donation there, Boromir, or Definitely Not Boromir. My mistake. Let them know, Ponzi, as well, that I put the thumbnail in thumbnails. So we don't need a thumbnail or anything like that. $5 from Andrew Ringler says, let's go. Appreciate you, Andrew. God, I need something to drink. My throat is just, it's dead. After all that screaming, my throat is dead. $5 from XFI says, let's fucking go. Steelers, thank you, Jack, for picking us. Keep doing it. Yes, sir, man. I'm picking the Texans next week. After they lost to the Browns, after I picked the Steelers to win, I'm convinced the Steelers are winning the Super Bowl now because I'm going to pick against them in every game. So, going to San Fran, baby. So the streak continues for me picking the wrong team. F. Sperry in the chat. And also, thanks, Sperry, in the chat, because I got us this victory for picking Baltimore in this one. $5 from Armani. He says, man, I was praying, and I felt the Lord say, watch this. Then, boom, we win. Big shout-out to God for pushing that ball wide right. God, I still can't believe that happened. Most likely 50 with a 10. He says, let's freaking go. From them? From Ravens? Yeah, we do. Once we get off, we're definitely – that's the first matter of business, watching Trader Joey. This one's rolling in from Kevin B-Row. Bang! And he says, yeah, baby, we are the AFC North champions. Say it loud and proud, Kevin. AFC North Division champions. The Steelers deserved this division title. They deserve it. They're the best team in the division this year. They deserve to wear that hat and T-shirt and have that home playoff game next week and have a chance to win their first playoff game in 9 years. CMBT Sports, $20. Says, Happy New Year, mother effers. F the Ravens. In A-Rod, we trust. Ball don't lie. Imagine we win a Super Bowl after this, LOL. Roll Steel, bitches. I'm right there with you, CMBT. What a game. What a finish. And, it's hard not to kind of have the feeling that the Steelers could be the team of destiny after this game. Now, obviously, they got some things to clean up, offensively and defensively, for that matter. But I think we've seen that this team has, put together some good football, generally speaking, over the last month and a half. And, I think they're capable of playing their best football down the stretch. And we got a $100 Super Chat from Devote TS. Bang! Here we go, dealers. Here we go. Devone, how was it, man? How was it in there?
I bet that crowd pop was great.
I bet the crowd was going nuts when they missed that kick. I bet the crowd was going nuts when Calvin got the touchdown and then Luke missed the kick. I can only imagine what the sound was like in Acrisure Stadium at that point. Just pure jubilation. God, man, we're a made field goal away from our season being over, and we're talking about what a failure this game was.
On the flip side, you're made extra point away from.
Yeah, exactly, and going to overtime, and who knows what happens in overtime. But yeah, man, Steelers really tried to give it away at times, but they made enough plays to get the win. $5 from Dylan says, I called the Calvin TD. I said stop and go because they're biting on the outside routes. Next play, touchdown. And honestly, with as much cover one, Ponzi, as we see teams play, we should see more of those double moves from especially Calvin, who is very shifty. And he has won on those double moves, by the way, to win football games multiple times this year. All right, remember back in New England, he had the game-winning touchdown in that game in the fourth quarter as well.
Didn't he have to go ahead and pass too?
That's what I said, the Patriots game.
Or he said just pass?
No, he didn't. No, the Steelers won on a field goal, a crazy long field goal from Boswell to start the season. But way to go, Dylan, for calling the Calvin touchdown. I said in this game, Ponzi, somebody's going to have to step up and make a big play down the field, and Calvin was one of the candidates to do it. And thank God he delivered when he did. $20 from Deadly says, could it be the holy water the priest spread in the end zone before the game? LOL. I didn't even see that, man.
They blessed the field.
Listen, man, I'm going to steal one of Aaron Rodgers' lines. I don't think God necessarily cares who wins a football game. Why does God care which football team wins? No. There's worthy people, I'm assuming, on both sidelines. It's not like, God is saying these fans or these players deserve to win more. It's like, no. In my opinion, anyway. But Alex L. with a 20 says, I need my jersey, brother. Let's go Steelers. You still haven't gotten your jersey, Alex? Are you talking about your black diamonds? God, I feel like we've been trying to get you your jersey all season. I think he's wanting his black diamond jersey. I'll have to take a look at that, Alex, because it's been a little long. So I'll make a note here to check out your jersey situation. Make sure you get your jersey.
No one's giving thanks to Mama Nature.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
You did.
That was crazy, bro. Well, Mama Nature put the Ravens in the position that they were in the first place. $2 from Justin Gordon says, are the fake fans still trying to clear house? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sure there's a lot of Steelers fans that are like, oh, the Steelers should have lost this game. They got lucky, all this different stuff. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of those narratives this week from the negative Nellies. But let them have that take. And hopefully the Steelers can win next week. So, we don't have to hear about the Steelers not winning another year without a playoff win under Mike Tomlin, right? I'm just hoping we don't have to hear that again. Hopefully they can pull out the win next week back here at Acrisure Stadium. Next one. How are we doing on graphics? We're already built, so let's just go right into it. Okay. Do we get a highlight cut?
That's why I'm waiting for.
Oh. All right, well, let's just keep rolling with Super Chats then. If we get somebody, great. If not, we'll just do it at the end of the show. Safe beat, just keep collecting these raffle tickets as they come in. It says, now do something with this, fix the mistakes, and get a win at home. For the love of everything sweet and holy, my heart can't take much more. Well, guess what? It's probably going to come down to the fourth quarter again next week, Safe B, if I know this Steelers team. So we'll see you guys next week. $20 on Bodie Irwin. And this is the point that I made earlier. Bodie says, we are on a 23-game win streak at home on Monday Night Football, too, and this game is on Monday Night Football. It's a great point. All right? This team, when you give Mike Tomlin extra time to prepare, he usually wins the football game, especially when it's at home, especially when it's a quarterback that usually struggles in cold conditions, especially when it's a quarterback that's had his ups and downs this year and an offensive play caller that has had his ups and downs this year. I think the Steelers have a shot at winning next week. I really do, man. I'm not one of these guys that thinks, oh, the Steelers are just going to get into the playoffs and then they're going to get killed. Like, at the very least, I don't think the Steelers get killed on Monday. I think they'll at least make a game of it. We'll see if they end up winning, though. But great point there by Bodie if you're looking for a historical reason to take the Steelers in this game. The comedic genius with a 5 says, what a game. We, the North, and finally got a home playoff game. And the Steelers gotta go to the Super Bowl. Listen, man, that's the dream. And if this defense can clean up the busted coverages, because we haven't seen this many busted coverages in a single game in a long time from Pittsburgh. So I don't think this is something that is going to be a normal thing. And if the pass rush can keep playing as well as they're playing, with TJ Watt back now, and then now you inject DK Metcalf back into the mix here, and you got Kenny Gainwell and Jalen Warren playing as well as they've been playing. Muth is getting a little bit more involved. Calvin now hopefully can continue to stay involved. You still got Thielen in the mix. Anything's possible. That's what I'll say. And, when you have the trenches playing as well as the Steelers are playing right now, like, trench warfare is huge, especially when you're playing in cold conditions in the playoffs. The Steelers have a really good offensive line and a good defensive line. That's going to be a tough combo for teams to deal with in these playoffs. And Aaron Rodgers has a ton of experience versus the AFC quarterbacks. Bo Nix, 1 playoff game. Drake May, 0 playoff games. CJ Stroud, 4 playoff games. Justin Herbert, I believe 2. Trevor Lawrence as what? 2? Pretty sure 2. Yeah. So there's just not that many. There's just not that much experience among AFC playoff quarterbacks in the playoffs. But you got Aaron Rodgers, who has over 20 starts in the playoffs. And he's got offensive and defensive lines that can win the line of scrimmage. I'm telling you, man, this Steelers team, the big test was tonight. Can they find a way to win tonight? If they can advance, they can be dangerous in the playoffs. I still believe that. Now that you're getting DK Metcalf back, I'm excited to see what this Steelers team can do in the weeks to come. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just go through the rest of the Super Chats. How many more do we have?
A lot.
Yeah, it's fine. We are here to party it up with you guys, man. So as long as you got questions, if you got comments, Ponzi, take over for a little second here. I'm actually going to go get my other vitamin water because I desperately need a drink. I need a drink desperately right now. Do you want me to grab you something? Yeah, okay, cool. So Ponzi's going to take over for about 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to your Super Chats.
It's a great point here, though. The team, like, if anything was going to be coming down to, DK Metcalf getting suspended, obviously you wanted him for this game, but this team has been misfits for the entire NFL season. Calvin Austin, last year of his contract, really no one believed in him. I can't. It's crazy to think that, at the beginning of the season, that not only the Steelers would be AFC North champions, but they would be able to win a game like this. Like an unbelievable game, unbelievable to the T. I really don't feel like neither team deserved to lose. Jagger asking to get to the 100. Yes, we're gonna get to to the $10. Yes, we're gonna get to everything. We're a little bit backed up right now. We're trying to get everyone, obviously, their screen time as we're trying to celebrate everything. So we will get to your $10. Don't worry. We'll get to everyone. No stone left up behind here. I mean, it's crazy though. Blaze Ponzi choke the Ravens. No, I mean, I feel like the Ravens played a great game tonight, too. That's the thing, is that, like, the Ravens played such a good game, and the Steelers played such a good game, that, like, either team was going to be walking out heartbroken. And, like, dude, I cannot believe it. A very fun fact, or a very funny story here, is that our producer for Ravens, Gage, submitted a request saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna get someone to clip this game-winning field goal," and yeah, they missed. So Patrick saying, "I'm still a little nervous without Mount Washington." Yeah, I mean, man, that's a heartbreaker. I feel like since they replaced what's his name, Darnell on the Steel City Shove with Cam Hayward, so now brotherly shove, if you would call it. You don't have to laugh. I'm sorry, guys. It was a little bit of bad pun. My bad. Ponzi with a bad pun. But like, it's crazy. It's a crazy game. I mean, I think that what they'll probably end up doing is just having more so of a dual tight end package with a super jumbo or whatever it is, and then kind of maybe just spread open to the offense of the spread. Like, dude, if they can get DK Metcalf rolling in this offense, I think, yeah. And Bob Block saying Zay Flowers made our pass defenders look like Pee-wee leaguers. Yeah, I mean, dude, not only is he their best wide receiver by far and their best weapon in terms of receiving, like, the fact that he was allowed to be wide open on 2 touchdowns, crazy, by the way. Gotta get that in check. Gotta get that in check. Thank you. Dude.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, Smootest Buddhist says this team of misfits has my heart. Me too, man. What did Rodgers call them? The cast-offs?
Yeah, castaways or whatever.
Tell you what, man, it's better than having Mason Rudolph as your quarterback and winning 5 games this year. Tell you that right now. All the people that wanted Mason to start this year, cough, cough, Andrew Filipponi. Looking like a complete idiot right now. $5 from Andrew Ringler says, let's go Steelers. Let's go indeed, my friend. Let's just roll through some of these, man. $10 from Jagger says, I had faith in the secondary going into this game, but damn, they can't be blowing coverage like that ever again, especially on back-to-back plays. Calvin, GOAT, good night, Steelers Nation. Appreciate you, Jagger. You're a real one. We'll see you guys. We'll see you next week. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of uncharacteristic for the Steelers team because they usually might have one coverage bust in a game, but not 3 or 4 the way that they had in this one. They got to figure that out. And frankly, I'm not sure if you trust Asante Samuel Jr. out there. I don't know if you do. I think you probably start James Pierre and you don't even rotate in Asante during this playoff run unless there's an injury. I think that's probably where we're at with Asante Samuel Jr. But yeah, man, Calvin, great to have him back. It's great that he was able to play in this game because without that route, I mean, he made Chidobe Awuzie into a burnt Cheeto, dude. Burnt Cheeto. $5 from 50 Cal says, don't know what that first word is. Can't wait to watch his reaction, LOL, in his Ravens versus Steelers stream. I think he's talking about Trader Joey. I just watched it. When I was out there, I just saw Trader Joey, and he showed me, and he just goes, he missed right. He says, the snap down, it hold good, it's right. Season over. Oh, it's so glorious. $2 from Bernard Nixon says, do you want A-Rod back next year? Hell yeah, I want Aaron Rodgers back next year. Hell yeah. Yes, I want Aaron Rodgers back next year. Because guess what, man? This team is not perfect this season, but if Rodgers comes back next year, he'll have a full offseason to work with his guys. They're going to have the cap space and the draft picks to fill the few holes left on this roster. You're going to have a lot of continuity. This Steelers team, I'm telling you, man, with Aaron Rodgers returning next year, could be dangerous. Honestly, I think at this point, the only way Rodgers doesn't return, now that we've made the playoffs and we've won the division, I think the only way Rodgers doesn't return next year is if we win the Super Bowl and he rides off into the sunset. And obviously, we will fucking take that, Ponzi, if that ends up being the end of Aaron Rodgers.
The California kid comes back home, delivers the Steelers the Super Bowl.
Dude, if he wins a Super Bowl in Santa Clara,
because he didn't live far.
I don't even want Rodgers to come back for another year if that's the case. Dude, right off into the sunset if we win a Super Bowl this year. $2 from the real David. And by the way, for that matter, Cam Hayward, same thing. If you win a Super Bowl this year, don't even risk next year, man. Right off into the sunset. Yeah, David says, what a game. What a game indeed, man. One of the craziest ball games I've ever seen. It's definitely the craziest game, especially given the stakes. The best football game I have watched as a fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers since I took this job back in 2022. And there's been some good ones, man. That Las Vegas game on Christmas Eve a couple years ago in the cold versus the Raiders. The next week's game against the Ravens, getting that throw to Najee Harris. You had to win it. The Mason game, the Rudolph Saves Christmas game was awesome. There's been some great games. Rodgers beating the Jets in week 1. The Lions game a couple weeks ago.
This year has had like 4 good games.
Yeah, but tonight takes the cake for me for sure. Joe Oakey says, from a Rams fan, congrats Steelers fans. What a game. Can we get a Super Bowl 14 rematch? It would definitely be a long shot, but it would be fun. Listen, man, I think the Rams are one of the 3 teams I think could make the playoffs or make the Super Bowl in the NFC this year. I think the Seahawks, I think the Eagles, and I think the Rams are capable of going on a run this year. And honestly, I think I might even pick the Rams to go to the Super Bowl this year. So I think that element certainly could happen. And then when I look at this Steelers team, man, especially when you add DK Metcalf back into the fold next week with this pass rush, I don't know if we have a bracket, but yeah, man, I don't see any team in the AFC that the Steelers can't beat. And that includes Buffalo. I think the Steelers can beat any team in the AFC. Now, will they go on a streak here? The Steelers, it is worth noting, the Steelers have not won 4 straight games this year. They have a couple 3-game win streaks, but no 4-game win streaks. And they're going to have a 5-game win streak to hoist a 7th Lombardi trophy. They have to win. They've won the first one here, so they got to win 4 more. And it's probably unlikely, like you say, but I mean, hey, man, the hope and the dream is still alive. And that's all that matters. $2 from James Brasco. Appreciate you, James. Thanks for supporting the channel. $10 from Corey Miles says, here we go, Steelers. Get you into the raffle, my friend. Best of luck to you. Next one from Robert Locke says, F Trader Joey and them Ratbirds. I'm right there with you, Robert. F Trader Joey and the Ravens. Division sweep. By the way, we won the division this year by 2 games. We end this season with a 2-game gap between the Steelers and the rest of the division. Domination. Now, granted, we're the only team in the division with a winning record, but it is what it is, man. We're not going to get in the way of our opponents fucking up. $2 from Steel Menace with a 2. Appreciate you, Steel. You're a real one. James Brasco again says Aaron had 294 yards, almost 300 yards. Yeah, almost 300 yards today without DK Metcalf and this ragtag group of receiving weapons. And honestly, I didn't think Arthur Smith called like a terrific game today. Like a lot of it today, I think, was Rodgers in the second half. Being surgical down the field. Aaron deserves a lot of credit for the win in this game, man. He was a big reason why this offense, played as well as they did in the second half. So, legacy game for Aaron Rodgers. I'm always going to remember this one as a Pittsburgh. Even if the Steelers lose next week, I'm going to remember this season for the rest of my life. This is going to be a standout season in the history of my Steelers fandom. And for that,
it's their first season, the AFC North champions.
Yeah, man. Since I took the job, so. It's really tonight's a special night, no question about it. Andrew Ringler with another 5 says, let's go. Appreciate you, my man. $5 from Carrion, or Carry-On, however you want to say it. Says, how do you think Darnell Washington being out hurts us down the stretch? It obviously hurts you in terms of run blocking because he can just delete people, especially linebackers and DBs as a run blocker. But also it hurts you in the passing game because he's obviously awesome as a yak threat. Nobody wants to tackle that guy. So you're not going to be able to rely on that as much. You're going to have to rely more on your running backs as yak threats. You're going to have to lean a little bit more probably on guys like Calvin to be and DK as yak threats. So that certainly hurts, but Terza, got your message. I think this week I'm going to sit down with our shipping guys here at Chat Sports and try and figure out why the Black Diamond jerseys aren't getting to you. Going to try and figure that out. But yeah, obviously not having Darnell hurts, but I think not having DK hurts more because at least you have Pat Freiermuth, right? Freiermuth is your receiving tight end, and you don't really have a blocking tight end right now, which kind of hurts, but you can always put that extra offensive lineman out there if you need. And frankly, the Steelers running backs ran pretty decently today. They had 100 yards rushing total as a team without Darnell out there. So we'll see how the run game looks against a really tough Texans defense, but I think that this team is still pretty dangerous offensively, even without Darnell Washington. Cap Heights King says, shout out to the priest who blessed the end zone with holy water before the game. Shout out indeed, man. $5 from Andrew Ringler says, let's go. This is my 4th super chat. So that would be 2 tickets for him at this point.
I mean, it would be 20.
No. All right. Next one from Ruthless says, I never lost faith in my team. Positive vibes matter. AFC champs, Kings of the North. Let's go Steelers Nation. And listen, man, as long as this offense plays the way that it was playing with DK Metcalf before the suspension, as long as the running back duo keeps doing what they're doing here in Pittsburgh, as long as Aaron plays the way that he played tonight in the second half, as long as the pass rush plays as well as they played tonight, hopefully the secondary can play a little bit better than they played in certain moments tonight. But you guys get my point, man. I think this team is built to play their best football come January. That has always been the case, and I think what I've been saying all season continues to be true. This year's Steelers team is the best Steelers team that we have had in years at this point. And, are they among the Super Bowl favorites? I wouldn't probably include them in that group, but are they in the Super Bowl hopeful category? I would say yes. I think that, they are a team that's potentially capable of going on a run and making some noise here. And who knows, maybe some magic can continue to happen now that we approach the NFL postseason. $5 from, I don't even know how to say this name, so I won't try, but I appreciate you, my friend. It says, offensive play calling sucks. Can we please fire Arthur Smith and hire Eric Bieniemy? The same Eric Bieniemy that ran out of college football? Same Eric Bieniemy that ran out of the Washington Commanders? I mean, the Commanders had 2 wins in the year that Eric Bieniemy was calling plays? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know about Bieniemy. Also, there's been a number of players that have come out saying, hey, man, this guy, he's kind of a hard ass and we don't like him. So, I mean, I don't know about that, my friend. Especially after a division championship and a playoff appearance. And especially if you want Aaron Rodgers to return, if you fire Arthur Smith, he's going to be pissed. He's going to want Arthur Smith back. So I hate to break it to you, my friend, but I don't think Art's going anywhere. $5 from Major Luke says, hell yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. Glad we were all here together to witness that. I mean, that's the reason why we have these watch parties, man. We have these watch parties because we get to react to historic moments in Steelers history together as a family. And, whether you're living abroad or you're not living close to family, not living in the Pennsylvania area, this can be your home as a Steelers fan. And, we get to watch the game together in our little living room here on our YouTube channel. So that's why we started this channel. That's why I think we've built this channel to how large it's been now. And I greatly appreciate you guys spending the time to watch the game with us tonight. Lance Struthers says this game was reminiscent of Bettis fumbling on the goal line against Indy. I completely agree where it's like, oh my gosh, dude, are we going to lose this game? And by the way, there are, similar parallels to this year's Steelers team to that Super Bowl team where, there were some crazy games. It wasn't a perfect regular season, but they got hot late. And, I'm not saying that they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, but there is reason to believe that maybe, just maybe, the Steelers can go on a nice run here. Just got a Venmo here, Ponzi. Just sent it. $20 from Trumper says, even if we lose next week to the Texans, I'm still happy just knowing we finally got revenge on the effing Ratbirds. Here we go, Steelers. And to Trumper's point here, man, even if the Steelers lose next week, not saying that I want them to lose next week or anything like that, or that I think they're going to lose next week. I actually think their chances of winning are quite good next week. But if they lose next week, this is still going to be a season that I remember forever. It's been a very entertaining season to watch unfold. The storylines have been nuts. It's been an up and down season for sure. But like, what would you rather have? Would you rather have, a 4 or 5 win season where the season's over midway through the year and you have no belief in your coaching staff at all, and your roster's terrible, and sure, you get a higher draft pick in that case, but there's no foundation. And half the season is completely unwatchable. Like, this entire Steelers regular season was a thrill ride. I'm taking this over a terrible football season any day of the week. I don't care about draft positioning. All right,
we could have been making off-season content 7 weeks ago and been one of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people here at Chat Sports that had to do off-season content 7 weeks before the end of the season, and they're miserable.
Yeah,
they hate doing watch parties because they're not fun. We had fun on every single regular season watch party this year,
or lose.
And we're gonna have fun in the playoffs, no matter how far we go. So that is what it is. Robert Boyd coming in with a $50 Venmo. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. So Robert Boyd is Steeli, by the way. He says, heart rate finally slowing down. Crazy game. Had a good time watching with you and the Steelers fam. Right there with you, Steeli. Holy cow. I mean, I'm still kind of lightheaded from the game. I was screaming so much at the end of that game. I don't even know where I am right now. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming, Ponzi? Or are we going to the playoffs, man? Let's go, dude. Big shout out to Robert. I fucking love this football team. I love this ragtag group of cast-offs, as Aaron Rodgers lovingly refers to them as, including himself, by the way. The Jets threw him in the trash.
Literally said, pack your bags.
They said, how do you want the message to get out? And he said, and I quote, I don't give a fuck about the message. Gotta love Aaron Rodgers, man. $5 from Gamer Plush. Just sing it with me, Jack. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting to the end. Bum, bum, bum. Let's go, man. Here we go, Steelers. Love you, Jack. Let's go. Appreciate you, Gamer Plush. We are the AFC North champions this year, man. Damn, it feels good to say that. $5 from Michelle West. Says, God cares about saving souls, and if a win shows he exists, God can use anything. I mean, I guess you're right, Michelle, but couldn't you argue the same thing if the other team won? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But, God works in mysterious ways. So you never know. I'm just saying, I'm sure there's good people on both sides in the fan base and on the sidelines. So, and does it really matter who wins this game in the long run? I really don't think it matters, but we'll see. $10 from Czar Craig says, credit where it's due. You had the Steelers winning earlier this week, but then you switched it up and took the Ravens, which led us to victory. MVP, Jack Sperry, love you guys. What a win. Listen, man, nothing says I can't take the Steelers in my preview. I just have to take the other team pregame. That's the thing. If I take the other team, whoever I pick pregame loses the game.
I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction, though, today.
Yeah,
I was only 7 points off.
Yours was pretty good today. I'm not going to lie, man. So You better believe next week I'm picking the Houston Texans to win. I'm probably going to pick the Steelers to win in my preview, and I'm going to change it right before the game. So hopefully we can ride this all the way to a Super Bowl. $5 from Dominic says, I hate that I absolutely love this team. So stressful, but so worth it. Happy my son will be born tomorrow as a fan of the 2025 AFC North champion. Give Dominic a raffle ticket, man. Give him 2 raffle tickets for his son as well. Congratulations to you, Dominic, and I'm wishing, that delivery, a very healthy delivery and a healthy baby, all that stuff. And your son is going to be born a champion, my friend. He's going to be born an AFC North champion. That's perfect. $2 from Mario says, Jack, are you actually a Stu fan? What's a Steelers fan? Yes, watch the watch party tonight and tell me if you think I'm a Steelers fan. That's all I got to say. $5 from David Smith with a 5 says Ravens should be glad their kicker's last name is not Dicker.
Dicker might have made that kick.
Yeah. But with the way the wind was howling, there's a reason why Boz was shocked he missed that extra points because that wind just took that bitch.
Another thing about the holy water, Sperry, last point about it, that was the end zone they blessed.
Makes sense. $5 from Carrion says, Oregon fan here, thoughts on signing Marcus Mariota if A-Rod doesn't return? Well, if Arthur Smith is coming back, that's not going to work because Arthur Smith was the head coach in Atlanta when Mariota got benched midseason and then left the team. So there's some bad blood between Mariota and Smith. Hell, Mariota got benched twice in Arthur Smith's offense. Not once, twice, all right? So I guarantee you Mariota does not want to come here in any capacity as long as Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. I would put Malik Willis at much higher odds than Marcus Mariota coming here next year. So I hate to rain on your parade there, but very low chance. I honestly think there's a higher chance Dante Moore is a Pittsburgh Steeler next year than Marcus Mariota, and there's not a high chance Dante Moore is a Steeler either. $5 Taco Man. Tomlinism of the year. On one fine line of missing or making that field goal, he said that his aunts had male parts. Oh, if his aunt had male parts, he'd be my uncle. Unbelievable Tomlinism. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's awesome. I can't wait to watch the post-game presser. $5 from Star Fury says, heck, I live in Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia area, and there are some more Steelers fans here than Ravens. Great stuff. Go Steelers. Yeah, man, the Ravens fan base is fraudulent, in my opinion. Steelers fan base is amazing. Ravens fans can go suck a lemon for all I care. $5 from Nick says, thanks for a great season, bro. I've never sent a super chat, but I've listened all season, especially on the long road trips when I couldn't watch. Wild ride. You said it, Nick. Wild-ass ride. And it's still going, all right? I'm guessing next week's going to be another close one. So buckle your seatbelts, Steelers Nation, because we might just be getting started here on Steelers Talk over the next month, and hopefully the Steelers can get it going. That's the last one? That's a great way to end it there. All right, let's do the raffle, and then let's get into the postgame. Let's do the raffles so people that want to go to bed can go to bed and they don't have to wait. Just so you guys know, our first raffle is going to be for a signed Mean Joe Green mini helmet. Best of luck to all of you guys. By the way, we do have the authentication here on the back, so it is authenticated, authentic signature from Joe Green on a Steelers throwback mini helmet. And then our second raffle item will be for an F the Ravens t-shirt. Yes, correct. By the way, Ponzi and I have a long night ahead of us because we still have to film our morning video for tomorrow. We might not leave until 2, 3 in the morning tonight. So tomorrow morning, we will have a Steelers versus Texans wild card preview on the channel in the morning, followed by news and rumors and film analysis of this football game in the afternoon. What's that?
It's great to say that it's not going to be our last film analysis.
Yeah, it's true, man. We got at least 2 more film analysis videos to do. All right. A crap ton of entries here. This is for the entire month of December and today. So we've got a bunch of names in there. This is for the mini helmet. Let's spin this thing. Shannon Cassidy, congratulations, my friend. Make sure you send me an email at sperry@chatsports.com with your shipping address, and I'll make sure to get you your mini helmet. All right, now let's spin the other wheel here, Ponzi. And this one is for the F the Ravens t-shirt. And it's going to Eugene Payne. Big shout out to Eugene Payne and Shannon Cassidy, 2 real ones of the channel. And if you guys didn't win the raffle this week, well, we're going to have another really cool item next week for our Steelers Talk raffles. So make sure you guys join us for our playoff watch party next week. Now, we're not done yet here on Steelers Talk Live, guys. We'll stay live as long as you guys keep super chatting. But we do have a post-game reaction cut that we need to get to here. We're going to be sharing my game balls, my takeaways from this game. Lots to talk about here as the Pittsburgh Steelers advance to the NFL playoffs and are crowned AFC North champions here in 2025. So without further ado, man, let's get into our post-game reaction. Well, Steelers fans, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't, it wasn't not stressful. It was one of the craziest games I've ever seen. But your Pittsburgh Steelers have won the AFC North Division Championship for 2025 with a 26-24 win over the Baltimore Ravens, securing the season sweep, a 2-game lead to win the division at the end of the NFL regular season in the AFC North, and a home playoff berth for the first time in a half-decade here in the Steel City. Welcome into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Today, it is our instant reaction to one of the craziest games I've ever seen. Steelers game or otherwise to finish the regular season. The Steelers are moving on, so make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already to never miss any of our post-game reactions this season. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can celebrate. The Pittsburgh Steelers have officially been crowned AFC North champions for 2025. It's their first division championship since I took over this job in 2022. It's their first division championship in a half decade. And yes, that means something. For me, that means that this season is one to remember. I mean, with the way that this game ended, we'll talk about that here in a second. This is going to be a season that I always remember, with Aaron Rodgers coming in, heroically winning the game there at the end of the game. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But that means the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have a home game in Pittsburgh next week. It will be against the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football. And we'll have a full preview of that matchup tomorrow morning. Once we, get that, filmed and all that stuff, we'll get that to you guys as early as we can this week. But man, it's going to be great to be back at Acrisure next week, celebrating a division championship, but also trying to get your first playoff win for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 9 seasons. But let's talk about this game, man, because it was a wild ride from start to finish. It wasn't a great start. The Ravens get out to a 10-0 lead. Then the Steelers score 13 unanswered points. Then there's multiple defensive lapses from the Steelers, allowing the Ravens to get long touchdowns, multiple of them in this game. I thought the pass rush was really good for the Steelers defense, but the coverage on the back end definitely needs to get better. But in the second half, man, the Steelers offense without DK Metcalf in this game dominated the football, dominated the time of possession. Jaylen Warren was awesome today. Kenny Gainwell led the team in receiving yet again, so your running back duo led the way. But, of course, Aaron Rodgers on the final drive with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left and no timeouts, down 4. You need a touchdown to win the game on a 3rd and 10. Calvin Austin III, man, the guy that has dealt with injuries this year and has been castigated by this fan base as, not a legit starting receiver, all this different stuff. He shows up in the biggest of moments, running a double move on Chidobe Awuzie, making him touch grass and leading to a wide-open touchdown that gives the Steelers the victory. Now, obviously, Chris Boswell misses an extra point, setting up the Ravens to have one last-ditch effort to get in the field goal range, and they do. They set up a 44-yard field goal for Tyler Loop, and just like Chris Boswell, that ball was pushed, and it went far right, and the Steelers win the game in dramatic fashion. But now let's talk about the game balls, and let's talk about the players that deserve some recognition here. Let's start with Aaron Rodgers, who was 31 of 47 today, almost 300 yards passing with a touchdown and no picks, led the game-winning drive, and was really the conductor out there. It was once again a slow start for the offense, and there was definitely points in this game where the Steelers receivers were just not getting open for Aaron down the field. But he found ways as the game went on to attack this Ravens defense, and at the end of the day, he had a really solid performance, and he delivered, goddammit. He delivered when the game was on the line, and he delivered multiple big touchdown drives when this team was trailing by 4 points, not once but twice in the fourth quarter. All right, he deserves a lot of credit. Now, he also deserves a little bit of the blame because he had to waste all 3 of the Steelers' timeouts due to not getting lined up in time. Apparently, there was an issue with his helmet and not getting plays called into the huddle on time, and that was an issue apparently. But Rodgers delivered when it mattered most, and he definitely deserves a lot of credit for being as efficient and as good as he was tonight without DK Metcalf on the field in such a big game. And this was a huge legacy game for Aaron Rodgers. This might be his only season here in Pittsburgh, and a loss today would have really soured his legacy. At least tonight, even if they lose round 1 next week versus Houston, at least we have this game and a division championship that he was able to deliver for the black and gold in his season here in Pittsburgh. Then we get to Jaylen Warren, who I thought, once again had a fantastic day. He was really the main engine of the offense for a lot of it, and they really got him going in the second half. And, they didn't run the ball very much at all in the first half, really. And then, they really started to get the run game going in that second half. And, averaged once again over 4.5 yards per carry, up to 4.7, 66 yards. I mean, he's bouncing off of tacklers. He was good as a kick returner today as well. Like, Jaylen Warren does so much for this football team, guys. And, he makes guys miss in space. He moves the chains. He is definitely an upgrade at RB1 compared to what we got from Najee Harris, in years past. And him paired with Kenny Gainwell is a special combination that we haven't seen the last of yet. Then TJ Watt, man, and, coming off of that partially collapsed lung, a lot of talk about how Watt doesn't win big games and all this different stuff. He showed up in a big way today. Now, he kind of benefited from some of the other players on this team. I actually think Alex Highsmith was probably the most disruptive edge rusher on the Steelers today, but Watt had that interception. He made that catch off of a deflection from Highsmith and Hayward, actually, that really changed the game in some ways there. You got an extra 3 points because of that. And, you could tell that the chips that TJ was getting opened things up for Alex Highsmith. So it's great to have Watt back. It's great to have him available for a playoff game next week as well. But I do believe that he will continue to be more of a rotational piece in the weeks to come. Nick Herbig has really done a good job holding down the fort, on early downs when they want to give Watt a little bit of a rest. And Watt can be potentially at his best when he's allowed to come in on those big moments on third downs when you got to have production from your superstar edge. But then also Calvin Austin III, got to give my fourth game ball to him. He's dealt with injuries this year. He's dealt with some poor games and some poor performances from him, and he's an upcoming free agent. It's going to be interesting to see what the Steelers decide to do with him because he's had moments, man, and he saw that in the biggest of moments. He absolutely toasted Cheeto Awuzie on a double move, and those are exactly the type of routes you run Calvin Austin III on, man. Like, he's shifty. He can break some ankles, and he certainly did in that big moment. And I'm hoping that we see more of him in the weeks to come. You're getting DK back, but I want DK, Calvin, and Thielen to be the main 3 wide receivers. Get MVS off the field and make him a rotational piece. Same thing goes for Scotty Miller. Roman Wilson is just not a part of the equation at this point. But Calvin is that small, shifty, route runner type of guy that can also get open deep. He proved that today. And by the way, this is not the only time Calvin has gotten open in a key spot. He had a number of key catches and plays in the first game of the year against the Jets late in that game, and then also he caught the game-winning touchdown versus the Patriots in Week 3. So seeing Calvin, make that play, deliver us the victory today. Awesome stuff from Calvin Austin III. Couldn't be happier for this young man. But then also, final game ball goes to the head coach, Mike Tomlin. And, I know there's a lot of people that are going to be negative Nellies and say, oh, great, this means another season of Mike Tomlin, another year of mediocrity. But, the Tomlin meme is that he always goes 9-8. But he really doesn't go 9-8. This team goes 10-7, all right? And there's a difference between 10-7 and 9-8. 10-7 means you're going 3 games above 500 every year, despite the fact that you don't have the best quarterback play in the league. The Steelers haven't had a top 10 quarterback in this league since prime Big Ben Roethlisberger. All right, and that includes Aaron Rodgers, who I think is a decent quarterback, but he's not top 10 anymore, anyways. And Tomlin has taken that level of quarterback play with this roster and has delivered double-digit win seasons and playoff berths in 3 straight seasons when most head coaches wouldn't have made the playoffs in any of these 3 seasons. And I'm not trying to say Tomlin is a perfect head coach or, it's completely crazy to want change, especially if the Steelers once again fail to win a playoff game this year and it's 9 straight years without a playoff win. I get all those criticisms. But with, Mike Tomlin, today was really a legacy game for him. And he was able to deliver in this ball game. So kudos to head coach Mike Tomlin. So who's your MVP in this game today? Who is your MVP for the Steelers? For me, I got to give it to Aaron Rodgers. The way that he elevated this offense today without his number one receiver, 9 different people caught passes from Aaron Rodgers today. So that ability to spread the ball around, get the ball to the right receiver and to play as well as he did in the second half was greatly impressive. He was the reason why the Steelers won today, in my opinion. So I'm going to give it to A-Rod, Aaron Rodgers as my MVP. This will be the pinned comment on today's show. So in just a second here, we're going to tell you about my takeaways coming out of this game. And, of course, we'll tell you about our sponsor today. But before we get into that, let me know down there in the comment section who was today's MVP for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And if you guys want to celebrate your first division championship in a half-decade here, you guys can get some AFC North Division Championship gear for your Pittsburgh Steelers at chatsports.com/AFC North. Whether it's the T-shirts that are being worn by the players in the locker room right now, whether it's this T-shirt here or whether you want a hat, or all of the above. You guys can get all of these items right now at chatsports.com/AFC North. Guys, this is my first division championship as the host of Steelers Talk, so you better believe I'm going to be getting something from our website here to remember this season. It's really been a special year here on Steelers Talk, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can do in the postseason. Hopefully they can get us at least one, but hopefully multiple playoff victories as well. And the first takeaway is just kudos to Aaron Rodgers. I'm just going to continue to give Rodgers some more kudos here and just, salute him because it's not easy to go into a game with the season on the line without your number one receiver, and you've got guys that nobody else wanted, like Calvin Austin and Marquez Valdes-Scantling and Adam Thielen, and making the most of that situation without not only DK, but without Darnell Washington as well. And I thought he did that. He got the ball out quickly. He didn't, put the ball in danger at all, which was a big reason why the Steelers were able to win this game. And, he came up clutch with big-time throws on 3rd and longs when you got to have it in those big moments. And the final touchdown was on a 3rd and 10. So, kudos to Rodgers. He's done a fantastic job. Not every game this year, obviously. He's had his stinkers. And if we get a stinker from Rodgers at any point in the playoffs, this season is over. But he came here to do something here at the Pittsburgh Steelers that hasn't been done in a while, and that's win a playoff game. That still is next on the docket. But first step is winning the division, and he's already delivered that here in Pittsburgh. And by the way, he should be back next season if he wants to come back. But also, you got to clean it up on defense, all right? Like, next week, you're not going to be able to make the same mistakes that you made in this game and all the missed opportunities. Like, in the first half alone, the Steelers on, crucial 4th down plays gave up, potentially 17 points on the board. There was a 4th and 3 on the first drive of the game for Baltimore. Coverage bust from Jalen Ramsey, touchdown to Devontae Walker. And then, you go for it on essentially 4th and 2. You do a tush push on a 4th and 2, essentially. Don't get it. And then that pretty much gives the Ravens 3 free points. And then you don't run the tush push from the 1 with 2 seconds to go in the first half. And you run a toss play to the weak side and it gets shut down. And you leave potentially 7 points on the board, at least 3 points on the board. And despite that, you were still able to come out with the victory. But there was multiple coverage busts, especially in the second half. Those have to be cleaned up. You're not going to be able to get away with those mistakes very often and win football games in the playoffs. I think that the Steelers are more than capable of doing that, but man, this game was as close to being, one of the most disastrous losses in Steelers history for a reason, and you got to clean up that shit as we head into next week. But the pass rush I thought looked great today, man. Everyone from TJ Watt to especially Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig got a sack today. The boys up front with Keanu and Cam looked good as well. I thought that the pass rush is really getting after it, and this is the group that we envisioned this group being heading into the season. So CJ Stroud doesn't like pressure. That's not a great offensive line in Houston. I kind of like this group's chances of putting pressure on Stroud and making him uncomfortable, and what I'm hoping is a frigid Acrisure Stadium next Monday night. But then Chris Boswell, there's going to be some stuff talked about Bos, because he's missed a kick that he should make in 3 straight weeks that nearly cost the Steelers the game. And you can make an argument, last week against Cleveland, it did cost them the game. So, he has to get right. And he's still more than capable of hitting 50-plus yarders. He hit another one tonight. But he has to get right, man. This team needs to have their points. They need to have their field goals. And, the Ravens season ended with a missed field goal. I would hate to have my season end that way in a playoff game. Boz is still a serial killer, as Mike Tomlin lovingly refers to him as, but he's got to get right once we head to the playoffs. He can't afford to miss these makeable kicks anymore. So make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon to celebrate this Week 18 victory and our first division championship in a half decade. I know I'm happy. If you're happy, click that thumbs up icon to help the channel. All right, guys, now let's talk a little bit here about, is this team the team of destiny? All right, and I know it's kind of funny, whatever, I will say this. It's going to be tough coming in going from a tough, exhausting game like this one was, and then coming out and winning against a very physical, tough opponent like the Houston Texans. It's not going to be easy next week. But, we've seen a lot of instances this year, man, where, the Steelers have these crazy games against New York and against Detroit and against Cleveland and against the Ravens both times. And more often than not, the Steelers come out on top. So, you never know. I'm not going to say the Steelers are in the Super Bowl favorites category. Don't think they're consistent enough and weren't consistent enough in the regular season for that. But I think that they are in the Super Bowl hopeful category, a team that, has the pieces available to them this year to potentially go on a run. They got to find some consistency. They can't have a stinker from Rodgers. They can't have the defense play terribly in any game in the postseason. They're going to have to really tighten the screws and make sure everything is good to go over these next few weeks if they want to make a run. But I've been saying it since the beginning of the season, guys. I've been saying it since training camp. This is the most talented Steelers roster, and this Steelers roster is more built to win in the postseason than any Steelers roster we've had in a long time. During this losing streak where the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 8 years at this point. And a big reason why I like the Steelers' chances next week against Houston is because DK Metcalf is coming back. If Aaron Rodgers is putting up nearly 300 yards without DK, what is he going to do next week against a Texans defense? And I know everyone talks about the Texans defense, but Riley Leonard put up 30-plus points on them today, guys. And I know they rested their starters for a lot of the second half, but the Colts were winning when they took out their starters. So, I look at this offense, Kenny Gainwell, Jaylen Warren, Pat Freiermuth, who's getting a lot more playing time now that Darnell is out. You got Thielen as a zone killer in the slot. You got Calvin, who can get open from time to time. And now you get your number one receiver back. I'm telling you, man, you pair that with a defense that has played its best football over the last month here in Pittsburgh, and you get a frigid Acrisure Stadium, an environment that the Steelers are extremely comfortable playing in, and a quarterback that's extremely playing in those conditions, all I got to say, man, I'm not saying the Steelers are for sure going to go on a run this year. All I'm going to tell you guys is to watch out for the black and gold this season. So let me know what you guys think. Down there in the comment section, grade today's performance from the Steelers, A, B, C, D, or F. For me, it certainly wasn't a perfect performance, but it was certainly good enough. I'm going to give them a B. All right? Obviously, if you win and you secure a season sweep versus your division rival, you win a division championship, you secure yourself a home playoff game. All those things are good. And when you play as well as you did on offense in the second half, that's also good. But, there's a lot of mistakes on offense in the first half, a lot of mistakes on defense in the second half. Those things need to be cleaned up heading into next week if you want to beat the Houston Texans in the first round of the playoffs next week. Now, some final thoughts here. It just feels so damn good to be able to say that this team is the AFC North champions for the first time in my entire tenure being the host of this channel. It's been kind of a crazy ride, especially because last year the Ravens ended our season last year, and now you had the opportunity to return the favor tonight, and that's exactly what they did. And yeah, man, should Tyler Loop have made that field goal? You can make an argument for that, but it was windy out there. Chris Boswell missed an extra point, which never happened. So that showed you that it was not great conditions. And hey, if the Steelers are going to miss a kick, the Ravens might as well miss a kick as well. I think the Steelers were the better football team all season long between these two clubs. I think the right team won the division and gets the right to have that home playoff game next week on Monday Night Football. And as I discussed, man, I think this Steelers team has the best chance to have playoff success in a long time with an experienced quarterback that laps the playoff experience of the rest of the field in the AFC. You got an offensive and defensive line that are playing really good football right now. If you can win the trenches, you can win any football game, and the Steelers can do that. You get your number one receiver on the outside back next week. You clean up some things in the secondary, and this defense as a whole has played its best football over the last month. I'm telling you, man, this Steelers team is primed to play their best football right now when it matters most, and I'm excited to see what this team does in the weeks to come. All right, that'll be it for our post-game reaction, guys. Tomorrow morning, Ponzi and I will have you covered with our AFC wildcard preview between the Steelers and Texans. Make sure you guys catch us tomorrow morning, and of course, we'll have film takeaways from this game tomorrow afternoon, and I'll be posting film examples all throughout the day tomorrow on my X account. If you want those film examples, you can follow me on X at Jack_Sperry. Don't forget to click that subscribe button for all of our wildcard week coverage coming up this week. Till next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, man, we're gonna answer some super chat questions, and then we're gonna get out of here. How many do we have here?
We have 3 more after this one.
Cool. All right. Gary Frank says that wasn't wind, that's Satan sharding on the Ravens.
That's crazy.
That is a crazy super chat, Gary. What is this?
That's what I'm asking.
CLP?
CLP to $2. Chilean
money.
Peso.
25 Chilean pesos. This is a crazy number. 2,500 Chilean pesos, which is about $2 American, says, that's crazy how much the inflation is there. He says, I just joined. I don't know if this has been asked already. When Boswell missed, I heard tons of artillery on the women who gave birth to him.
That's
Thoughts?
crazy.
What?
Tons of shit who... Basically, it's...
people were threatening?
His mom.
His mom?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
If that's real.
We don't condone that, obviously.
Obviously. $2 again from Gary Frank says, yeah, Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, I told you, man, if we win the division, we got to bring out the belt, man. Feels so good to bring out the belt, doesn't it, man? He says, told you. I told you guys, man. I said in our season preview, our final record prediction video, I predicted the Steelers would win the AFC North this year. And everyone laughed at me because, the Ravens have Lamar Jackson and, the Bengals have Joe Burrow. Fuck those guys, man. Steelers on top. We're the champions of the AFC North. Kings of the North. We got the belt. And you better believe the belt will be back next week, Gary, so make sure you tune in.
Even in, the mid-season collapse when we did our in-season, or, our season prediction.
Yeah.
Got a lot of crap for it's the Ravens are hot right now. the Steelers just lost to the Bengals on Thursday night.
How many times did we come out of a game and the narrative was the season was over?
Like 4 times.
At least 4 times. After probably the
Bengals?
more the Packer game.
Yeah.
Then the Charger game.
Yeah.
Then probably Cleveland Bills.
I mean, even more on that.
And then Cleveland.
Yeah.
There's multiple times in this football game today where the season was over,
I mean, there was like,
according to the chat.
I'd love to see the little ESPN like win analysis thing at the end of that game, because I bet it went crazy. It probably went up and down, up and down.
Right.
But like, man.
$5 and butter. So shout out Joey Porter Jr., King of the North. Man, JPJ's played some damn good ball.
Really good.
He's been a legit number 1, especially in the second half of this season. He has been so good, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to JPJ, legit number 1 corner. Kyle with a 2 says thank you to the priest before the game with the holy H2O.
It's going to be the narrative of the
You said it, pal. Hey, man, team of destiny. Team of destiny.
That's what we'll call it.
I bet next week that same priest is asked to bless both end zones.
Yeah.
That's probably my guess, is that he will be invited back. All right, is that it?
Yep.
All right, man. We've been live for I don't even know how long.
6 hours, 47 minutes.
Jesus, man. What a show.
Put on a full work day.
I appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in this evening. Ponzi and I still have a lot of work ahead of us here before we go back home. We still got to film our preview for tomorrow. That will come out tomorrow morning. And, we got press conferences to watch and all that stuff. But, man, I wouldn't want to spend my Sunday night with anybody else. I truly mean that. Still over 800 people in this chat right now. That's why you guys are the absolute best. We're going to be back this week with not 1 but 2 live shows, Tuesday and Thursday, getting you ready for Monday night's game against the Houston Texans. It's going to be a lot of fun this week, guys, and hopefully the Steelers can pull out their first playoff victory in 9 seasons on Monday night. I certainly think they got a shot, Ponzi.
Yeah, I think so too.
We've been saying it all. We've been saying it all day. We've been saying it all day, dude. If you win this game, you've got a shot. If you can win this game, you can beat anybody in the AFC. Because if you can beat the Ravens without DK Metcalf, with them having the momentum, then you can beat anybody in this conference with DK Metcalf. Period.
The old college basketball saying of as long as you make the dance, anything can happen.
Yeah, man, we're still dancing here on Steelers Talk, Ponzi. All right, man, that'll be it for tonight's show. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. It's past 1 o'clock a.m. on the East Coast, so if you're still with us, you guys are crazy ones, and that's why we love you. We'll see you guys next time. Make sure you click that subscribe button for our coverage tomorrow. Until then, guys, here we go, Steelers.